Chapter 1086. After Wu Sanxi sent off Princess Taiping, he stood in front of the mansion and pondered for a moment. He then called over a trusted family member and ordered, "Go to the Jinwu guards and invite the king of Hanoi to see me. I have something to discuss with him." That family hurriedly left. Wu Sanxi was just about to turn around and return to his residence. Just as he turned around, he saw Princess and Lu dressed up gorgeously. His good-for-nothing son was also blindly following behind his wife. Wu Sanxi frowned and asked unhappily, "Where are you going?" Although Princess Annel was arrogant, she did not dare to be presumptuous in front of this eunuch. When she saw him standing at the door, Princess Annel immediately stopped and obediently bowed to him. She said in a sweet voice, "Eunuch, Duke Huan Yinxiu is holding a banquet at the Chu Chi and has invited Cheng Xuan to attend. Daughter-in-law wants to accompany husband to the banquet." Yesterday was the birthday of Wu Sanxi's wife, so Wu Chengxuan and his wife rushed back and stayed at the Liang mansion. Although Wu Sanxi was dissatisfied with his daughter-in-law's enthusiasm for socializing, he knew that his son and daughter-in-law had other places to stay. Out of sight, out of mind. Also, he knew how obedient his son was to his daughter-in-law. Wu Sanxi originally wanted to call his eldest son to the study to discuss this important matter together. Seeing that his son was happily accompanying his wife to leave, he was too lazy to call him. This son of his really didn't live up to his expectations. But thinking about it carefully, which of his sons had accomplished something in the world? For a moment, Wu Sanxi could not help but feel disheartened. Forget it. Don't say that I have already lost the qualifications to fight for the throne. Even if I have the ability to fight for it, which of these children has the ability to protect it? This old man is already close to 70 years old and can only help them for a few more years. It is better to ensure their wealth and glory. Thinking of this, Wu Sanxi was even more determined to cooperate with Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping's sudden visit today surprised Wu Sanxi. Generally speaking, unless it was a family banquet and Wu Yuji was accompanying her, this sister-in-law would not visit. But today, not only did Princess Taiping come, but she did not have Wu Yuji by her side. Wu Sanxi was a little surprised. When Wu Sanxi invited Princess Taiping to the main hall to sit down, he asked her the purpose of her visit. Princess Taiping probed him a little bit, and then she told him the purpose of her visit, which startled Wu Sanxi. To be honest, Wu Sanxi also felt that the current situation was tricky. Wu Zetian was bedridden and had not seen her ministers for a long time. She did not trust her children and nephews at all. Instead, she treated the second Zhang as her family. Wu Sanxi was also quite worried. He did not believe that Heir Zhang would dare to pretend to be the emperor. How could Heir Zhang be so stupid? However, this did not mean that second Zhang would not do anything. Wu Zetian was so old and sick. It was obvious that things were not looking good for her. At this time, would the second Zhang consider his own future? Second Zhang had already become enemies with both the Wu and Li families. Would they obediently wait for Wu Zetian to take her last breath, then obediently scram back to the Zhang mansion, and wait for the Wu and Li families to settle old scores with them for Li Zhongruan, Li Xianhui, and Wu Yinji? Impossible. Even if second Zhang was willing, the people at their side would not be willing. They would definitely seek to protect themselves, and if they wanted to protect themselves, there were many methods. They could fake an edict and have the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, ascend to the throne. They had caused the deaths of Li Xian's children and the people of the Wu family. If they performed the meritorious service of ensuring that Li Dan became the emperor, Li Dan would return the favor and naturally protect their riches and honor. If they were unwilling to part with their power, they could also fake an edict and bypass Li Xian and have Li Xian's youngest son, Li Zhongfu, ascend to the throne. Li Zhongfu was only 7 years old. If they made Li Zhongfu emperor and then used the posthumous edict to appoint the two brothers as appointed ministers, they would be holding the emperor and ordering the vassals around. Would the Wu and Li families definitely obey the posthumous edict if second Zhang had Wu Zetian's posthumous edict? Of course not. The Wu and Li families could completely claim that the posthumous edict was a fake edict and refuse to accept it. But if they did this, They would have to bear the name of rebels who did not obey the edict, and it would be extremely difficult to wash away this crime. Moreover, it was very difficult to determine the position of the great general of the Featherwood Guard, Wu Yuyi. He had always been loyal to Wu Zetian and had always remained uninvolved in the conflict between the Wu and Li families and the conflict between the Wu and Li families and Second Zhang. If he believed in Wu Zetian's posthumous edict, or if Second Zhang used the military power of the world as bait to win his support, then it was hard to say whether the Wu and Li families would be able to overturn the fake edict. If Second Zhang was smart enough, he could grant Yang Zixi, Su Weiwei, and the other prime ministers positions, and even promise them the title of king. He could also vigorously rope in some of the feudal officials who held important military power. In the palace, he also had Wu Yuyi to support him. After first establishing the young emperor and then using the Son of Heaven to order the vassals around, it was not impossible for Wu and Li to achieve greatness in the future. During this process, what would Wu Sanci do? It was true that he also had the possibility of being roped in, but what could Second Zhang use to rope him in? He was already an extremely high official and could not be promoted any further. Second Zhang could not possibly give him any more power. If he did, then Second Zhang would just be making a wedding dress for him. Therefore, as the head of the Wu family, he had to seriously plan for himself, his descendants, and the Wu family from a long-term perspective. The result of his choice was to ally with the Li family. He and Li Xian were relatives by marriage, and Li Xian had always been mediocre and incompetent. If he also had the merit of establishing a new emperor, he would not be affected. As for his aunt, he also took Princess Taiping's words to heart. Princess Taiping bluntly told him that after the military remonstrance was carried out, it would urge the empress to hand over her power. Although Wu Sanci was very dependent on his aunt, he also knew that his aunt would not be able to hold on for much longer. He would have to face this matter sooner or later. Then, he might as well kill Second Zhang. According to the arrangement that his aunt had been working on for the past few years, the Wu and Li families would jointly rule the world. No matter who tried to change this arrangement, they must be eradicated, regardless of whether this person was Second Zhang or Wu Zetian herself who had created this situation. The alliance of Wu and Li to overthrow Zhang was officially formed from this moment on. In the deep night, Yang Fan slowly walked to the west mountain wall of the study, followed by Xiao Man and Anu. Anu was carrying a lantern. The snow glowed, so the ground was relatively bright, and the lantern was not conspicuous. Under the mountain wall was a wall carving of 5 bulls, and in front of the wall carving was a water jar. The water jar was originally planted with water lilies, but since it was winter, only milky white ice could be seen spilling out of the jar. Yang Fan reached out and hugged the big jar, and with a hard turn to the left, the big jar began to rotate, and the surrounding snow was flipped up. Yang Fan forcefully rotated the big jar 3 times, and then walked to the wall carving. He grabbed the protruding stone horn of a bull in the middle and pulled it forward. The stone wall rumbled, and a hole appeared in the middle with a creaking sound. Yang Fan looked back and asked, "Did you two see it clearly?" Xiao Man and Anu nodded lightly, and Yang Fan took the lantern from Anu and walked in first. The stone passageway extended all the way into the rockery. Yang Fan's voice was a little hollow in the grotto. "Do you see this handle? After you come in, as long as you pull here, the entrance will be sealed. If the people outside want to dig it out, it will not be a matter of time. Go straight from here. There are a total of 3 paths. The one on the left leads straight to a lake more than 2 miles away, and the exit is in a family's well. The one on the right leads to the side and back of our house, and the exit is in the vegetable field of a house outside the back wall of Princess Annel's mansion. The one in the middle leads to Madame Zheng's house, and it is usually closed, so you don't have to worry about it." Yang Fan's introduction was very detailed. Xiao Man and Anu looked at each other, and there was a faint trace of worry between their beautiful brows. How could they not be worried when their husbands suddenly called them over and took them to walk along the secret passageway of their home, and introduced it so seriously? They knew that there was a secret passageway in their house, but they had never walked through it or understood it. Today was the first time they had entered the secret passageway, with Yang Fan accompanying them. Yang Fan said. This secret passageway was carefully designed by the skilled craftsmen of Xianzhong, and the designers were each responsible for a section. The same was true for the people who built it, so only the three of us know the details of the entire secret passageway. As to the secret room that Huang Yuanbao helped us build, that was just a pretense, and I never thought to use it. After all, he had built palaces for the imperial family. Yang Fan slowly walked at the front with the lantern, and his voice was very clear. If you need to use this secret passageway, the situation will be very dangerous. You can lead your entire family to hide here. You can choose left, you can choose right, and you can also leave from one of the two exits. The people at the exit are all people I have arranged. As long as you go out from here, they will know what to do. The people at the exit on the left can arrange for you to go to the western region or the southern frontier, and the people at the exit on the right can arrange for you to go to Fusong or the South Sea. As to where to send you, it will depend on the specific situation at the time. Xiao Man said with a trembling voice, Lang Jun, what happened? Yang Fan turned around and smiled at her. Don't worry, nothing happened. Otherwise, would I have brought you here to talk about these things slowly? I would have taken you and escaped long ago. Haha, telling you this today is just in case. Xiao Man did not let go of her doubts and persistently asked, Lang Jun, you and I have been husband and wife for a long time. Do you think I don't know your personality? Don't hide it from me. What happened? What do you want me to be on guard against? Anu did not speak, but gently held Yang Fan's hand. Her little hand was cold. Yang Fan secretly sighed. He also knew that with the shrewdness of these two women, it would not be easy to deceive them. Now that he had given them an explanation, he was afraid that they would not give up if he did not tell them the truth. But after telling them everything, would they not be worried? Yang Fan didn't want to give up. He deliberately said in a relaxed tone, I do have something important to do now, but it won't be too dangerous. Do you think I don't know the principle of a noble sun sitting under the eaves? Haha, if you really want to talk about risks, everything has risks. Walking on the road, you will encounter a frightened horse. Sitting at home will collapse the beam. I always think about failure before thinking about victory. That's why. Lang Jun, Xiao Man rudely interrupted him. She raised her eyebrows and gradually showed her heroic spirit. Li Tang's princess and Wu Zhou's marquis. Lang Jun has never cared about them. In the Tubo kingdom, Lang Jun played tricks on Zanpu and the prime minister. In the Turkic Shui Yintua city, Lang Jun dealt with the 100,000 troops with ease. This time, who is it that made you so cautious? Yang Fan was silent for a long time and softly replied, The Empress. Chapter 1087. Another year was coming to an end. As the end of the year approached, people from the palace came in and out more frequently. The eunuchs who prepared for the new year, the craftsmen who decorated the tents, and the musicians of the musical house who rehearsed large-scale palace dances and various celebrations. Because of this, the palace was much more relaxed than usual. But on the first day of the little new year, something unpleasant happened in the palace. A little eunuch suddenly ran to report to Shanghai Wanner that someone had taken items from the palace out to sell. After hearing the news, Shanghai Wanner immediately dispatched a team from the inner guards, led by her trusted eunuchs, to strictly interrogate each palace gate. As a result, they found some silk, incense burners, masks, books, and other objects from the palace maids and eunuchs who didn't have time to escape. In fact, these things weren't too valuable, and they didn't dare to steal and sell the truly valuable things. But taking some things from the palace and using the opportunity to leave the palace to sell them was a violation of the rules. Shanghai Wanner was furious, but she didn't report this matter to the emperor. Firstly, there was no need to report petty theft to the emperor. Secondly, the emperor had been bedridden in recent months. Not only did he not attend court for many days, but he was also unable to attend several major New Year celebrations. Naturally, it was impossible to disturb him with such a small matter. Therefore, Shanghai Wanner reported this matter to the great general of the Yulin Guard, Wu Yuyi, urging him to strengthen the management. This was because the Yulin Guard was responsible for guarding the palace. The Black Tortoise Gate was nominally under the Yulin Guard, but in reality, it was directly under the emperor's command. The other palace gates were under the direct control of the Yulin Guard. Normally, the Yulin Guard had to search the eunuchs and palace maids entering and leaving the palace. But after so many years, this aspect hadn't been too strict. Perhaps some Yulin Guard soldiers had received benefits from them and deliberately indulged them. Therefore, they couldn't absolve themselves from the blame for the eunuchs and palace maids being taken out of the palace. Wu Yi was very upset and could only order his men to strengthen the inspection. He didn't care too much about such a small matter. Immediately after, on the next day, when the palace minister Ji Su was inspecting the various chambers of the palace, he unexpectedly discovered that several Yulin Guard officers and men had secretly drunk wine. After drinking, they went on duty and guarded the palace. Ji Su was greatly dissatisfied. Although these people repeatedly begged for mercy, Ji Su still rudely told this matter to Wu Yi with an iron face. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Taichung Temple was rehearsing the Nua opera in the palace. They selected 120 eunuchs to play the roles of Huazi, and also selected several hundred burly officers and soldiers from the Jinwu Guards to play the roles of various immortals and demons. After the rehearsal of the exorcism of the Nua opera, a fire inexplicably broke out at the rehearsal site. The fire was not big and was quickly put out. However, after an investigation, it was found that the fire had not been completely extinguished when they dispersed. The Yellow Gate and the Golden Guards who had participated in the fire had all been punished, but the fire had only reignited after they had left for nearly 2 hours. Naturally, the Featherwood Guard, who were in charge of patrolling, could not escape responsibility. As a result, Zhou Yong, Zhang Tingue, and several other imperial censors who had heard of this matter submitted a severely worded memorial, listing the various misdeeds of the Featherwood Guard's mismanagement and requesting the imperial court to investigate and rectify. Now that Wu Ziqian had not attended court for a long time due to illness, she would not personally handle matters other than extremely important matters. This memorial fell into the hands of Zhang Jianji, who had just become a prime minister. In fact, in terms of seniority, Zhang Jianji, who had just become a prime minister, did not have the qualifications to handle matters before Yang Zixi, Su Wei, and the other old prime ministers. However, those prime ministers were people who were afraid of shouldering responsibilities. This memorial involved the king of Jian and the great general of the Featherwood Guard, Wu Yi. They did not want to offend these people. So after pushing the blame around, this memorial naturally fell into Zhang Jianji's hands. Zhang Jianji was really a new official who made 3 changes. He attached great importance to this memorial and immediately summoned Wu Yi to reprimand him in a stern voice. The next day, he removed several Featherwood Guard generals who were directly or indirectly responsible and transferred several young and promising officials into the Featherwood Guard to take up posts. The people Zhang Jianji arranged included Minister of the Right Jing Hui of Zhongtai, Vice Minister of Punishment Huan Yanfan, Attendant of the Right Free Cavalry Li Zhan, Minister of Dismissal Wang Tongjiao, Minister of Secretary Xue Sixing, and Minister of Remonstrance Yang Yuanyan. These people were all civil officials. Fortunately, it was extremely normal for civil and military officials to exchange roles in the Tang dynasty. Yang Fan had first Empress Wu civil and then joined the military, so it was not strange for Zhang Jianji to make such arrangements. These people were arranged by Zhang Jianji into the Featherwood Guard, each assuming the position of general. Originally, the sudden removal and appointment of so many mid-level generals of the Featherwood Guard was bound to arouse the vigilance of the Wu family, who held military power. As long as Wu Sanci stepped forward to interfere, Zhang Jianji's large-scale personnel transfer would absolutely be difficult to succeed. However, Wu Sanci unexpectedly maintained his silence. Because Wu Yi was not strict with his subordinates, causing his subordinates to repeatedly make mistakes, he was already somewhat lacking in confidence. Moreover, he was unable to obtain the support of his many relatives in the family who held military power. Therefore, he let Zhang Jianji's adjustments go unhindered. The military remonstrance planned by the Wu and Li families had smoothly carried out the first step. After these people each assumed the position of Featherwood Guard General, they immediately introduced a few trusted family generals into the army. It was impossible for them to carry out a large-scale change of blood in the Featherwood Guard, but introducing a few personal guards to act as personal soldiers was a very normal matter. When Yang Fan had established the 1,000 Cavalry, he had also arranged for Renwei and other trusted bodyguards, who had never been in the army, into the army. As these mid-level generals were intensely preparing for the military remonstrance, changes were also quietly occurring in the palace under Wan'er's arrangements. These changes were under the two Zhang's eyes, but the two of them were completely unaware. In terms of the foundation of the palace, how could they compare to Shangguan Wan'er, who had been operating for 20 years? On Yang Fan's side, he was also quietly making preparations. Yang Fan found Ma Xiao and had a secret discussion with him. The next day, Ma Xiao fell ill. For many days in a row, he asked for leave and stayed at home. Originally, the Black Tortoise Gate was guarded by 5 Lang generals in rotation, but Ma Xiao fell ill. Someone had to replace him for the day he was on duty. Ma Xiao found Lu Maofeng for this. Lu Maofeng gladly agreed. During the days that Ma Xiao was sick and stayed at home, he would replace Ma Xiao on duty. Of course, these days of leave would need to be returned. Then, when necessary, as long as Ma Xiao recovered, he could replace Lu Maofeng on duty. This would prevent Lu Maofeng from appearing at the Black Tortoise Gate for a very long time. Yang Fan made these preparations after full consideration. He had 5 Lang generals under him. Among them, Huang Xuchong, Chu Kuanga, Ma Xiao, and Duga Huizhi were all under his control. Only Lu Maofeng had originally been recommended by the two Zhangs. Yang Fan had no choice but to be careful around him. In reality, in the years that Lu Maofeng had been in the 1,000 Cavalry, he had a very good relationship with the brothers of the 1,000 Cavalry. He was also loyal to Yang Fan. But this matter was too important. It was a desperate gamble with his head tied to his belt. If he failed, the best result would be to flee for his life. Yang Fan did not dare to take the risk. If Lu Maofeng was still loyal to the two Zhangs, even if it was only to repay the two Zhangs' kindness and imitate Guan Yunchang's righteous release of Huarong Dao, it would be a heavy burden that Yang Fan could not bear. He did not dare to take this risk. Moreover, he would use some means to make Lu Maofeng avoid it, so that it would not make things difficult for Lu Maofeng. Of course, if Lu Maofeng happened to be on duty on the day of the military remonstrance, Yang Fan could also arrange a few trusted aides to first control him when the remonstrance was launched. But in that case, the friendship between the two of them over the years would disappear. It would be difficult to mend the rift afterwards. It would be better to use some tactful means to make him avoid it. These days, the two Zhang had been guarding by Wu Zetian's side. After asking the imperial doctors and learning that Wu Zetian's condition was not good, they moved Wu Zetian to the Yingzhan Palace overnight. They transferred their trusted aides and took control of the entire Yingzhan Palace. If the prime ministers wanted to see the emperor, they had to get their permission. Even the Minister of Internal Affairs, Shanghai Wan'er, did not have the opportunity to see Wu Zetian without their permission. These days, the crown prince pretended to be a filial son every day. He ran to the north gate and waiting for his seriously ill mother to summon him to enter the palace to serve. Unfortunately, he could only wait outside the north gate. He could not even see the cornice of his mother's bedroom. The two Zhang's actions were only an instinctive reaction because they felt confused about their future. As for what they should do next, they had no clue. These days, the two Zhang gathered a group of trusted aides and discussed the problem of their way out after Wu Zetian passed away. There was only a curtain separating them. Behind the curtain was the seriously ill and unconscious Wu Zetian. Outside the curtain were the two lovers she relied on as emotional pillars in her later years. These two lovers were calmly discussing how to preserve their wealth and glory after her death. The two Zhang's true, die-hard subordinates were all a group of high-handed but low-minded hedonistic young masters. Faced with this kind of military and national affairs, what could they do? Even Zhang Yizhi was only slightly steadier than Zhang Changzhou. Faced with this kind of national affairs, he also had the feeling of a dog biting a hedgehog and not knowing where to start. So after many days of discussion, all they came up with were some whimsical ideas. At this time, the news that Zhang Jianji had made adjustments to the middle-level generals of the Yulin Guard reached their ears. Although they felt that they were in the dark under the lamp, Zhang Jianji's actions aroused their vigilance. The two Zhang became even more uneasy. They immediately summoned a group of beautiful young think tanks of Fengshan Prison to discuss countermeasures. As the chief think tank under the two Zhang, the tall and handsome family Yuan said aggressively, "Zhang Jianji's move must be aimed at us. Fengshan Ling, they have already raised the butcher's knife high. We must respond immediately." Zhang Changzong said blankly, "These days, we have been discussing how to respond, but we haven't come up with a clue. Why don't you say, how should we respond?" Family Yuan said, "Minister Fengshan, you are the Yunhui general, the left ox commander of the 1,000 guards. You have tens of thousands of troops and horses under your command, and Fengshan Ling is the junior minister of defense, in charge of the 3 departments of the armory, weapons, and palace guarding. The saint gave you these 2 positions. Isn't it to guard against the unexpected? In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. You will order the transfer of the 1,000 guards into the palace. Fengshan Ling will open the armory and distribute the armors, bows, and other sharp weapons, and clean up the original guards in the palace. The 1,000 guard will be on duty in the palace and firmly control the entire palace. With the heavy palace walls as a barrier, no one will be able to break in." Zhang Yiji's expression changed. "What are you doing? Do you want to rebel?" Chapter 1088. Hearing family Yuan's words, Zhang Changzong replied guiltily, Ever since I became the commander of the 1,000 Ox Guard, I have only been to the army a few times because I have to serve the sage. I don't know if the soldiers will listen to my orders. Moreover, I'm only a commander of the 1,000 Ox Guard. There is no war outside, and I have no right to mobilize the army." Family Yuan said, "This is easy. Isn't the imperial seal currently in the hands of Fengshan? As long as Fengshan drafts an imperial edict and mobilizes the army in the name of the Son of Heaven, who would dare to disobey?" Zhang Yiji could no longer hold back and asked sternly, "Then what should we do after we mobilize the army to control the palace? Do you think we can still rebel?" Family Yuan said, "We naturally don't have the power to rebel. We might as well fake an edict from the Son of Heaven and kill Zhang Jianji and the others. We should be able to do that, right?" Zhang Yiji said, "Zhang Jianji has the current crown prince behind him. Do you think that killing Zhang Jianji will solve our current predicament?" Family said fiercely, "Then kill the crown prince as well." Zhang Yiji said coldly, "Kill the crown prince? Do you think that the Prince of Xiang and Prince Liang will just stand by and watch?" Family Yuan used his palm like a knife and slashed downwards. With a savage expression, he said, "Then we'll go all the way. We'll kill the crown prince, Prince Liang, Prince Xiang, and Princess Taiping. When the time comes, we'll be like a group of dragons without a leader. Won't they be at our mercy?" Family Yuan's words stunned his young companions. "This kid has gone crazy." Family Yuan looked at their shocked expressions and said, "What? Are you afraid? This is something that a young minister wanted to do, and he really did it. Now that we have the emperor in our hands, as long as we control the palace and issue an imperial edict, what can't we do?" Zhang Yiji shook his head. "Do you think that they will wash their necks and sit at home waiting for us to kill them? Will they not guard against us? Do you think you can kill them just because you want to? Do you know what it means to fail? Wishful thinking. Truly wishful thinking. Slow down, slow down. Brother Fan's idea might work." Chao Sheng, who was also a member of the Fengshan prison, suddenly said with shining eyes, "It is impossible to kill all the princes. When the time comes, all their sons and nephews will rebel. We will not be able to suppress them with just the 1,000 ox guards. But what if we pull one faction to fight against the other?" Chao Sheng surveyed the crowd and said, "The Prince of Xiang and Prince Liang are both people who no longer have any fate with the imperial throne. If we can rope in one of them and use it, promise to make him emperor." Zhang Yiji closed his eyes and slowly said, "Don't forget, we killed the Wu and Li clansmen." Chao Sheng said, "So what? With benefits in front of them, How could they not let go of this hatred? Moreover, the dead were the children of the crown prince and the son of the king of Wei, not the biological children of the prince of Xiang and the prince of Liang. As long as we control the palace and the emperor, we can negotiate with the prince of Xiang or Prince Liang, using the throne as bait. We won't have to worry about them not obediently submitting. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. Although Chao Sheng's idea was bold, it was not without reason. Following his train of thought, Zhang Yizhi said, "The Wu clan is out of the question. The people of the Wu clan control most of the military power in the capital, and the Wu clan has many sons and nephews, all of them in high positions. They have no need for us. As long as we support Wu Sansi to the throne, once he puts on the imperial robe, he can immediately kick us aside." Zhang Changzong excitedly said, "Then let's go find the Prince of Xiang. What do you think?" Zhang Yizhi stood up and slowly paced around the hall. He hesitantly said, "Prince Liang has military power, the crown prince has righteousness, and although the ministers of the court have their own supporters, ever since Di Renjia died, the power of the Prince of Xiang's faction has been greatly reduced. Moreover, after the position of crown prince was confirmed, the Prince of Xiang intentionally reduced his interactions with the ministers to avoid suspicion. Of all the factions in the court, the Prince of Xiang's faction is the weakest. Even Princess Taiping is stronger than him. Do we support him? Even if he's willing to agree, it's still too risky. If we had the ability to eliminate the crown prince and Prince Liang and support the Prince of Xiang to the throne, would we be in such an awkward situation?" These words silenced the crowd. It was true that the plan was good, but in the end, they did not have the strength to do so. The emperor was not someone they could elect just because they wanted to. If they tried to recruit the Prince of Xiang, even if the Prince of Xiang coveted the throne, he would not believe in their abilities. Perhaps he would even sell them out to win the trust of the crown prince. For a moment, the discussion of the youths reached a dead end. At this moment, a light cough came from behind the curtain. A palace maid cried out in alarm. "The saint has awakened! The saint has awakened!" Zhang Yizhi hurriedly raised his hand to stop the crowd from speaking. He lowered his voice and said, "We will discuss this matter later. All of you withdraw." After saying this, he purposely messed up his hair, making it seem as if he was extremely haggard from serving the emperor without care for his clothes. He jogged into the curtain. In the winter of the River Chu, the southern slope was covered in snow, and the chill was biting. Standing on the Furong Tower on this clear day, one could see the snow and floating clouds on Mount Zhongnan in the distance. Yang Fan pushed open the window. He did not look at Mount Zhongnan, but at the city in the north that was as orderly as a chessboard. Mount Zhongnan was a place of seclusion. He was currently actively trying to enter the world. The stove was blazing. Shenmu did not have a body as strong as Yang Fan's. He found it hard to endure such a cold day. When Yang Fan opened the window, the cold wind blew in. Shenmu, who was sitting in front of the stove, shivered. He quickly picked up a fur coat and wrapped it around his body. Only then did he walk over to Yang Fan's side. Yang Fan did not turn his head. He only faced the wind and rain, gazing at the majestic scene of the distant palace. He sighed with emotion. Who would have thought that under this peace, a great change was about to take place? If we can successfully mutiny this time, perhaps our Tang dynasty will be able to reappear as a mighty country. Shenmu tightened the collar of his fur coat and closed his mouth. After he got used to the cold air that rushed into his nose, he then said, "Does the Xian sect plan to be at the forefront this time?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "I have thought about it carefully. If I want a moment of riches, then I will do it. If I want a long-term riches, then I should hold back a little in everything and not show off my abilities." He did not finish his words. His gaze landed on a tall tree in the Furong garden. Because of the heavy snow, the old tree trunk had cracked and was shaking in the wind and snow. Shenmu smiled and revealed a trace of joy. "Once the new year is over, I will leave." Although the Xian sect and the hidden sect had always cooperated well, this time, the hidden sect did not plan to get involved. Not only was Shenmu leaving, but many important figures of the hidden sect were leaving Chang, and before the coup. Once the coup that the Xian sect participated in failed, According to the agreement between Yang Fan and Shun Mu, the Xian sect and the hidden sect would exchange identities. The light would be in the dark, and the dark would be in the light. At that time, Yang Fan would lead the Xian sect to hide behind the scenes and become the hidden sect. Shen Mu would lead the hidden sect to make contact with the victors of the coup and become the Xian sect. Seeing Shun Mu shiver again, Yang Fan smiled and closed the window. Shen Mu let out a breath and returned to the stove to remove his fur coat. Yang Fan also walked back and sat down by the stove. He poured a cup of hot wine. Shen Mu said, "Before you leave, I have to remind you to be careful of the Wu clan taking advantage of the situation." Yang Fan smiled peacefully and said, "We do not have to worry about this. Zhang Jianji has already thought of this. In the southern border, I have interacted with that old fellow. This person is astute and has deep schemes. How could he not think of this? Not only is he guarded against the Wu clan, but he also does not have absolute trust in me." Shen Mu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Who asked you to be so close to the Wu clan? If I am Zhang Jianji and the fate of the nation and clan is at stake, I would not dare to let my guard down against you." What is he going to do?" Yang Fan said, "The ones who planned and presided over the military remonstrance were the ministers in the imperial court. They were the main force of the rebellion. The crown prince was the banner that rallied the people and used his righteous name to gather the people's hearts. After the military remonstrance was successful, he took charge of the overall situation. In the last few Turkic invasions, the emperor has always appointed the Prince of Xiang as commander and the prime minister as deputy commander. Although the one truly in charge of the army is the deputy commander, the Prince of Xiang is still nominally the highest commander. Even now, the Prince of Xiang has not been relieved of his duties. He is currently the highest commander of the soldiers of the Southern Guard." Shen Mu emphasized, "Only nominally." Yang Fan said, "Being the supreme commander in name is also a righteous name. If the emperor has already lost control of the political power and the Wu clan, which controls most of the military power, recognizes his status, then he can command the soldiers and horses of the 9 cities and maintain the stability of the capital during the military remonstrance." Shen Mu narrowed his eyes in thought, then nodded and said, "Continue." Yang Fan said, "Princess Taiping is a woman, so her movements will not attract much attention. Thus, during this time, she will be in charge of the liaison and will travel everywhere as the liaison between the crown prince, the Prince of Xiang, and Prince Liang." Shen Mu nodded and said, "The military power of the capital is divided into the northern and southern guards. The southern guards should have been under the command of the prime ministers. Now that there are 2 prime ministers, Zhang Jianji and Cui Xianhui, and the Prince of Xiang, the supreme commander in name of the southern guards, and the Wu clan does not interfere, the southern guards should be under our control. Then what about the northern guards?" Yang Fan said, "The northern guards are a little more complicated. Most of the soldiers and horses of the northern guards are in the hands of the Wu clan, stationed outside the Black Tortoise Gate on the north side of the palace. Wu Sansi and Wu Yizhong can control most of these soldiers and horses. The Featherwood Guard is directly guarding the palace, and it is not under the control of Wu Sansi and Wu Yizhong. The Featherwood Guard is divided into 3 forces." Shen Mu smiled and said, "Your 1,000 cavalry is an independent force." Yang Fan nodded and said, "Correct. The great generals of the left and right Featherwood Guard can usually order me around, but in reality, I am directly under the Son of Heaven and can completely refuse their military movements and orders. Then the next 2 forces are the left and right Featherwood Guard. The great general of the left Featherwood Guard is Wu Yui. The left and right Featherwood Guards are respected. He controls the entire Featherwood Guard, but in reality, he can only directly mobilize the left Featherwood Guard. Li Duozhua has controlled the Imperial Army and the Northern Guards for more than 20 years. The right Featherwood Guard is completely under his control. Usually, he obeys Wu Yuyi's orders, but if he disobeys at a critical moment, Wu Yuyi cannot do anything to him." Shen Mu gently raised his cup and said, "Mutual checks and balances, layer upon layer of restraint. The Empress has good methods." Yang Fan said, "Unfortunately, the methods are too complicated and sometimes fatal." Shinmu took a sip of wine and leisurely said, "Correct. If my guess is correct, this great General Li Duozhua has also been instigated by Zhang Jianji?" Yang Fan nodded and said, "Correct. Between the second Zhang and the Wu and Li families, it doesn't need to be asked which choice he will make." Shinmu focused his eyes and pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "No wonder Zhang Jianji is using and guarding against the Wu family, and Wu Sansi is also willing to cooperate. So the key lies here." Yang Fan nodded and said, "When the time comes, Zhang Jianji will mobilize the trusted generals he has placed in the Featherwood Guard. They will lead their trusted aides to meet at the Black Tortoise Gate. I will open the Black Tortoise Gate to let them in, and then close it to prevent Wu Sansi from following behind. I will arrange for my subordinates to guard the Black Tortoise Gate, while I myself will move with them." Shinmu smiled and said, "This is using you as a hostage, but as long as you have no disloyalty, you will definitely agree to their arrangement. The merit of following the dragon also varies. Since everyone is risking their lives, who wouldn't want to show their face in front of the Crown Prince? The Prince of Xiang will command the Southern Imperial Army to control the 9 cities, and the Northern Imperial Army will be commanded by Wu Sansi to suppress the army. In that case, the biggest variable will be the left Featherwood Guard, and they will be restrained by the right Featherwood Guard. In this case, it is indeed foolproof." Yang Fan laughed and said, "I don't know if it's because I'm getting older and have experienced more things, but I don't believe in being infallible anymore." Gue Guzi says, "It is not difficult to plan thoroughly. It is not difficult to speak. It is not difficult to listen. It is not difficult to accomplish." However, with this arrangement, the success rate of the military remonstrance will indeed increase greatly. In fact, in the entire military remonstrance plan, there are more than what I have told you. There are some defensive measures that even I am not aware of. What I can confirm is that the success rate of this military remonstrance is at least 70%, unless the secret is leaked in advance or a major accident occurs. Shenmu said, "For the benefits of our succession hall, we must make use of this mutiny to strive for the greatest benefits." Yang Fan replied calmly, "Of course, this is for sure." Shenmu smiled and said, "From the looks of it, our hidden sect will have to continue lying in wait. I toast you with this cup of wine. I wish you immediate success." Chapter 1089. The new year had arrived. This year, Wu Zetian, who liked to change her era name, had already decided on a new era name, Dragon God. This era name was thought up and decided by Wu Zetian on her sickbed. Wu Zetian had always believed that changing her name could change her fate. Perhaps she hoped that this new era name would improve her health, so that she could still soar like a dragon and soar above the 9 heavens. However, her health did not improve. After the imperial physician treated her, he firmly opposed her participation in the series of New Year celebrations. After Zhang fully understood the situation from the imperial physician, he had no choice but to join the ranks of persuasion. The stubborn Wu Zetian could only give in to her 2 little lovers and give up the opportunity to participate in the New Year celebrations. While Wu Zetian was still conscious, Zhang, who had not come up with a good plan, tried to ask Wu Zetian for a plan and express their deep concern. However, Wu Zetian did not care. She firmly believed that her health would recover. She did not think that she was beyond cure. At the same time, Wu Zetian was very confident in the future structure of the Wu family controlling the military and the Li family controlling the politics of the Wuzhou Empire. She did not believe that the Wu family and the Li family would unite against her. As long as the Wu family and the Li family did not unite, the political system she designed would be absolutely stable. The Wu family and the Li family would keep each other in check. Who would dare to harm Zhang? However, things are hard to predict, and people's hearts are hard to predict. Her careful arrangements and precautions, along with her old age and her excessive indulgence of Zhang, have become full of loopholes, unable to withstand a single blow. The Wu and Li families that seemed impossible to unite because of Zhang's sudden appearance have broken the balance between them. They have already joined hands to plot against her, the Supreme Emperor. Due to her health, Wu Zetian canceled or did not participate in a large number of celebrations. However, she did not want to cancel the ceremony of the officials paying respects to the emperor on the first day of the new year. She did not want to avoid attending. She knew that after not attending court for so long, the officials' hearts were already wavering. If she did not even attend such an important ceremony, her control over the court would further shrink. However, with her current physical condition, even if she just sat on the throne and didn't say a word, it would still be difficult for her to continue paying her respects for an entire day. Thus, Wu Ziqian thought about it again and changed the requirement for all the civil and military officials in the capital, as well as the members of the imperial family, as well as those who had performed meritorious deeds, to those who were at least of the 5th rank. Then, she changed it to those who were of the 3rd rank. Even so, she didn't last until the officials finished paying their respects. She was forced to return to the palace to rest, sweating profusely. As a result, her accepting hundreds of officials to pay their respects did not achieve any effect at all. Instead, it had the opposite effect. The officials became more and more worried about the emperor's health. Discussing the emperor's funeral had become an open topic. Under these circumstances, Wu Ziqian, who was the focus of countless people and stared at by countless eyes, did 2 more things. They aroused the vigilance of Zhang Jianji and the others who were actively planning for a military remonstrance, prompting them to immediately launch a military remonstrance. Perhaps it was the instinctive reaction of an emperor in a critical condition, or perhaps Wu Ziqian had truly discovered something. But after the 15th day of the first month, Wu Ziqian suddenly issued an edict ordering the 1,000 ox guards to participate in the palace defense. Because it was inconvenient to mobilize them during the new year, after repeated persuasion from Zhang Jianji, Cui Xianhui, and the others, she finally decided to postpone it until after the first month. The other matter was that she received the Prime Minister Yang Zixi while she was sick. No one knew what they discussed, but after half a day, Yang Zixi finally left the emperor's palace. Now, Zhang Changzong was the commander of the 1,000 ox guards and could legitimately command this army. Yang Zixi had always flattered Zhang Changzong and thought of himself as his disciple. Perhaps Wu Ziqian's actions were because she heard Zhang Changzong's worries and confession and wanted to give them a layer of protection. However, for the Wu and Li parties who were secretly plotting something big, their hearts trembled. Thus, Zhang Jianji, who seized every minute, resolutely decided to immediately carry out a military remonstrance. However, they also needed to make all kinds of preparations. Therefore, from a moment they received the news on the 16th of the first month and decided to carry out the military remonstrance, they had to prepare intensely for 5 days. Each day felt like a year before they finally started to carry out the plan. On the 22nd day of the first month, it snowed heavily. In the first month, state affairs were relatively relaxed. The prime ministers were all advanced in age, so they took turns to be on night duty at the political affairs hall. This day was the day when Zhang Jianji and Cui Xianhui, the 2 prime ministers, took turns on duty. In the afternoon, the snow was boundless, and it was getting heavier. Zhang Jianji walked to the veranda and looked at the fine jade garden. He raised his hands and stretched his body. Zhang Jianji was stretching his body when Cui Xianhui also walked out from his duty room. As soon as he saw Zhang Jianji, he smiled and said, "General Meng, you are so free." Zhang Jianji chuckled and said, "In the first month, government affairs are not busy, but I still have to sit this shift. I haven't dealt with anything this morning, and I'm so bored that my old bones are itching." Cui Xianhui said, "General Meng, why not play chess to pass the time?" Zhang Jianji stroked his beard and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, "Sure." He then strode to Cui Xuanhui's duty room. As soon as the 2 of them entered the room, the 2 eunuchs guarding the hall closed the door and led them around the main hall where government affairs were handled. They turned into the room at the back where the prime minister rested. As the 2 of them walked in, the relaxed expressions on their faces unknowingly became grave and stern. There was no longer the slightest hint of a smile. The 4 of them stood still in the bedroom. Cui Xianhui made a hand signal to the 2 eunuchs. The 2 eunuchs pushed open the back window. Outside the window, it was also snowing heavily. There were 2 people standing in the snow. Their heads and shoulders were covered in a thick layer of snow. Only from the color of their robes, one could tell that they were also eunuchs in the palace. As soon as the window was opened, the 4 eunuchs inside and outside moved. They set up footstools and helped the 2 old prime ministers out of the window. Then they draped 2 cloaks that had been prepared in advance over their bodies, covering their heads, faces, and bodies. "My 2 sirs, please come this way," one of the eunuchs outside the window said in a low voice, and hurriedly led Zhang Jianji and Cui Xinhui away. The eunuchs who remained outside the window was very tall. With a solemn expression, he ordered the 2 eunuchs inside the room. "The 2 of you go back and guard the front hall. Don't let anyone discover that the 2 sirs have left." The 2 eunuchs responded and closed the window. The tall eunuch raised his head and looked at the gray sky. The snow on his head rustled and fell. He did not speak, only pursed his lips and then left in large strides. Looking at his appearance, it was Gao Lisher. Snow fell silently. Guards draped in oilcloth hoods stood ramrod straight under the black tortoise gate. The wind was erratic under the gate. The snowflakes drilled straight into the gate, causing the guards to squint their eyes. Ma Qiao had recovered from his illness. Holding the hilt of his knife, he nervously paced back and forth in the gate. Sometimes, he walked into the gloomy gate, where even his figure could not be seen clearly. Sometimes, he walked out again. The snow reflected his ashen face. It was not from the cold, but from nervousness. At this moment, he still felt like he was dreaming. Back then, he was just a ruffian who lived his days in a muddle-headed manner. Even when he heard the bell to open the gate, he was half asleep and had his eyes closed. It was this little commoner who could take on such an important mission and participate in the military remonstrance that would decide the fate of the country. In the distance, in the misty snow, a light carriage sped over. Seeing that the official banner was that of the Right Imperial Guard General Li Duozhua, Ma Qiao's eyes narrowed. The carriage he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Ma Qiao immediately waved his hand and said, "Open the gate and let them in." This was a matter of great importance. Right now, only he, the commander, knew about the military remonstrance. The soldiers under his command were still clueless, so Ma Qiao was especially nervous, so much so that his voice had slightly changed tone. Fortunately, the soldiers did not suspect anything. Once they heard the general's order, the guards immediately rushed forward, removed the bolts, and opened the heavy palace gates. At this time, the great general of the left Featherwood Guard, Wu Yi, was wearing a cloak and with a few guards slowly strolled along the palace walls to the top of the black tortoise gate. Seeing the carriage coming from below the city, Wu Yi couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Although this was the northern palace gate, it was rare to see a carriage in the palace. Wu Yi's heart was filled with suspicions. Because of the endless snow on the city walls, and because of his old age, his eyesight was limited. He wanted to go down the city walls to investigate. "Tell them to stop for a moment." Wu Yi pointed to the bottom of the city and ordered the guards. He was about to go down the city. Great General Wu." Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Wu Yi turned his head and saw the loyal General Yang Fan quickly running out of the gate tower. "Ha, Great General, you are still patrolling the city after working so hard." Wu Yi pointed to the bottom of the city and asked, "Whose carriage is that?" Yang Fan glanced down at the city and said nonchalantly, "Oh, that is Great General Li Duozhua's carriage." Wu Yi snorted. "This old man, what an imposing manner. Why is he riding a carriage?" According to the customs of the Tang dynasty, civil and military officials all rode horses. Only a very small number of people who were too old and unable to move would ride carriages or carriages to court, such as Zhang Jianji. Yang Fan smiled. Great General Li fought in the northwest in the past, lying on the ice and lying in the snow. He had a pair of old cold legs. During the winter, his legs would act up and he would not be able to endure it. "That's right, Great General. Just now, Great General Wu of the Jin Wu Guard sent a letter inviting Great General to come over." This general was about to send someone to find Great General and coincidentally ran into him. While they were talking, because Wu Yi did not give any further instructions, The guard who was about to go down the city wall and order the carriage to stop also stopped. The city gate opened wide, and the carriage left the city, following the empty northern city corridor and leaving only 2 deep and long ruts in the snow. Wu Yi heard Yang Fan's words and couldn't help but frown, thinking, "Why is Wu Yizong looking for me?" Wu Yi and Wu Yizong were both princes and great generals. Wu Yi was very dissatisfied that Wu Yizong did not take the initiative to visit and instead sent someone to deliver a letter. However, his temperament was not as domineering as Wu Yizong, and he did not want to damage their friendship over such a small matter. Frowning, he still decided to go. Wu Yi ordered his subordinates to bring the horses. After waiting for half an hour, the guards brought the horses from the stables. Wu Yi led a group of personal guards down the city walls, mounted the horses, and left the palace. Yang Fan stood on the city walls and looked down. Ma Qiao happened to raise his head from below the city walls. Their gazes met, sharp as a sword in the snow. Yang Fan nodded to Ma Qiao and turned to walk to the other side of the city walls. On the white imperial road outside the city walls, he saw Wu Yi and a group of guards galloping away. Yang Fan stood motionless on the city walls. In a moment, his head, shoulders, and body were covered in a thick layer of snow, making him look like a snowman. But he still did not move. It was as if he was not watching Wu Yi leave, but waiting for someone to come. Chapter 1090. Wu Yi's party gradually disappeared in the snow. After about the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, a light carriage escorted by 8 guards came out of the snow. The 8 guards were all wearing fur coats and looked fat. They walked steadily on the road, and the light carriage in the middle was not fast. Step by step, they walked towards the Black Tortoise Gate. The snowman standing at the top of the Black Tortoise Gate suddenly moved. The white snow rustled down, and Yang Fan's vigorous figure appeared. He quickly walked towards the stairs and soon appeared at the bottom of the gate. He took a deep breath and ordered in a deep voice, "Open the gate." Creak, 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 creak. The heavy palace gate opened again, and snowflakes floated in. It was unknown when, but the wind and snow became smaller. When the palace gate was completely opened, the light carriage also arrived in front of the palace gate. The 8 fur coat guards looked even stronger and fatter from a close distance. Yang Fan led the way and led the carriage inside. The soldiers guarding the Black Tortoise Gate were somewhat puzzled. This group of people had entered the palace, but the general did not search them. He did not even check the identity of the people in the carriage. However, since the general had already done so, they would certainly not say anything. The carriage entered the palace under the escort of the 8 guards and soon stopped in front of the back palace wall of the palace. Yang Fan turned around and stood still. The 8 guards uniformly took off their hoods and revealed their white, fat, and beardless faces. They were the 8 female sumo wrestlers under Princess Taiping. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a beautiful woman dressed in a black fox fur coat walked out of the carriage. She was wearing a green-gray rat cloak and a Zhaojun warm cover made of autumn sable on her head. She looked graceful, playful, and charming. The white fox fur collar around her neck was like a beautiful jade that was whiter than snow. It was indescribable. Erlang, Princess Taiping greeted Yang Fan with a smile on her face. However, her smile was slightly stiff. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold weather or because she was too nervous. Yang Fan did not exchange pleasantries with her and immediately said, "Quickly come with me." The carriage was driven to an inconspicuous corner of the hall by the coachman. Princess Taiping and the 8 female sumo wrestlers followed closely behind Yang Fan and circled to the front of the hall door. The main hall was empty, without any furnishings. It was obviously an unused palace. There was only 1 lamp burning in the hall, and a pretty figure was pacing back and forth restlessly in the hall. Yang Fan pushed the door open and said anxiously, "Xiao Miao, the princess is here." The light carriage with General Li Duozuo's banner hanging on it left the palace. First, it drove onto the Vermilion Bird Avenue. After speeding for a while, it turned into a square. By the time it came out of the square, the banner on the carriage had already disappeared. The carriage was heading towards the southern city. A few more carriages followed, each heading in a different direction. One of the carriages wandered around the city for a long time. At this time, it was snowing heavily and there were very few people on the road, so it was easy to determine if someone was following them. After the carriage confirmed that no one was following them, it quietly drove into Zhang Jinji's mansion. There were already people waiting at the corner gate of the Zhang estate. The moment the carriage arrived, they immediately opened the gate and let the carriage drive into the courtyard. Several members of the clan came out with brooms and quickly swept away the ruts from the alley to the corner gate. The corner gate was then quietly closed. The carriage steadily stopped in the rear garden of Prime Minister Zhang's estate. Two people walked out of the carriage. Li Duozhua was not among these two. They were the Prime Minister Zhang Jianji and Cui Xianhui, who were supposed to be on duty in the palace today. The two said nothing, their expressions grave and stern as they walked up to the hall. The hall was already packed with people. General of the Imperial Guards Jing Hui, Li Zhan, Huan Yanfan, and the Prince of Xiang's estates, Major Yuan Shuji, were all waiting there. Not a single one of them was sitting on a chair. They were all anxiously pacing back and forth. Upon seeing the two enter, the crowd immediately welcomed them in pleasant surprise. Master Zhang, Master Cui. All right, the two masters have returned. With the two masters presiding over the situation, the great undertaking will succeed. The Prince of Xiang's estates, Major Yuan Shuji, paid no attention to the excited chatter of the crowd. He shot forward and impatiently asked Zhang Jianji, Master Zhang, did you bring back the item? Zhang Jianji nodded and carefully took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his belt. Yuan Shuji unfolded the paper. The paper was printed with complicated inscriptions and numbers, as well as a few lines of freshly inked words. Yuan Shuji saw clearly the bright red seal of the Political Affairs Hall and the seals of the two prime ministers, Zhang Jianji and Cui Xianhui. He happily nodded his head and folded the paper again. He carefully put it into his bosom and said to Zhang Jianji and Cui Xianhui, My two Xianggong, His Highness has been waiting anxiously. I will take my leave now. Zhang Jianji solemnly nodded while Cui Xianhui said, Forgive me, be careful on the road. Yuan Shuji hurriedly left, and the hall instantly fell silent. Everyone anxiously looked at Zhang Jianji. The white-haired Zhang Jianji slowly swept his gaze over the crowd. He saw that there was nervousness, excitement, anticipation, and apprehension on their faces, but there was no fear. He smiled in gratification. Zhang Jianji's expression was solemn as he said in a deep and powerful voice, Everyone, success or failure, life or death, will be decided today. Cui Xianhui cupped his hands to the sky and sternly said, May Emperor Xian's spirit in heaven bless the Tang Empire and restore it to its former glory tonight. Jing Hui and the others excitedly cupped their hands and said in unison, May Emperor Xian's spirit in heaven bless the Tang Empire. Zhang Jianji also cupped his hands high like the rest, but he did not speak with the crowd. He closed his eyes and listened to the prayers of the crowd, as if he was praying for something. Then he slowly opened his old and sharp eyes and said to the crowd, Everyone, let's split up. A few moments later, several groups of people dispersed from Zhang Jinji's estate. There were 3 sentry camps outside the Jinwu Guard's main camp, forming a tripod. Each camp had 10 soldiers of the Jinwu Guard, and in each sentry camp was a sentry tower over 10 zhang high, allowing one to see more than 10 li. It was just that it was a sunny day. In this kind of snowy weather, and it was dusk, Wu Yuyi was only discovered by the guards on the tower when he was less than 300 steps away from the sentry tower. The guards on the tower immediately sent out a signal. The soldiers in the sentry camp heard the alarm and went forward to inquire. Once they found out that the person coming was Great General Wu of the Yulin Guard, they naturally did not dare to stop him. As they let him pass, they also used sound and light signals to warn the rear camp. Thus, when Wu Yuyi rushed to the gate, Wu Yizong was already waiting there. To travel here on such a snowy day, Wu Yuyi could not help but be full of resentment. But seeing that Wu Yizong was already waiting respectfully at the gate with a smile on his face, Wu Yuyi's resentment dissipated. However, he still could not help but complain. Such heavy snow. What matter do you have for me to come here? Wu Yizong laughed heartily and said, Of course there's a very good thing. Don't complain about your brothers after running a few steps because of the wind and snow. When you arrive at my commander's tent and understand the cause and effect, you will naturally know that I invited you here today to give you a great benefit. Wu Yi was puzzled and could not help but ask suspiciously, What good matter is there that you would remember me? Look, saying this hurts people. It is fortunate that I am broad-minded and will not lower myself to your level. Wu Yizong said with a smile, but did not answer what the good matter was. He only led Wu Yi to the commander's tent. When they reached the commander's tent, Wu Yizong hurried forward 2 steps and stretched out his hand to lift the curtain. He said with a smile, Please. Wu Yi saw that he was pretending to be mysterious and shook his head in amusement. He bent down and stepped into the tent. When Wu Yi entered the tent, he found that it was empty. There was only a person sitting high up in the commander's chair, flipping through something with his head lowered. Wu Yi looked closely and was shocked. He cried out involuntarily, King Liang. Wu Sansi raised his head and couldn't help but smile when he saw that it was him. We are all brothers. Why are you calling me king? It is too distant. Although Wu Yi was also a member of the Wu clan, he had always been loyal to Wu Zetian alone. Whether it was the struggle between King Liang and King Wei, or the struggle between the Wu clan and Li Tang, he had always stayed out of it. As a result, his relationship with this group of cousins was very shallow. Now that Wu Yizong had suddenly invited him to meet, and King Liang and King Wu Sansi had actually appeared in the Golden Guard's camp on a snowy night, Wu Yi immediately guessed that something big had happened. He subconsciously gripped the hilt of his sword and turned around to rush out of the tent. Wu Yizong stood to the side with a smile, not stopping him. However, a dozen or so armored warriors immediately rushed in and surrounded him with murderous intent. Because more than a dozen people rushed in, before the curtain was lifted, Wu Yi clearly saw several of his personal guards standing straight outside, no less than a dozen sharp spears around them. Surrounding them were several dozen sharp spears. Wu Yi couldn't help but sigh. He knew that he couldn't escape. Wu Yi let go of the hilt of his sword and turned around to look at Wu Sansi coldly. What are you trying to do? Wu Yizong walked up to him with a smile. He took the sword from his waist and tossed it to one of the soldiers. Wu Yizong put his arm around Wu Yi's shoulder and walked forward. Yi, we are brothers. Why will we harm you? Wu Sansi also stood up. That's right. We of the Wu family have to work together. We can't let outsiders take advantage of us. But you, all along, you have not been of one mind with your brothers. This time, I invited you here because I was afraid that you would make a mistake at a crucial moment and do something that would make your enemies happy. So I discussed with Yizong and specially invited you as a guest. Wu Sansi walked over to his side, pulled his arm and affectionately said, Let's go. A banquet has been prepared in the rear tent. We 2 brothers can drink and talk at the same time. This riddle, let Xiondi personally solve it for you. Speaking of which, us 2 brothers really haven't had a heart-to-heart for many years. As Wu Sansi spoke, he gave Wu Yizong a look. He held Wu Yi's arm and walked to the back of the tent. A few guards followed closely behind. The 2 had just left the tent when they heard a loud dong sound. Wu Yi shuddered. Then he heard the incessant sound of drums, deafening like thunder on a snowy night. Chapter 1091. Wu Yi had been in the army for a long time and knew it was the general's gathering drum the moment he heard it. Wu Yi thought to himself, this is an important place in the capital, and it's the first month. What is Wu Yizong trying to do by beating the drum to gather the generals? Thinking of how Wu Sansi and Wu Yizong had placed her under house arrest, Wu Yi suddenly had an ominous feeling. Wu Yizong beat the drum to gather the generals. The generals of the various camps did not dare to be slow and rushed to the commander's tent. In an instant, all the generals arrived and reported their names. In a short while, all the generals gathered in the tent. The tent was filled with a murderous air. Some of these generals were Wu Yizong's confidants and had been instructed by him beforehand. Thus, they were very calm. Some really did not know what was happening and could not help but feel suspicious. However, no one dared to make a noise or whisper in each other's ears. They could only stand and await orders. In the back of the tent, there was indeed a banquet. Wu Sansi sipped his wine and said to Wu Yuyi, "This man, he has been moving forward his whole life, but is there only one way to move forward? No. Every step you take, there are countless forks in the road. Walk and choose and walk. But no matter if you choose right or wrong, there is no turning back." Wu Yuyi did not understand. Now that he was under someone's control, he could only calm down and listen. Wu Sansi sighed. "When I was young, our Wu family was considered a big family in the area. At that time, what I wanted the most was to get an official position when I grew up, or to become an influential gentleman in the area." Later, Aunt entered the palace. But she was only a talented person, and I did not have any ideas. Later, Aunt became the empress. It was then that I found out from my father that Aunt was not on good terms with us relatives. I did not think of becoming a relative of the emperor and using Aunt's power to climb up the ranks. But at that time, I did not expect Aunt to be so ruthless. Wu Sansi fell silent. Wu Yi still did not speak. However, he thought of everything that happened to the Wu family during that time. His cold expression slowly softened, and he sighed softly. Wu Sansi was silent for a while, then said, "The days when I was sent to Lingnan by my aunt were really tough. Father was always on tenterhooks, and I didn't have enough clothes to cover my body and food to fill my stomach. At that time, I thought that as long as I could eat my fill and wear a complete set of clothes, the Empress, Aunt, would never think of us again. That would be the best ending. But not long after, my father died. It was said that he was not acclimatized to the climate and died of a plague. Wu Sansi raised his head to look at Wu Yuyi, his eyes slightly red. "I have never thought of revenge, really, even today. No matter what, it was Aunt who saved us from hell and gave us endless glory and wealth. I, Wu Sansi, owe it all to Aunt that I am who I am today. The Wu clan is also what it is today because of Aunt. Aunt placed the Wu clan in an important position, not because of blood relations, but because she had no other choice. It was because she wanted to become the empress, and she could not find a more reliable supporter than the Wu clan. She needed us, but if we wanted to live a good life, we had to rely on her even more. So, I'm not close to Aunt, but I do not want to harm her." Wu Zetian's father was Wu Shiyu, and Wu Sansi's father, Wu Yuanqing, was Wu Shiyu's son. Wu Yuyi was Wu Shiyu's older brother and Wu Yuanqing's grandson. His father and Wu Yuanqing's father were separated from each other. Their relationship was distant, so he did not suffer Wu Zetian's persecution. So, hearing Wu Sansi's words, Wu Yuyi was unmoved. He only coldly said, "Is that so? Then what about everything you're doing now?" Wu Sansi said in a low voice, "What is it? I'm almost 70 years old. What do you think I can do? I only want to preserve wealth and glory for my children and grandchildren. I don't want them to be like me when I was young, living a life of hunger and cold, waiting for death at any moment." Wu Sansi pointed at Wu Yuyi and said sternly, "You also have children and grandchildren. Don't you want to make arrangements for them? Anne is already old. She has gone senile. She has been a loner all her life, and now that she is old, she wants to be close to her children and grandchildren. I accept it. Being close to our Wu family makes me happy. But she treats two juniors who don't share the same surname as her family. What does that mean?" Wu Yuyi said in a low voice, "You are talking nonsense." Wu Sansi was furious. He sprang up from his seat and anxiously paced around the tent. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong. Those two juniors, if they did not covet the glory and wealth she bestowed upon them, would they willingly serve a white-haired old woman with their young bodies? Even if she is wrong, our Wu and Li family, as children and nephews, can at most not let her be the head of the household. What can we do to her as an elder? But she actually trusts two outsiders so much. If you say she is not senile, then what is? My Wu family controls the army, and the Li family controls the government. Together, we support and protect the Zhou dynasty that she created. This was originally a national policy that she made, but now that her life is in danger, she allows the two Zhangs to control the palace. The children of the royal family, the relatives of the royal family, even the 6 ministries and 9 ministers, All the ministers are not allowed to see each other, and the two Zhangs can do whatever they want. She is not a housewife. If a housewife trusts outsiders so much, even if the two Zhangs make a fake will, we still have the law to follow, and we can sue them in court. But she is the ruler of a country. Who else can uphold the law and uphold justice? Once the two Zhangs act recklessly and cause a great change, what will happen to the country that she created? What will happen to my Wu Sansi and my family? You. Wu Sansi turned around and pointed. Yu Yi, do you think that you'll be able to stay out of this? Wu Yi did not move, but the wine in her hand rippled slightly. All the generals gathered. Wu Yizong was fully armed, his hand holding a sharp sword, standing behind the marshal's table. All the generals cupped their fists, their armors clanging. Greetings to the marshal. Rise. Wu Yizong waved his hand and said in a deep voice, This marshal has received a warning that the left 1,000 Bull Guards camp is stirring. There seems to be a change, so I order all of you to immediately send out your troops. Surround the left 1,000 Bull Guards camp, be on guard, and forbid the left 1,000 Bull Guard from making any moves. If there is anyone who disobeys, kill immediately. Suppress the entire camp. Once these words came out, the generals who did not know the situation immediately became restless, and one of the generals questioned, Marshal, our Jinwu Guards and 1,000 Bull Guards are both Imperial Guards. Now that we have sent out our troops, it seems inappropriate to treat the 1,000 Bull Guards as enemies. I wonder if the Marshal has His Majesty's Tiger Seal and the Political Affairs Hall's transfer order? Wu Yizong glared and shouted, Fool! It's not like you don't know who the left 1,000 Bull Guards are. To tell you the truth, His Majesty has already been controlled by someone, isolated from the outside, unable to see each other. How can the Tiger Seal be sent out of the Imperial House? As the Emperor's Imperial Guards, it is time for us to uphold justice, to eliminate evil, to return peace to our world, and to brighten the world. Just as he was speaking, the curtain to the back of the tent was lifted, and Wu Sansi and Wu Yuyi appeared side by side. Wu Sansi looked at the generals in the tent with a smile, then turned to Wu Yuyi and said, What do you think? The morale of the troops can be used. Please. Wu Sansi respectfully waved at Wu Yuyi, and the two returned to the back of the tent. As they walked, Wu Sansi said, Yuyi, I will not force you to participate in our operation. Besides, if I really fail, as long as I can protect you, it can be considered a continuation of the Wu family's lineage. I only ask that you stay in this camp until the matter comes to an end. I will lock you up with your guards, and they can prove that you are not our accomplice. I hope you can understand this brother's painstaking efforts. Inside the marshal's tent, Wu Yizong said, This time, it was great General Wu Yuyi of the Featherwood Guard who discovered Zhang's plot. That is why he mobilized his troops to protect the capital while urgently reporting to King Liang. King Liang and Great General Wu Yuyi of the Featherwood Guard have come together to mobilize troops. The palace will be protected by the Featherwood Guard, and we will be responsible for keeping an eye on Yo Qianwei to prevent them from attacking the city and alarming His Majesty. Does anyone have any objections? The generals all recognized King Liang, Wu Sansi, and Great General Wu Yuyi of the Featherwood Guard. Seeing this scene, there were no more objections. Moreover, Wu Yizong's eyes were wide open, and his hand was already gripping the hilt of his sword. Even if there were still some misgivings, they did not dare to say anything more. Seeing that the generals were silent, Wu Yizong immediately grabbed a golden arrow of command and shouted, General Zheng, listen up. Immediately lead your men to take control of the armory and distribute the weapons. Wu Yizong and Wu Sansi had already discussed this beforehand. At this time, the mobilization of troops and the orders were issued in an orderly manner. All the generals received their orders and left the camp. In a short while, people were shouting and horses neighing could be heard outside. The Golden Guards had been mobilized. Wu Yizong's eyes turned, and he waved his hand to summon a trusted aide. He lowered his voice and said, Quickly send some of the more astute scouts to investigate the movements of the Black Tortoise Gate. Remember, send a few more people. If there is any news, report back at any time. Because it was winter, the sky darkened early. Coupled with a thick snowstorm, the sky was gloomy, so the sky darkened very early. However, The time of the curfew was still strict. Only when the day carving on the heavenly gate was over would the closing gate drum be sounded. After the drum had sounded 600 times, the 9 cities would be closed, and the Golden Guards would patrol the streets, prohibiting pedestrians from entering or leaving. In fact, there was no need for the Golden Guards to be on the streets on such a night. With the cold wind and heavy snow, who would come out in this kind of weather? But at this time, there was a figure hurriedly walking on the crossroads of Chongren Lane. At this time, other than those on night patrol, only imperial court messengers, weddings, funerals, and urgent matters such as buying medicine for illnesses could walk on the streets with the relevant proof. Of course, although those with special privileges could also go out after the curfew, that was an unwritten rule and was illegal. The person in front of him was going out to buy medicine. His name was Chu Kai, and he was a member of the Prime Minister's residence. Su Wei was a member of the Prime Minister's residence. Recently, Su Wei had been a bit cold and hot, which caused his asthma. The Prime Minister's residence originally had medicine, but it just so happened that one of the medicines was not enough, so he sent someone to the pharmacy to get medicine. As a servant of the Prime Minister's residence, Chu Kai was not worried that someone would block his way. With his hands in his sleeves, he shrunk his neck, carried the medicine bag, and hurriedly walked with his head down. Only when someone stopped him and asked him questions would he show his identity. Seeing that the gate of the residence was in sight, Chu Kai quickened his pace. But suddenly, 2 people jumped out from the side of the road and blocked his way. Chu Kai thought that it was another night patrol and impatiently said, "I was sent by the Prime Minister's residence." Before he could finish his words, the back of his head received a heavy blow. His eyes immediately closed, and he fainted on the ground. A black figure waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Drag him away." Chu Kai was dragged by his feet and quickly dragged away from the main road. His little finger was still hooked on the medicine bag, making a rustling sound on the snowy ground. On the left and right sides of Su Wei's residence, a few shadows appeared indistinctly. After a short pause, they quickly hid in the darkness. At the same time, on the left and right sides of the residences of Yang Zixi, Wei Changqing, Wei Sili, Cui Shinqing, Fang Rong, and other important ministers of the Zhang faction, there were some mysterious shadows quietly moving around. Their residences had already been sealed. Chapter 1092. The curfew in the capital began at the second watch period. In fact, on this cold winter night, there were not many people on the streets at the first watch period. At the third watch period, the gates of Prime Minister Zhang's manor opened wide. 2 light carriages drove out one after the other, hurriedly speeding away under the escort of more than 20 armored guards. The small workers at the workshop had already been notified in advance. They didn't know why the Prime Minister wanted to leave the workshop in the middle of the night, but since the Prime Minister's manor had spoken, they would naturally comply. As soon as they saw the Prime Minister's carriage arrive, they hurriedly opened the workshop gates. Only when they saw the Prime Minister's carriage leave did they lock the workshop gates, yawn, and go back to sleep. At this moment, they would never have imagined that the weather would change the next morning. And among the people participating in the change of weather tonight, there were 2 people like them, also small workers at a workshop, except that the workshop was in Luoyang. At the fourth watch period, Yang Fan suddenly came down from the city gate tower, fully armored. Ma Qiao, Lu Yin, and Gao Chu had long been waiting downstairs. As soon as they saw Yang Fan arrive, they immediately went forward to greet him. Lu Yin, Gao Chu, Li Din, Zhang Shitong, and the others were all Yang Fan's earliest subordinates, and also the people he trusted the most. For this operation, Yang Fan had taken the opportunity of Zhang Jinji reorganizing the Yulin Guard to conduct a round of self-correction and self-inspection of the 1,000 riders. He transferred all these people into Ma Qiao's brigade, strengthening his control over the brigade's troops. Gather the soldiers. At Yang Fan's command, the well-trained 1,000 riders quickly gathered at the Black Tortoise Gate. These well-trained soldiers were already asleep, but at Yang Fan's command, they quickly and neatly dressed and rushed to the city gate. The entire process didn't take more than half an hour, and the entire process was silent. Everyone stood solemnly, and the north wind whistled. Li Dayan and Zhang Shidong led some of their trusted subordinates, and stood on the left and right flanks of the brigade. They stared coldly at the solemn soldiers, guarding against any strange movements. Their hands seemed to be molded to the hilts of their swords, gripping them with unusual strength. Yang Fan looked with satisfaction at the 1,000 riders standing solemnly in front of him, and said in a low voice, "Officers and soldiers, I have an important announcement tonight." Zhang Jianji and Cui Xuanhui's light carriage sped along Vermilion Bird Avenue. The patrolling officers and soldiers of the Golden Guards had already received Wu Yizong's orders in advance and had memorized the names of the few people who could not be stopped tonight. When they saw Zhang Jianji and Cui Xuanhui's identities illuminated by the lantern banners on the carriage, they did not step forward to stop them. They only stood solemnly by the roadside and watched the Prime Minister's carriage leave. Zhang Jianji and Cui Xuanhui's carriage traveled all the way into the Imperial Palace. Yang Yuanyin, Jing Hui, Huan Yinfan, and the others had already gathered their most trusted confidants, no less than a dozen people each, and were waiting there. As soon as the two prime ministers arrived, they immediately followed behind the two prime ministers' carriage and sped toward the Black Tortoise Gate. The procession behind the two prime ministers grew larger and larger. Finally, 500 or 600 people were gathered, all of them armed with spears and daggers. They walked along the horse road in the middle of the city. Not a single person made any noise. Only the sound of orderly and heavy footsteps and the grinding of armors could be heard, and the sonorous sound of the clanging of armors emitted a murderous aura. At the foot of the Black Tortoise Gate, the procession stopped. The heavy palace gate was tightly shut. The towering city gate resembled a crouching prehistoric beast. Zhang Jianji was helped down from the carriage. He raised his head to look at the city gate, then exchanged a glance with Cui Xianhui. Suppressing his excitement, he ordered in a low voice, "Send the signal." Immediately, 2 Imperial guards lit a lantern and raised it toward the top of the city gate. First to the left, then to the right, they turned 3 times. Suddenly, a lantern lit up on top of the city gate. It swayed 3 times toward the bottom of the city gate before extinguishing. A moment later, the city gate creaked open. The pitch-black city gate resembled the wide, open mouth of a giant beast. Jing Hui nervously glanced at Zhang Jianji. Although the other party had opened the city gate, it meant that there was no ambush, because if the people inside were hostile toward them, they would definitely not take the risk of letting them enter the palace. The palace gate would definitely be tightly shut. At this moment, the Black Tortoise Gate should be under their control, but this pitch-black darkness still made people feel apprehensive. Zhang Jianji took a deep breath and solemnly said, "Follow this old man." He was very clear that he could only trust Yang Fan now. There was no turning back now. Since things had come to this, it was already impossible for him to turn back. Even if there was an ambush inside, even if this was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he still had to charge in. "I'll go first." Yang Yuanyin placed a saber horizontally in front of his chest and rushed into the Black Tortoise Gate. Jing Hui and Huan Yinfan steeled their hearts and immediately led their trusted Imperial guards to follow closely behind. Li Zhan and the rest protected Zhang Jianji and Cui Xianhui in the middle as they followed the vanguard. "Master Zhang, Master Cui." Suddenly, a lantern appeared in front of them. Borrowing the weak light, they clearly saw that the person standing behind was Li Duozhua. Zhang Jianji and Cui Xuanhui's tensed hearts suddenly relaxed. If Black Tortoise Gate's general, Yang Fan, had any ulterior motives, he would definitely capture Li Duozhua first. Since Li Duozhua was here, the Black Tortoise Gate should be safe. The 3 of them held each other's hands tightly. Li Duozhua said, "Since the 2 of you have arrived, this general can rest assured. The Royal Forest Guards can immediately move out." Li Duozhua said as he took out a tiger tally from his robe and called out in a low voice, "Cheng Xuan." Li Duozhua's son, Li Chengxuan, was also dressed in armor, and he hurried forward to welcome them. Li Duozhua passed the tiger tally to him and said solemnly, "Take my token and return to the army quickly. Tell your Uncle Zhao, Uncle Chao, and your brother-in-law to strictly guard against the right Imperial Forest Guards according to our previous agreement. If necessary, We can meet on the battlefield. We must ensure that not a single soldier can kill their way to the Black Tortoise Gate." "Yes," Li Chengxuan replied, and took the tiger tally from his father's hands. Then, he led a few tiger guards and left in a hurry. Zhang Jianji didn't give Yang Fan the cold shoulder. The two of them had interacted back in Jianan. Now that they met again, Zhang Jianji solemnly cupped his fists and bowed to Yang Fan, saying, "General has conspired with us on this important matter. We will surely go down in history forever." Carrying the lantern, Yang Fan said, "Premier Zhang is too courteous. The preparations have already been made. Time is of the essence, so let's move out immediately." Yang Fan's words reminded everyone. Zhang Jianji immediately said, "That's right. We will move out immediately." Immediately, Zhang Jianji hurriedly assigned the tasks. The first group was led by Li Duozhua, Li Zhan, and Wang Tongjiao. They were to go straight to the Eastern Palace to receive the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was where the righteous cause of this operation lay. This banner had to be received. The second group will be led by Zhang Jianji, Cui Xianhui, Jing Hui, and Huan Yanfan. They would immediately head for the immortal welcoming hall where the emperor resided. The third group would be led by the right Imperial Guard General, Yang Yuanyin, and the left Imperial Guard General, Xue Sixing. They would accompany Yang Fan to guard the Black Tortoise Gate. Once the Crown Prince arrived, they would close the Black Tortoise Gate and have 1,000 cavalrymen guard this important place. Yang Fan, Yang Yuanyin, Xue Sixing, and the others would escort the Crown Prince to chase after Zhang Jianji. The group split into 3 groups and went their separate ways. The light in front of the Black Tortoise Gate was extinguished. The night was dark, and the snowy light was dim. Only the bells on the walls of the Black Tortoise Gate could be heard. At this time, the Crown Prince, Li Xian, was already fast asleep. Speaking of which, it was funny. Tonight, inside and outside Chang'an, countless people were sharpening their knives and running around. The flames of war had already been lit, but Li Xian, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, was completely unaware. Because they considered that he was too timid and feared that he would drag them down, no one dared to tell him. But Li Xian didn't know, but his trusted eunuchs knew. These eunuchs were all people who Wan'er had chosen to serve Li Xian after he was made crown prince. These eunuchs did not sleep tonight. They had been quietly waiting in front of the Eastern Palace until Li Duozhua and the others arrived outside. Wang Tongjiao and the eunuchs guarding the gate exchanged a secret signal, and then they immediately opened the palace gate. After Li Xian returned from Fangzhou to the capital, he quickly arranged for his daughters to marry off. Among them, Princess Xianing had taken a fancy to Wang Tongjiao, so Wang Tongjiao was Li Xian's son-in-law. Because of this relationship, the matter of colluding with the eunuchs of the Crown Prince's palace was handed over to him. When the palace gate opened, Wang Tongjiao, Li Duozhua, Li Zhan, and the others immediately swarmed in. 4 imperial guards were left at the gate, standing guard with their blades drawn. The head eunuchs of the palace led them into the Crown Prince's residence. Li Xian did not sleep on the same bed as Consort Wei. His body had long since lost the ability to engage in sexual intercourse, but his wife was in the prime of her life. Often seeing his wife's resentful eyes made him uncomfortable, so he usually slept alone at night. At this moment, Li Xian was in the middle of a drunken roar when he was suddenly startled awake. Li Xian had just woken up when he found that several eunuchs were supporting him, hurriedly helping him dress. His son-in-law, Wang Tongjiao, was standing in front of the bed. Li Xian asked in a daze, "What happened? Tongjiao, why are you here?" Wang Tongjiao bowed and said, "Crown Prince, Master Zhang and Master Cui have already gone to greet the Emperor at the Immortal Palace. This son-in-law is accompanied by Grand General Li Duozhua and General Li Zhan. They have come to take the Crown Prince to greet the Immortals and discuss important matters together." Ah! Li Xian was shocked, his back instantly drenched in sweat. He was not stupid. Once he heard Wang Tongjiao say this, he understood. Li Duozhua and Li Zhan were waiting at the door. Seeing that Li Xian had already put on his robe, they immediately flashed in and bowed deeply to Li Xian, saying, the heavens bless Imperial Tang. The Northern Gate and Southern Yamen have unanimously decided to support the Crown Prince in restoring the Tang dynasty. Your Highness, please follow this subject out of the Eastern Palace and lead the officials to the Immortal Palace to eradicate the traitors. Grand General, Li Xian's entire body trembled. He was truly frightened by Li Duozuo's words, to the point that he even stuttered. Grand General, doing this, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Li Jian stamped his feet and said, Your Highness, the Northern Gate Imperial Guard have unanimously pledged their loyalty. This is a rare opportunity. Crown Prince, please quickly enter the inner palace to deal with the traitors. We have disregarded our clans and risked our lives to come here. Your Highness, you must not hesitate any longer. The opportunity is fleeting. If you continue to hesitate, I'm afraid that we will all perish together. As Li Jian spoke, he signaled his two subordinates with his eyes. Without waiting for Li Xian to dress properly, he carried him out of the palace. What happened? Who are you people? Following a stern shout, 2 lanterns were lit, and a figure leisurely walked in. The newcomer was Consort Wei. Her residence was not far from Li Xian's residence. With such a large commotion, how could she not hear it? Consort Wei hurriedly got up, put on a robe, and ran out. Seeing someone supporting her husband, she couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Hearing the commotion, Wang Tongjiao drew his saber with a kung. Seeing that it was his mother-in-law, dressed simply and revealing her naked body, he hastily sheathed his saber. Lowering his gaze, he respectfully said, Crown Prince Consort, we will escort the Crown Prince to the Immortal Palace to meet up with the Prime Ministers. We will execute the traitors, clean out the Emperor's side, and restore our Li Tang's empire. The matter was urgent, and there was no time to explain in detail. As Wang Tongjiao spoke, the crowd had already supported Li Xian as they walked out. Hearing her son-in-law's words, Consort Wei was stunned. For a moment, she didn't know whether she was shocked or happy. Chapter 1093. North of Chang, and was where the Imperial Guards were stationed. Among the guards, the left and right Featherwood Guards were the closest to the Black Tortoise Gate. In front of them was the 1,000 cavalry camp. Deep into the night, Major Min Yongbua of the Featherwood Guard returned from patrolling the camp. He took off his saber and tossed it on the table before slowly pacing with his hands behind his back. Featherwood General Wang Dagong, who had accompanied him back from patrolling, yawned and was about to return to his tent to sleep. Seeing him like this, he couldn't help but ask in puzzlement, Major Min, is there something on your mind? Min Yongbua nodded, then shook his head. It's already late, but the Grand General still hasn't returned to camp. Wang Dagong laughed. Didn't the King of Hanoi invite him to visit the Jinwu Guards? Perhaps the two brothers are sitting down to drink and have a long chat. It's also possible that they won't return tonight. What are you worried about? Min Yongbua said, Impossible. The Grand General has never been greedy. Moreover, you know the Grand General's character. In military affairs, the Grand General has never slacked off. How could he not give us an explanation? Even if he doesn't return, he should at least send a bodyguard back to report. Wang Dagong was still unconcerned and said, You, who can harm the great general? Besides, the Grand General is going to the Jinwu Guards. That's the Wu family's territory. Min Yongbua snorted. Is it rare to see family members turn against each other? He also felt that these words were inappropriate. They seemed to imply that the Wu family was not on good terms. He coughed and beckoned to Wang Dagong. Wang Dagong moved in front of him. Min Yongbua lowered his voice and said, A few days ago, His Majesty had the Grand General issue a secret edict, instructing him to strengthen the palace's security, especially before the 1,000 ox guards change guard. Otherwise, why do you think the Grand General has been patrolling the palace every day? Wang Dagong was shocked. There's such a thing. Wang Dagong was also Wu Yuyi's confidant. Since the conversation had reached this point, Min Yongbua did not hide anything from him and said, That is correct. The Grand General has always been loyal to His Majesty and has never discounted His Majesty's orders. Why do you think he would suddenly leave, give up his official duties of patrolling the city, and not give us any explanation? I feel uneasy. Wang Dagong was a pure general. There was no problem in fighting a war, but he was not good at this kind of intrigue. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Then what should we do?" Min Yongbwa thought for a moment, then said, "The matter of the Grand General receiving a secret edict has only been explained to me." From the Grand General's tone, it seems that the capital has not been peaceful recently. It's better to be safe than sorry. How about this? I'll lead a group of men to patrol the palace on behalf of the Grand General while you go to the Jinwu guards. The Grand General won't blame us for being meddlesome. Although Wang Dagong was already sleepy, he could only agree to Min Yongbwa's words. The two of them immediately reorganized their personal guards. Wang Dagong led 20-odd subordinates, while Min Yongbwa led 100 men. Both of them mounted their steeds and galloped out of the gate. The two groups of people galloped out of the gate and traveled 2 li. Before they could part ways, one to the south and one to the north, a shrill whistle suddenly rang out in the darkness. The whistle filled the air and was clearly a whistling arrow. The two of them reined in their horses at the same time, their hearts filled with bewilderment. At this time, a group of men and horses suddenly appeared in the snowy fields. Because of the reflection of the snow, the night was not so dark that they could not see anything. They could clearly see the figures of the people. It was a dense mass of people, and they could not immediately count them. Since the other party had used the whistling arrow, they were clearly not afraid of exposing their tracks. Min Yongbwa and Wang Dagong could not imagine what they would encounter at the gate of the camp. Min Yongbwa quietly signaled for an imperial bodyguard to return to the camp to report while he stood there with his cavalry, hoping to understand what was going on. A rough and bold voice came from the darkness. "Ha, my good brothers of Zhuiyulan, where are you going in the middle of the night?" Min Yongbwa felt that the person's voice was somewhat familiar, but could not immediately recall who it was. He sternly asked, "Who are you?" That person laughed loudly. Amidst the laughter, a muffled grunt suddenly came from behind Min Yongbwa. Min Yongbwa turned his head to look and saw that the imperial bodyguard he had ordered to return to the camp to report had just galloped away from the main group of people and fell head first from his horse. There was no one near him, and it was clear that he had been attacked by a crossbow or similar weapon. Immediately, in the snowy ground behind them, a row of figures suddenly stood up and approached them step by step. Min Yongbwa's subordinates became uneasy, and Min Yongbwa's horse impatiently spun 2 rounds. Min Yongbwa gently patted the horse's mane and calmed it down. In a deep voice, he said, "Do not panic. Silence." Min Yongbwa knew that the situation was not good, but he had clearly been surrounded. The group of people approaching from the front all had long spears and large halberds and were lined up in an orderly formation. The people coming to flank him from the back all had flat weapons. Although it could not be seen clearly from their movements and figures, it was clear that they were all crossbows. At this distance, Min Yongbwa's men only had time to accelerate and charge once, but there were too many unfavorable conditions for them. Firstly, it was late at night and the ground was covered in snow. Charging at full speed was not fast. Secondly, they were all equipped with short weapons. If the other side didn't have long spears and large halberds, they had strong bows and hard crossbows. Even if he launched a charge, he would not be able to win. Moreover, although these people's hostility was obvious, no matter how he thought about it, he did not feel that the other side would indiscriminately kill him. As a result, he did not have the courage to fight to the death. In this way, the two sides were getting closer and closer. By the time the other side's spears and halberds neared, they had already lost the effective distance for their horses to accelerate and had even less thoughts of attacking. The other side's men stopped. Only one saber-wielding general advanced alone. Only when he came close did Min Yongbwa clearly see the person approaching. This person was the Right Imperial Guard General Yi Huli, the son-in-law of the Right Imperial Guard General Li Duozhua. Min Yongbwa thought of the secret edict that Great General Wu had received, and his face began to turn green. "General Yi Huli, what are you doing?" Yi Huli nonchalantly slapped his scabbard and loudly said, "Second Zhang has bewitched the Son of Heaven and brought disaster to the court. The Imperial Guards of the Northern Gate and Southern Office, under the command of the Crown Prince, the Prince of Xiang, and the various prime ministers have already charged into the palace to exterminate the traitors. Major Min, you can't get involved in these muddy waters. Wang Dagong was so angry that his face turned purple. Where is our great general? He angrily asked. Yi Huli craftily smiled. He's currently a guest at the king of Hanoi's place. Don't worry, great General Wu Yui is safe and sound. His Highness, the Prince of Liang, is currently drinking wine with him. Min Yonghua and Wang Dagong were even more shocked. Wu Sanxi and Wu Yizong were also participating. No wonder Yi Huli dared to boast that the imperial guards of the Northern Gate and Southern Office had responded to the Crown Prince's mutiny. With the Crown Prince, the Prince of Xiang, and the Prime Ministers of the Political Affairs Hall taking the lead, and the Wu clan secretly supporting them. Wouldn't this be the entire court rebelling? Wang Dagong nervously asked Min Yonghua, Sima, what should we do? Min Yonghua looked around at the soldiers of the right guard, forest glaring at him like tigers. In a hoarse voice, he asked, Brother Yi Huli, what do you want to do? Yi Huli replied, I invite the two of you to rest in my army. At daybreak, you will be free. What do the two of you think? Min Yonghua gripped his horse tightly. For a moment, he could not make up his mind. He could feel his palms drenched in sweat. Yi Huli raised his hand. The soldiers with spears and halberds immediately took 3 steps forward. Their orderly footsteps treaded on the thick snow, creating a heart-chilling sound. At the same time, the archers in the rear, who had maintained a certain distance from them the entire time, also moved, assuming an offensive stance. Wang Dagong raised his saber and urgently called out, Sima. Min Yonghua clenched his teeth and sternly ordered, Disarm. Dismount. Li Xian's clothes were disheveled. He had not even put on his boots properly. Naturally, he did not put on his thick and warm outer robe. Supported by someone, his feet did not touch the ground as he walked to the palace gate. A gust of cold wind blew against his face. Li Xian shivered, and his muddled mind suddenly became clear. He thought of his mother's iron fist, thought of his mother's powerful control. Can tonight's mutiny really succeed? Although the two Zhang's power is growing day by day, can they still be the emperor? I am the Crown Prince. My position as the Crown Prince has not changed. Mother's illness is beyond cure. The emperor's throne is within my reach. Why should I take this risk? Li Xian looked left and right and saw that Li Duozhua, Li Zhan, and the others all had impassioned expressions. Li Xian thought to himself, these people are taking advantage of the empress's critical illness to launch a mutiny. The so-called killing of the two Zhangs to protect the Tang dynasty is merely to covet the merit of ascending to the throne. My status has long been set. As long as I know my place, the emperor's throne will definitely be mine. Why should I take this risk with them? Thinking of this, Li Xian suddenly struggled, shaking off the 2 attendants supporting him. He tightly gripped the palace gate, unwilling to walk out. Wang Tongjiao was stunned. Your Imperial Highness, what's wrong? Li Xian trembled as he said, the country's grand plans will be handled by the Empress. The so-called military remonstrance is no different from rebelling against the superiors. It is not the conduct of an official. Gu cannot go. Hearing this, the veins on Wang Tongjiao's forehead bulged. If the Crown Prince did not go, wouldn't it really be considered a rebellion? Without the Crown Prince, how could they convince the masses? If the news spread, those 500 warriors who had sacrificed their lives would most likely scatter and flee for their lives. Wouldn't everyone be finished? Wang Tongjiao also did not stand on ceremony. With a red face and neck, he said to his father-in-law, Your Imperial Highness, the former emperor paid Your Imperial Highness with a divine artifact, but Your Imperial Highness was unexpectedly crippled. Both humans and gods are indignant. It has been 23 years. Today, with the spirit of heaven and earth, the North Gate Imperial Guards and the South Gate Prime Minister will work together to punish the traitors and restore the Leaf family. Your Imperial Highness, please immediately head to the Black Tortoise Gate in order to uphold the masses' expectations. Li Xian's 2 feet stomped on the ground, his buttocks falling backwards. His hands tightly hugged the gate as he fearfully said, Treacherous and vile people should naturally be killed. However, Her Majesty's dragon body is unwell. What if we mobilize our troops into the inner palace and frighten her? Wouldn't Gu bear the name of being unfilial? In Gu's opinion, you all should temporarily disperse. Let's discuss this at length. Hearing this, Li Zhan's eyes turned red. What kind of nonsense is this? You want us to disperse now? You've already caused such a big commotion. Do you think everyone else is a dead pig? Dispersing now is tantamount to suicide. If this idiot, who was as timid as a mouse, was not the current crown prince, Li Zhan would have already kicked him to death. Li Duozhua, who was standing to the side, wanted to cry but had no tears. He did not expect that the first problem of the military remonstrance would actually come from His Imperial Highness, the crown prince, whom they wholeheartedly wanted to support to ascend to the throne. Chapter 1094. Suppressing his anger, Li Zhan said to Li Xian, "The generals disregard their clans and protect the country. What can your highness do to them? Now that things have come to this, it's like an arrow on a bowstring that has to be released. This subject is powerless to persuade the soldiers. If your highness is unwilling to go, then please persuade the soldiers yourself." Although Li Zhan was angry, he also understood that once the mission was accomplished, this good-for-nothing crown prince would become the emperor. Once he became the emperor, he wouldn't necessarily be so good-for-nothing. If he offended the emperor too much now, there was no need to mention his merit. Perhaps the new emperor would remember his rudeness today and give him a pair of small shoes. Thus, although his tone was resentful, his words were tactful. At this time, the guards at the palace gate all heard Li Xian's words. Each and every one of them breathed heavily and their eyes turned red, as if they were about to go berserk. Right now, Li Xian had dropped the ball. He was clearly trying to push everyone to their deaths. Looking at the pained and angry eyes, Li Xian immediately understood that things had come to this, and there was no turning back. If he dared to cower, these angry soldiers would probably eat him alive. Li Xian trembled and loosened his hands. He muttered, I'm willing to go with everyone. Please do not disturb the Queen Mother." This was a race against time. Li Zhan didn't have the time to listen to Li Xian's nonsense. He immediately waved his hand, and 2 soldiers picked up Li Xian and rushed out the door. Immediately, a soldier brought over a horse that had already been prepared. Everyone hastily helped Li Xian onto the horse and rushed towards the Black Tortoise Gate. The second Black Tortoise Gate change in the history of the Tang dynasty had officially begun because of the arrival of Li Xian, the indispensable protagonist. Under the Black Tortoise Gate, the right Imperial Guard General Yang Yuanyin, the left Imperial Guard General Shui Sixing, and 1,000 of Yang Fan's horsemen were guarding the gate. The gate was ajar, leaving a gap the width of a person. Yang Yuanyin and Shui Sixing were like ants on a hot pan, occasionally poking their heads out to look. Only Yang Fan remained calm. Suddenly, a group of people rushed over from the distance. Yang Yuanyin immediately unsheathed his saber and asked in a low voice. Li Zhan answered and hurriedly said, "The Crown Prince is here." Under the Black Tortoise Gate, the soldiers were in an uproar. Although no one dared to shout, their excitement was evident. At this point, Li Xian couldn't turn back. Once he calmed down, he understood that this was the time to appease the hearts of the people. As soon as he saw the people coming up to greet him, he stammered, You've worked hard. Today, all of you have risked your lives for the sake of the country." Seeing the crowd, Yang Yuanyin said, "Xian, the Prince Xian, and Shui Xian, Master Yang, Prince Yang, Palace Palace Xian." To Li, Yang said, "Li Yang Xian, Li Yang, Master, and Yang Prince Xian, Palace Xian Palace Yang Xian." Yang Xian said, Yang Xian, Prince Xian. And Fan said to Ma, "Emperor King Yang Xian, Yang, Palace Yang Xian Yang Ma," replied and shouted, "Close the gate." The heavy Black Tortoise Gate slammed shut with a loud bang, and a bolt as thick as a person's arm fell down. Ma Qiao and the others immediately armed themselves and entered the city. Yang Fan also raised his saber and chased after the Crown Prince with Shui Sixing and Li Zhan. "Open the gate." Li Qingqi stood in front of the Taiji Palace and shouted angrily. The Prince of Xiang, Accompanied by Sima Yuan Shuji of the Prince of Xiang's estate and his 5 sons, armed to the teeth, set out at 1:45 in the second watch period. By this time, they had already arrived at the Vermilion Bird Gate in front of the Taiji Palace, the headquarters of the Southern Guard. The imperial army guarding the capital was divided into the north and the south. The 6 imperial guards of the Northern Guard were actually the emperor's personal army. They did not need the court's official order to mobilize troops, nor did they obey the court's orders. They were directly under the emperor. On the other hand, the 16 guards of the Southern Guard were the true army of the state. They needed the emperor's decree, the prime minister's seal, and the Ministry of War's approval before they could be mobilized. Most of the guards guarding the various gates of the capital were the imperial army of the Southern Guard, mainly consisting of the Meritorious Guard, Feather Guard, Imperial Guard, Left and Right Guard, Left and Right Guard, Left and Right Guard, and the Crown Prince's 3 residences and 3 guards. The various guards took turns on duty, and the garrison and duty intersected. Even the high-ranking officers intersected with each other. The emperor used this method of mutual inspection to prevent a certain high-ranking officer from monopolizing power. Li Chengqi and Li Qingyi reined in their horses and sternly shouted at the Taiji Palace guards, "Open the gate." When the guards saw them openly carrying weapons, they couldn't help but be aghast and hurriedly raised their spears to guard. In a loud voice, they shouted, "Who goes there? Do you have an imperial edict from the emperor? We're the escorts and gate guards." Not just anyone could rashly enter an important military area. To enter this important military area, one had to have an imperial edict from the emperor and be guided by escorts and gate guards. Those soldiers also acted according to the rules. With a shout, Li Chengqi raised his spear and shouted, "The prefecture magistrate of Bingzhou, the great general of the Left Guard, the Crown Prince's Guard, the Protector General of Anbei, and His Highness the Prince of Xiang have arrived. Who dares to block the way?" The Tang dynasty followed the Sui system. The left and right guards were the heads of the 16 guards of the Southern Guard, and Li Dan, the great general of the Left Guard, was also the highest commander of the 16 guards of the Southern Guard. But although Li Dan's series of official titles sounded rather frightening, the majority of the guards and horses in the capital were managed by generals. The position of Great General was an empty title, and Li Dan's title of Great General was an even more empty one. But only the generals understood this principle. How could these lowly soldiers understand this principle? Even if they did, they wouldn't have the courage to resist the Great General. In just a moment of shock, Li Qingqi and Li Qingyi had already rushed to the gate. Thrusting out their spears, they exerted strength with their arms and, with a loud shout, sent the 2 barricades flying more than a zhang away. Then they took their horses and left. Yuan Shuji, Li Longji, and the others led the Prince of Xiang's estate's adjunct, general, and other civil and military officials, as well as several dozen personal guards of the estate, to protect the Prince of Xiang as they charged into Taiji Palace. The generals of the guards in Taiji Palace were roused by the urgent drumming of the generals. They hurriedly got up and rushed to the main hall of Taiji Palace. They saw that the hall was brightly lit, and several dozen soldiers in bright armor and wielding sharp blades were arrayed on the left and right sides of the hall. At the very front were 5 young generals dressed in golden armor. They were escorting a middle-aged man dressed in imperial robes, who was solemnly standing behind the commander's desk. The Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, solemnly stood behind the commander's desk. He held up the seal of the 2 prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall and sternly said, "The 2 zhangs have rebelled and coerced the Emperor of Heaven. Today, the Northern Gate and the Southern Office will eliminate the traitors. Master Zhang and Master Chui have already followed the Crown Prince and led the Featherwood Guard into the palace to capture the traitors. This prince is acting on the Crown Prince's orders to take charge of the Southern Office." The generals couldn't help but look at each other. The Prince of Xiang's words were pleasant to hear. Everyone knew that this was a rebellion against the emperor, but since the Prince of Xiang had appeared here, the Crown Prince entering the palace was probably true. And if the Crown Prince entered the palace, it would be impossible without the cooperation of the Featherwood Guard and the 1,000 cavalry of the Northern Gate Imperial Army, the Son of Heaven's personal guards. So, When they thought about how the Son of Heaven was old and gravely ill, so weak that he couldn't even preside over the New Year's celebrations, the new emperor's ascension was inevitable. Who would want to resist? Moreover, the Son of Heaven had always relied heavily on the Northern Gate Imperial Army and treated the guards of the Southern Office as if they were raised by his stepmother. In terms of supplies, and pay, they were far inferior to the Northern Office. If the Northern Office had rebelled, how could they be loyal subjects? These thoughts were only one aspect. More importantly, if the Prince of Xiang dared to lead such a small force to take over the Southern Office, who knew which of these generals had already pledged their allegiance to the Prince of Xiang? If they questioned him, would someone immediately pull out a saber and cut them down? Thus, when the Prince of Xiang finished speaking, the hall was utterly silent. For a long time, not a single one of the generals raised a single question. It was true that this move was partly because the Son of Heaven favored the Northern Office Imperial Army and neglected the Southern Office, causing the Southern officers to resent him. But with so many officers present, not a single one of them stood up. This would have been impossible a few years ago. Wu Zetian's old age had truly become her greatest fatal wound. Her influence, ability to rally supporters, and ability to control were all rapidly disappearing. The Prince of Xiang swept his gaze around and sternly shouted, 10 guards of the Eastern Palace, step forward. The 10 guards of the Eastern Palace were the Crown Prince's left and right guards, military title. Chouching, the Crown Prince's left and right Imperial officers, military title. LV Ben, the Crown Prince's left and right clear officers, military title. Jid Dang, the Crown Prince's left and right guard officers, and the Crown Prince's left and right inner officers. Of these, the first 6 commanded 3 to 5 regiments of subjugation, while the last 4 commanded only the soldiers of the inner estate. The 10 guards of the Eastern Palace had originally been the Crown Prince's personal army, but ever since Wu Zetian became Empress Dowager, the Crown Prince's military authority over the 10 guards of the Eastern Palace had been stripped away. But Wu Zetian could only strip the Crown Prince of his military authority over the 10 guards of the Eastern Palace, but she could not abolish the organization of the 10 guards of the Eastern Palace, so the 10 guards of the Eastern Palace still remained. But because of this, the Empress was also the most vigilant against the 10 guards of the Eastern Palace. The treatment of the Southern Imperial Army was lower than that of the Northern Imperial Army, and the treatment of the 10 guards of the Eastern Palace was even lower than that of the Southern Imperial Army. One could easily imagine what the officers of the 10 guards of the Eastern Palace were feeling, and their loyalty to the Son of Heaven was even less important. For this reason, the Prince of Xiang had long ago ordered Minister of War Yuan Shuji to make contact with the officers of the 10 guards of the Eastern Palace. Yuan Shuji had not told them the supreme secret of the military remonstrance. He had only probed and understood them so that he had a certain degree of confidence. The current situation was critical, and the Prince of Xiang was a bit like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Only by starting with the 10 guards of the Eastern Palace could he turn the pretense into reality. The officers of the 10 guards of the Eastern Palace hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward one by one. As they stepped forward, they still looked left and right, hesitating. Once they stood in front of Li Dan, they knew that since they had taken this stance, there was no way out. As a result, their movements and voices were uniform as they greeted Li Dan. Paying respects to the great general, Li Dan raised his voice. Army of the Super Cheng, quickly follow this prince's secretary to join the army, Qiu Yu. Increase the defenses of the east and west cities. Remember, do not approach the imperial palace. At this point, the general of the Super Cheng no longer wanted to retreat. Of everyone present, he was the one who favored Li Tang the most, so he loudly agreed. A person walked out from Li Dan's side and clasped his hands to him. General, please follow me. Li Dan added. Army of the Liu Ben, quickly follow this prince to join the army, Dosia. Assist the Jin Wu guards in controlling Vermilion Bird Avenue and all the beacons in the capital. Do not allow anyone to approach. With the Super Cheng's agreement, the commander of the Liu Ben no longer had any misgivings. Moreover, the 10 guards of the Eastern Palace should be under the Crown Prince's command. Their sense of belonging is the strongest. Therefore, they readily agreed and hurriedly left with Dosia. Li Dan continued. Army of the Zhidang, quickly follow this prince's secretary, Qiuan. Control all the roads from the south to the north. Do not allow anyone to enter or leave. The commander of the Zhidang army respectfully acknowledged. Li Dan continued. Where is the left commander of the eastern palace? This general is here. Quickly follow the prince of Linzi to arrest Zhang Tongxiu and his family. Where is the left commander of the eastern palace? Quickly follow the prince of Shouchuan to arrest Wei Chengqing and his family. Following Li Dan's orders, the soldiers of the southern office were mobilized. Once these soldiers are mobilized, they will not know the movements of the other soldiers. The commanders of the different routes will not be able to communicate with each other, making it even more impossible for them to change sides. At the same time, once these soldiers accept the order, even if it is just following the Prince of Xiang's orders and not leaving the camp, it is equivalent to expressing his stand. The southern office is stabilized. Chapter 1095. In the stillness of the night, groups of fully armed soldiers hurried through the streets. Their movements did not attract the attention of the people who were sleeping soundly at midnight. This was thanks to the market square system and the curfew system. The streets were completely empty. The gutters on both sides of the wide street, the tree walls inside the gutters, the market square behind the tree walls, and then the houses. All of these separated the people from the streets. In the middle of the night, who would notice the movements of the army? The thousand-rider, General Liu Maofeng, slept soundly that night. He had made love with his new concubine for a long time. Even though his body was strong and healthy, he was still somewhat tired. From beginning to end, he did not notice the slightest movement in the outside world. To him, this was a good thing. Second Zhang had promoted him. With his temperament, it was difficult for him to sit and watch Second Zhang die. But he also attached great importance to his future in the army and Yang fans' appreciation of him. There was also his family, his son, and his new concubine. If he really discovered something, it would be a very painful choice. Not good, not good. In front of the welcoming the Immortals Hall, a little eunuch staggered over, shouting as he ran. Before he could reach the door of the hall, two little eunuchs suddenly appeared in front of him, carrying palace lanterns in their hands. One of them stood in the middle and sternly shouted, "Stop! You dare to run around in the palace? Do you know the rules?" The little eunuch looked over and saw that it was little Eunuch Hai. He hurriedly said, "Eunuch Hai, something has happened. Something has happened. There's a group of people coming to the sage's palace. They want to harm the sage. Quickly report this to the sage." A strange expression suddenly appeared on little Hai's face. "Is this true?" "Yes." The little eunuch nodded repeatedly. This servant saw a group of people coming from the distance in the Ningyin pavilion. This servant was puzzled. It was so late at night. How could there be so many people walking around the palace? This servant became suspicious and hid to the side to watch. This group of people all carried shining swords and sabers. They didn't wear the clothes of soldiers patrolling the palace at night. "Eunuch Hai, tell me, they were carrying swords and spears. If they didn't want to rebel, then..." Before he could finish, the back of his head received a heavy blow. His eyes immediately went blank, and he fell forward to the ground. A young eunuch appeared behind him, holding a wooden club in his hand. It seemed that this was the first time he had hit someone with a wooden club. He knocked the man unconscious with one blow, while he himself stood there in a daze. Little C shouted in a low voice, "Hurry up and drag him away." "Oh, oh." The eunuch who hit him suddenly woke up and hurriedly dragged the fainted eunuch away. Little Hai looked around and then ordered the two eunuchs with the lanterns, "Stand guard here and prevent any accidents." As soon as Little Hai finished speaking, he hurried towards the Violet Orchid Hall next to the immortal welcoming palace. In the palace, they were also anxiously waiting for the progress of the matter. It seemed that the crown prince had entered the palace without a hitch. Perhaps he would arrive very soon. He had to hurry to report the news. Shangguan Shouji and Princess Taiping were waiting for the news in the Zilan Hall. Little Hai was only concerned with knocking out the person who had accidentally discovered the whereabouts of the military remonstrance troops and dragging him away. She had no time to carefully investigate the situation, and as a result, she missed an important piece of information. It wasn't just this young eunuch who had discovered the military remonstrance troops, but two others. When the two of them saw that the situation was not good, they were indeed afraid. However, they also felt that this was a great opportunity to gain merit and be promoted. After a brief discussion, the two of them split up. One rushed back to report to the emperor, and the other went to get reinforcements. These two young eunuchs could be said to be quick-witted. To be able to adapt to the situation to this extent, they could be considered to be quite quick-witted. However, to say that they were stupid, they were really stupid. They didn't even consider that the troops had come from the direction of the Black Tortoise Gate. It was clear that they were on the same side as the 1,000 cavalrymen guarding the Black Tortoise Gate. Perhaps they were from the 1,000 cavalrymen. How could they go to the 1,000 cavalrymen to get reinforcements? Speaking of which, it was probably to prevent military power from being too centralized. The emperor's transfer of the various imperial guards was too complicated. These inner palace eunuchs didn't understand, and were also too lazy to understand the factions and affiliations of the imperial guards. The young eunuch who went to get reinforcements didn't go to the Black Tortoise Gate. Wouldn't that be going against the rebel army? He went to the horse racing tower because he had just come from there and happened to see an imperial guard patrolling there. This young eunuch ran so fast that his shoes almost flew off. When he rushed to the horse racing tower, he saw that the imperial guard had just come out from the back of the tower. He hurriedly went forward and shouted while gasping for breath. "Quick! Quick! It's not good. There are traitors entering the palace. Quickly go and protect the sage." What? Someone broke into the palace? The team leader who came forward was shocked when he heard this. This team leader was Xiao Qianyue, who had been personally recruited by Yang Fan when the 1,000 cavalrymen had just been formed. Xiao Qianyue had changed his name to Xiao Yuka. His luck had probably really changed. After a few years, he had been promoted to team leader and could be considered an officer. However, with his current position, he still didn't have the qualifications to be involved in confidential matters. He didn't know about tonight's military remonstrance. Just as he was about to ask about it, someone behind him rushed forward and pushed him to the side. The person asked anxiously, "What exactly happened?" The person who spoke was the palace supervisor, Tian Guidao. Tian Guidao wasn't the commander of the 1,000 cavalrymen, but the 1,000 cavalrymen patrolling the palace were led by palace officials. The official in charge of security in the palace was the palace supervisor. When Tian Guidao was 20 years old, he was promoted to the position of Minister of State. Not long after, he was promoted to the position of Minister of the Left Guard. Later on, when the Khitans rebelled, the Turks Moshe took the opportunity to request the imperial court to make the Liuhu province and the Chanyu protectorate his territory. Tian Guidao once went on a diplomatic mission to the Turks and was almost detained. Fortunately, Wu Zetian agreed to the marriage and sent Wu Yanxiu to the Turks with a large amount of betrothal gifts. When Moshe saw the fat sheep that was Wu Yanxiu, he released Tian Guidao. When Tian Guidao came back, he immediately told Wu Zetian that Moshe was ambitious and had no intention of making peace with the marriage. In the future, he would definitely invade the Central Plains again. Later on, Moshe really detained Wu Yanxiu and sent troops to Hebei to take advantage of the situation. Wu Zetian appreciated his foresight and promoted him from military to civil, making him the assistant minister of Xia. Not long after, he switched from civil to military and was promoted to general of the left. He worked under Wu Yizong for a while. Later on, he followed Second Zhang's path and became a minister of the Fengshan prison. Later on, he became the palace supervisor and became responsible for the palace security. His relationship with the 1,000 cavalrymen was like that of the imperial censor and the warden's office. The imperial censor was under the imperial censorate, while the warden's office was under the command of the 5 cities' military command. One was civil, the other was military, but when patrolling the city, the two had to work together. The soldiers of the warden's office had to accept the leadership of the imperial censor. Xiao Qianyue's 1,000 cavalrymen were mostly similar. At this time, they had to accept Tian Guidao's command. Yang Fan had thought about Tian Guidao's problem before, but Tian Guidao wasn't one of his people, so he couldn't do anything to Tian Guidao. In order to make sure nothing went wrong, he used the soldiers under him to understand Tian Guidao's patrol route and time. The reason why he set the remonstrance at 2:45 in the morning and not right after the curfew began was because he had considered this. Who knew that because of the two uncontrollable eunuchs and their own cleverness, Tian Guidao wouldn't be able to circumvent them. When Tian Guidao heard the eunuch's words, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He immediately led his men and rushed to the immortal welcoming hall. Xiao Qianyue and the other 1,000 cavalrymen didn't know what was going on. They only knew that if the emperor made a mistake, they would all lose their heads. Naturally, they also ran for their lives. Zhang Jianji and Cui Xianhui led over 300 strong men and rushed to the immortal welcoming hall. Zhang Jianji was over 80 years old, but he still walked as if he was flying. However, the palace was too big, and he was panting heavily the whole way. Seeing that the old prime minister was a bit tired, Jing Hui hurriedly had 2 soldiers support him. They hadn't traveled far when a commotion suddenly came from the side of the imperial road. Immediately after, a group of people charged through the air and blocked their way. It was Tian Guidao who had arrived with his men. When the two sides faced off, both sides were a bit shocked. Zhang Jianji and Cui Xianhui had thought that the Black Tortoise Gate and the Imperial Guards were already under their control, so they could travel as if there was no one there. Who would have thought that a group of people would suddenly appear here? They were worried that if a fight broke out, the Empress would hear the news and react in time. Putting aside the fact that there was a mysterious armed force in the palace that they couldn't control, even if the Empress fled in panic, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find the Empress with just a few of them in the palace. Once the Empress left the palace, the consequences would be hard to predict. Not everyone had the courage to face her and disobey her orders. Moreover, the Empress had been in power for over 20 years, so who knew what other tricks she had up her sleeve? Tian Guidao was both shocked and afraid, and he didn't know what to do. He didn't think that someone would actually dare to break into the imperial palace and start a rebellion. And he certainly didn't think that the two people who would appear before him would be Zhang Jianji and Cui Xianhui. Although Tian Guidao had been a general and a civil official, he had been chosen through the imperial examinations. Deep down, he had always viewed himself as a civil official, and the peak of a civil official was the prime minister. Now that 2 prime ministers had suddenly appeared before him, and he was asked to denounce them as rebels and traitors, he couldn't immediately wrap his mind around this. The two sides faced off strangely for a moment, and then Zhang Jianji spoke first. "Second Zhang, you are a traitor of the country. This old man and Master Cui, together with the soldiers of the Northern Gate and Southern Office, and with the help of the Prince of Xiang and Prince Liang, we will protect the Crown Prince and enter the palace to rid the traitor. Supervisor Tian is a loyal minister of the country, so I hope that you can join this old man in this great undertaking." Tian Guidao's mind wavered, not knowing what to do. Although he had once relied on Second Zhang and served as a guardian of Fengshan prison, his goal had only been to make his career a little smoother. He had no intention of being loyal to Second Zhang, but Zhang Jianji's red lips and white teeth made him not dare to easily believe him. This was a choice that would decide life and death in a single step. Tian Guidao didn't dare to speak up. He only sternly asked, "Where is the crown prince?" Zhang Jianji replied, "Great General Li Duozhua has already gone to welcome him. He will be here soon." Tian Guidao was only half believing and half doubting, but he was still unwilling to step aside. Cui Xianhui said, "Second Zhang is bringing disaster to the country. Do you think that Supervisor Tian can just sit back and watch? We will protect the crown prince, purge the traitors of the emperor, kill the traitors, restore the world to its former glory, and bring peace to the world. This is a great merit that will go down in history. If Supervisor Tian is not willing to work with us, then please step aside. Once this matter is over, we will all be grateful for your kindness." Tian Guidao stood, sword in hand, still undecided. Xiao Qianyue and the others nervously faced off against Zhang Jianji's troops, not knowing whether their commander, the palace supervisor, would fight or not. At this moment, another group of troops approached from the distance. In the middle of this group was a horse with a person sitting on it. Yang Fan and Shui Sixing were at the very front of the group, sabers in hand. They were in the middle of chasing after Zhang Jianji and Chui Xianhui, and when they saw the two armies facing off, they couldn't help but be shocked. Shui Sixing immediately signaled behind him to warn his men, ordering them to protect the crown prince. Meanwhile, Yang Fan raised his saber and charged forward. Chapter 1096. Yang Fan flew over, and when he saw that it was Xiao Qianyue who was leading the patrolling troops to block his way, he finally relaxed. Just now he was still puzzled. Where did this group of people suddenly come from? Even if it was just a temporary force that Wu Zetian had gathered, it was proof that she knew about the military remonstrance, which would definitely lead to great trouble. Wu Zetian was still the empress, and she still had the right to rule over the empire, even though they were said to be supported by the Northern Gate and Southern Yamen. As long as Wu Zetian could escape this calamity, she could still reverse the situation. The best result for those who had carried out the military remonstrance would be to help the crown prince flee to the south and establish a new court in the southern borders to oppose Wu Zetian. But if that happened, would the Turks and Tibetans let go of the chance to take advantage of the situation? Yang Fan broke out in a cold sweat and sternly shouted, "Xiao Yuka, immediately lead the troops and retreat to the side." Xiao Qianyue was stunned. Only now did he see Yang Fan clearly, and he couldn't help but cry out, "General Yang!" Yang Fan sternly said, "The Northern Gate and Southern Yamen. The two prime ministers are working together to protect the crown prince, kill the traitors, and purge the emperor's side. All of you, quickly retreat to the side. Our 1,000 cavalry is also participating in the rebellion." Xiao Qianyue couldn't digest such shocking news, but obeying orders had become an instinct for him. Yang Fan shouted, and Xiao Qianyue reflexively replied, "As you command." When Xiao Qianyue's troops saw that even their commanding general had come, they lost all will to fight, and when they saw Captain Xiao's signal for them to retreat, they immediately put away their weapons and retreated to the side. For a moment, only Tian Guidao was left on the imperial road. Tian Guidao immediately panicked. He had been wavering and didn't know what to do, but now he didn't even have the right to choose. What did he do alone? By this time, Li Duozois, Shui Sixing, and the others were protecting the crown prince as they cautiously approached. As soon as Tian Guidao saw that the crown prince was really here, he seized the opportunity to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. With a respectful voice, he said, "Since the crown prince is here, your subject cannot disobey." Finished speaking, he cupped his hands high and stepped back to the side of the road. This time, the participants of the military remonstrance included almost all the factions except for Zhang's faction. Many of these factions had more or less connections with Zhang's faction. If they were all cleared up, it was bound to create a chaotic and serious situation. The crown prince's throne might not be stable either. Therefore, from the very beginning, their policy was to narrow the scope of the attack, and the people they would not forgive were limited to Zhang's trusted aides. Now that Tian Guidao had admitted defeat, there was no need to kill him. Yang Fan ordered Xiao Qianyue, "You, escort Tian Zhongji into the Black Tortoise Hall. Without my order, don't act recklessly." Xiao Qianyue cupped his fists and said, "This general obeys." Tian Guidao felt relieved upon hearing this. He knew that his life was no longer in danger. If the crown prince's rebellion succeeded, he would undoubtedly have to settle the crime of blocking the road today. However, at most, he would be dismissed from his post and sent home to enjoy his old age. What else could he do? But on the other hand, what if the crown prince's rebellion failed? Then the detained Tian Guidao wouldn't be beheaded as a rebel, and he might even have a chance to be promoted. As the saying went, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. This was a result that he could accept, so Tian Guidao didn't need Xiao Qianyue to send the soldiers to escort him. He very consciously walked toward the Black Tortoise Hall. Xiao Qianyue immediately led the troops under her command to chase after him. As they walked, she felt like she was dreaming. Our 1,000 cavalry really rebelled? Yang Fan arrived in time and ordered Xiao Qianyue's troops to retreat, avoiding a fierce battle halfway. There were eunuchs and palace maids on night watch in every palace. Once a battle broke out here, it would be difficult to not alert Wu Zetian. The group quickened their pace and rushed in the direction of the immortal welcoming palace. After traveling a short distance, Gao Lisher hurried over with 2 young eunuchs. When he saw Yang Fan walking at the front, he called out happily, "Big brother Yang." Even Yang Fan didn't come to the inner court often, so he wasn't very familiar with the roads. However, Gao Lisher was used to it. With him as a spy, the group moved even more quickly. Very soon, they arrived in front of the immortal welcoming palace. Everyone stood still and looked at the majestic palace and the tall palace gates. When they thought that the empress was staying inside, a kind of pressure immediately surged into their hearts. However, they were willing to be cut and dared to drag the emperor down from his horse. They had even dared to carry out a rebellion. So what else did they have to worry about? That kind of strong psychological pressure only made their hearts sink, but then they recovered their courage and felt a kind of heroic spirit. Who could live such a grand life? This was a great achievement that could change the emperor's position. Big brother Yang, Gao Lisher, who had just disappeared for a moment, directed a few young eunuchs to run back with great difficulty while carrying a thick and large log. No one knew where they had gotten the log or where they had hidden it beforehand. When Yang Fan saw this, he slapped his shoulder heavily and praised, "Good job. Quick, let's break down the doors." The emperor's resting palace would definitely not open after nightfall. There is only one way to get in: break down the doors. Fortunately, although the palace walls were very high, this was still the palace gate of the resting palace of the inner court. It was not as thick and heavy as the palace gates. With such a thick log, they would definitely be able to break it down. Wang Tongjiao and Jing Hui were the first to rush forward and take the log from the hands of the young eunuchs. Immediately, a dozen or so burly soldiers volunteered to rush forward and work together with them to pick up the giant log. With a small jog, they fiercely slammed against the palace gates. With a loud bang, the palace gates suddenly shook. Everyone quickly retreated with the log in their arms and ran up again. With another loud bang, the palace gates began to loosen. Each time they were hit, a hole the width of a fist would open up. Huan Yin Fan raised his saber and exclaimed in joy, "Quick, a few more hits and it'll open." Once they reached the immortal welcoming palace, Li Xian dismounted with a guilty conscience. The fear on his face had not yet faded. The rhythm of the log hitting the palace gates was not fast because after each hit, he had to retreat a dozen or so steps before he could use his strength to slam against it again. Even so, each loud bang seemed to strike against his heart, causing him to tremble with fear. The immortal welcoming palace was an independent palace complex. Inside, there were many doors and many houses, and the winding paths were deep and serene. To make a simple distinction, it was divided into 3 courtyards. Each courtyard had a spacious courtyard and a tall building. Thus, the loud banging of the doors became very soft when it reached the second courtyard. The people sleeping in the third courtyard had no way of hearing it. However, the people who were sleeping in the first courtyard were the first to be woken up. Ever since the emperor became seriously ill and was moved to the immortal welcoming palace by Zhang's men, this place had been completely under Zhang's control. Other than some of Zhang's trusted eunuchs and palace maids, he had also arranged for many of Fengchen's men to guard the palace. As soon as the door was slammed, they knew something had happened. The group of people immediately panicked. These people ran out like headless flies, their clothes disheveled, screaming to the heavens and the earth. Some went straight to the inner palace to report the news, some called for reinforcements, and some saw that the palace gates were getting more and more dangerous with each hit. The bars were in danger of breaking, so they shouted and moved tables and chairs to block the gates. For a moment, there was chaos. At this time, the palace maids and eunuchs living in the small rooms to the left and right of the immortal welcoming palace were also startled awake. However, it was already too late for them to notice the abnormality. They didn't dare to come over and only stood far away. The group of people who wanted to rush into the palace couldn't be bothered with them and only increased the speed at which they slammed the doors. Boom! Ka! La la! The round would slammed again, and the bars of the door were broken, leaving only a small part of it holding together. Everyone was overjoyed and didn't care about retreating to borrow strength. They just stood where they were and slammed the door twice with the force of their swinging arms. Finally, the palace gates were wide open. Li Duozuo raised his eyebrows, pulled out his sword, and shouted, "Kill!" Everyone pulled out their swords and sabers and rushed in. The courtyard was already in chaos. Zhang's men ran all over the courtyard like wolves and boars. When Li Duozuo, Huan Yanfan, and the others saw those who rushed up, they immediately raised their sabers and fell. At this time, no one cared about being merciful. Those who resisted had to be killed, and those who were in the way had to be killed as well. They were like a red-hot knife cutting through butter, directly rushing to the second gate. Along the way, many palace maids and palace maids who knew the situation knelt on the ground, trembling all over. The warning of the attack on the welcoming immortal hall was immediately sent to the internal guards. The inner guards followed the Son of Heaven. Wherever the Son of Heaven slept, the inner guards would choose a place near the emperor's bedchamber. They would also set up a secret warning channel between the emperor's bedchamber and the inner guards. This was an absolute secret, and not even Shangwan knew about it. In order to avoid alerting the internal guards, she did not dare to ask around. After all these years, Warner had infiltrated and developed some people who belonged to her in the internal guards. However, as the Empress' most personal and final protection force, all of its appointments and movements were handled by the Emperor himself. There was not much that Wan could interfere in, especially after Wan became pregnant. Although she used self-defiling to avoid Wu Zetian's vigilance against her, although Wu Zetian still relied heavily on her in government affairs, she still developed a grudge against her. Some of the matters that involved the internal court began to be handed over to others. In reality, this was normal. Wu Zetian always paid attention to checks and balances. How could she allow Wan to be the sole power in the internal court? In the beginning, Wei Tuan had been Wan-er's restraining force in the internal court. However, in order to give an explanation to the crown princess and secondary concubine who had been falsely accused and the crown prince who had almost committed suicide, Wu Zetian had Wei Tuan executed. Afterwards, Wan had sole control of the internal palace. Wan-er's influence on the Plum Blossom Guards began at that time. However, the emperor would not allow this situation to continue for too long. It was because of this consideration that Wan-er, when she was pregnant and could not hide it, instructed her good sister, Fu Qingqing, to play the role of the informant. However, although their tricks successfully fooled Wu Zetian, Fu Qingqing did not become a person to replace Wei Tuan because of this. Wu Zetian had the second Zhang, and the second Zhang was very keen on controlling the power of the internal palace. Not only did many matters of the internal court fall into the second Zhang's hands, but because of Wu Zetian's love and trust in them, even the internal guards fell into their hands. If the internal guards could arrive in time, success or failure was still unknown. Chapter 1097. As soon as the warning from the immortal welcoming palace was sent to the inner guards, the guards on duty moved quickly. During the days when they were on duty, they never left their clothes or their swords, so they gathered very quickly. When the last of the inner guards appeared in the hall, the pretty female commandant with high cheekbones waved her hand and ran out without saying a word. The other inner guards followed closely behind her. This captain was called Luo Feiyun. When Xiaoman was the captain of the Plum Blossom Guard, she was one of the vice captains. Later, when Xiaoman got married, she stood out from the other two vice captains and became a captain. Captain Luo was strict and serious, so most of the guards were afraid of her. An attack on the inner palace was rare, but as the last armed safeguard of the Son of Heaven, they had to be prepared even if it was a once-in-a-thousand-years event. When the emperor was in danger or the palace suffered a major change, they had all kinds of contingency plans, how to rescue the emperor and how to break out of the encirclement. At this time, they only needed to follow the rules and naturally didn't need to make more arrangements. The uniform weapon of these female guards was a sword. In addition, according to their specialties, they were equipped with hidden weapons such as sleeve crossbows and throwing knives. Because of their light weapons and extraordinary skills, they ran very fast. Under the night sky, their figures were light and agile, like female deer leaping out of the jungle and running towards the sun. The distance from their lodging to the immortal welcoming palace was not far. This was so that if something happened, they could reach the emperor in the shortest time possible. With their lightness kung fu, they could reach the emperor in a flash. However, 8 giant pillars suddenly appeared in front of them. These 8 pillars were made of human flesh and blocked their way. These were the 8 female sumo wrestlers under Princess Taiping. Each of them held a heavy exorcism pestle in their hands and stood firmly on the road between the Plum Blossom Palace guards and the immortal welcoming palace, sealing off their path of retreat. A plump woman in the middle pointed her exorcism pestle forward and shouted angrily, "Go back! This road is blocked. Kill them." Luo Feiyun gave tit for tat. With a delicate shout, her sharp sword roared and was unsheathed. From the beginning to the end, her feet never stopped. She shouted, drew her sword, and pointed forward. All her movements were completed while she was running. She led a group of female internal guards to press forward like a tornado. It was a woman who seized the road, and it was also a woman who blocked the road. This war between women seemed to be even more intense than the war between men. The fat woman was furious. She took a step forward, and with a loud bang, the ground seemed to tremble. With a move that could split Mount Hua, the exorcism pestle in her hand smashed down with a shrill whistling sound. Luo Feiyun did not dodge. He moved forward as if he was flying, and his sharp sword pointed straight ahead, sprinkling a cold light along the way. "Stop!" With a majestic shout, 2 beautiful young girls suddenly appeared behind the 8 female warriors. The 2 beautiful young girls, each holding a palace lantern, stood on the left and right. The dim red light reflected their snow-white pretty faces, like a pair of spirited little fox fairies. They were Xu Xiaosao and Zhou Yuanbao. Behind them, there was a beautiful woman standing leisurely. She was dressed in white, elegant like the goddess of mercy. Luo Feiyun suddenly saw the person, and her eyes suddenly shrank. Her original indomitable spirit also came to a halt. She suddenly stopped and cried out involuntarily, "Shangguan Shouji." Logically speaking, it was impossible for Shangguan Wan to betray the empress, and Shangguan Wan's prestige in the palace was too high. Luo Feiyun was shocked and had to stop. For a moment, she wondered if the warning she had just received was wrong. Shangguan Wan took 2 steps forward and said in a loud voice, "Tonight, the guards of the North Gate and the South Yamen, under the order of the Crown Prince, will send troops into the palace to eliminate the traitor. All the inner guards retreat quickly." Luo Feiyun's heart sank. Listening to the tone of these words, there was indeed a rebellion, and Shangguan Shouji, who she thought would never betray, had also become a member of the rebel army. Luo Feiyun gritted her teeth and said, "The immortal welcoming palace issued a warning. As a guard of the emperor, it is my duty to do so. I cannot disobey Shangguan Shouji's order." Shangguan Wan said in a deep voice, "The crown prince is the heir of the country. When the emperor is in critical condition, it is natural for the crown prince to take charge of the court. As the son of the emperor, how can the crown prince harm the emperor? Your duty is to protect the safety of the emperor, and the crown prince wants to kill the treacherous Zhang. Retreat now." The inner guards did not care about political affairs and were only loyal to the emperor. This was the belief and education they had received since childhood. At the moment when the immortal welcoming palace issued a warning for help, they were asked to stay out of it. This was somewhat unacceptable to them. All the female guards looked at Luo Feiyun in unison, waiting for her decision. Luo Feiyun was silent, and the sword in her hand slowly drooped down. It seemed that she had been moved by Shangguan Wan's stern reprimand. Wan was secretly happy. She raised her eyebrows and took another step forward. She was about to persuade a few more words when Luo Feiyun suddenly raised her eyebrows and drew her sword. She screamed, "I am rude." Luo Feiyun drew her sword first and then spoke. She leaped out like a cheetah and went straight to Shangwan Wan. The sharp sword in her hand also turned into a flash of lightning and went straight to Wan-Er's chest. As the captain of the inner guards, Luo Feiyun could act first and report later when necessary. Since Shangwan Wan had rebelled against the Empress, she naturally did not need to hold back. She had pretended to be moved by Wan-Er just now because she wanted to catch her off guard and kill Shangwan Wan in one fell swoop. She wanted to capture the leader first to capture the thief. Her pretense was indeed very confusing. The 8 female sumo wrestlers were extremely strong, but in terms of agility, they were far inferior to Luo Feiyun. Luo Feiyun suddenly drew her sword, and the 2 female sumo wrestlers closest to her cried out in alarm. They wanted to raise their heavy, demon-subduing pestle to block, but it was already a moment too late. As soon as they saw Luo Feiyun make her move, several of the inner guards also launched an attack on the female sumo wrestlers opposite them. Luo Feiyun swiftly drew her sword. Seeing that Shangwan Wan was standing there and had even forgotten to dodge, Luo Feiyun's lips couldn't help but reveal a proud smile. But this smile had just bloomed when it dissipated with a muffled groan. Luo Feiyun suddenly felt a sudden pain in her back. She let out a muffled groan, and her leaping body suddenly fell to the ground. She staggered 3 steps forward and lowered her head in astonishment. A snow-white tip of a sword had pierced through her chest. A drop of blood was gently sliding down the cold tip of the sword, and the chill went straight to her heart. Luo Feiyun wanted to turn her head in astonishment, but the sharp sword was still firmly held in the hands of the person behind her, and she couldn't move at all. Behind her, a faint voice came, "Captain Luo, I'm sorry." The sharp sword was suddenly pulled out, and Luo Feiyun let out another muffled groan. Her body went limp on the ground. Only then did she realize that most of the people who had attacked her at the first moment had already fallen to the ground. There was also the sound of metal clashing. It was an inner guard who had avoided the sneak attack in time and was fighting with someone. The person who was fighting with that person was Lan Yiqing. Lan Yiqing was exceptionally kind. Although she had attacked at the right time according to the plan, her heart softened when the sword reached the opponent's back. She didn't deliver the sword in time, so the opponent escaped. Lan Yiqing waved her sword to block and shouted, "Sister Yi, the outcome has been decided. You should give up." The person she called Sister Yi was called Yin Yi, and she was a captain in the inner guards. Yin Yi's almond-shaped eyes were spitting fire, and she roared angrily, "In your dreams, you dare to betray the emperor, I will definitely kill you." Yin Yi's chaotic wind-splitting sword technique was like a rainbow, and her entire person had entered a state of rage, forgetting about life and death. Lan Yiqing was flustered and was twisted by her sword. "Aya!" she cried out in alarm, and the sword in her hand flew out. Yin Yi did not hesitate, and with a shake of her sword, she stabbed towards Lan Yiqing's throat. Lan Yiqing couldn't retreat in time and couldn't avoid it. She could only see the light of the sword coming towards her like a cold star, and she could only close her eyes in despair and wait for death. Suddenly, she heard a clear dang sound, followed by a miserable cry. Lan Yiqing suddenly opened her eyes and saw Gao Ying rushing to her side and just barely lifting the sword that was sure to kill her up high. And a female sumo wrestler who chased behind Yin Yi did not hesitate to raise her exorcism pestle and heavily smashed it into the back of Yin Yi's head, causing her brain to burst, and she fell to the ground with a plop sound. At this moment, Luo Feiyun, who was lying on the ground, clutching his chest, breathed his last in despair. This internal strife left the female inner guards following behind dumbfounded, and for a moment, they didn't know what to do. Some of the inner guards subconsciously moved to the side of a tall, green-clothed female and formed a relatively tight and concentrated circle around her. Gao Ying hid her sword behind her elbow and said to the tall, green-clothed female inner guard, "Military officer Hua, both the North and South Yamen's imperial guards have already submitted to the crown prince. Why do you need to act like a mantis trying to stop a chariot? Today, the crown prince only wants to kill the second Zhang. For the sake of our sisters, please stop." Among the inner guards, military officer Luo Fiyun, vice military officer Gao Ying, and this vice military officer who each had a group of supporters. Naturally, there was a group of people around military officer Hua. At this moment, Luo Fiyun and her trusted aides had been eliminated, but most of the inner guards were still wavering. They had to convince military officer Hua to avoid a battle. Military officer Hua held his sharp sword, his expression fluctuating. At this moment, the 8 female sumo wrestlers suddenly slowly retreated, forming a semicircle. Another person slowly appeared, standing beside Shangwan Wan, dressed in a palace dress. She was graceful and noble. It was Princess Taiping. "This is my Li family's matter. It has nothing to do with you," Princess Taiping said to military officer Hua in an arrogant tone. "Order your people to put down their weapons and stop resisting. I will guarantee the safety of you and your subordinates, and you will not be punished." Seeing that military officer Luo and his trusted aides had been killed, and that military officer Gao and her trusted aides were standing on the other side, military officer Hua's heart gradually tilted towards surrender. At this moment, the appearance of Princess Taiping was the last straw that broke the camel's back. She lightly exhaled a long breath and said in a deep voice, "Give up resisting." As she said this, County Commandant Hua was the first to throw the sword in her hand to the ground. As soon as they saw that County Commandant Hua had surrendered, the inner guards around her did the same. With a series of clanking sounds, a dozen or so swords were quickly piled up on the ground. Shangwan Wan's tense expression slowly relaxed. The last variable had finally been resolved. Chapter 1098. They smoothly entered the Black Tortoise Gate, broke all the way to the Palace of Welcoming the Immortals, and then smashed open the main gate of the Palace of Welcoming the Immortals. It was like a pine cone being smashed open with its hard shell, peeling off layer after layer of pine oil that was difficult to peel off, and finally revealing the crispy pine seeds, just waiting for people to enjoy their delicacy. The people Zhang Yi and Zhang Xian usually controlled the palace by borrowing the power of the tiger. Even the prime minister and the princes and princesses had to get their approval before they could see the empress. But now that the empress was facing them with weapons, they could not withstand a single blow. Zhang Jianji and Cui Xianhui supported Li Xian, and Li Duozhua stood in front of them with a saber. Jing Hui, Huan Yanfan, and the others brandished their weapons and rushed to the front. They only cared about breaking into the rear palace. As for the weak resistance, they only cared about the soldiers they brought with them to clean them up. They did not entangle them at all. There was no other reason than that the key to the success of the mutiny was to control Wu Zetian. Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong were sleeping when suddenly there was a series of rapid knocking on the door. A trusted aide who ran fast came to their lodgings in a panic and desperately slapped the door, shouting at the top of his voice, "Zhang Fengchun, something has happened. Someone is plotting a rebellion. Zhang Fengchun." Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong were awakened by the shout. Zhang Changzong removed the 2 slices of cucumber from his eyes and said in a daze, "What? Someone is plotting a rebellion?" Zhang Yiji reacted a little faster than him. He jumped down from the bed, grabbed a robe, and hurriedly wrapped it around his body. He did not even bother to put on his boots. He walked around the screen, rushed to the front, and opened the door. He anxiously asked, "What did you say? Who is rebelling? Where are the rebels now?" Zhang Yiji's face was covered with a layer of honey paste, which was neither white nor red. At this moment, it was already dry, and the cracked face made him look like a malicious spirit. Although the trusted aide who brought the news knew that the 2 brothers had the habit of applying cosmetics on their faces and had occasionally seen them do it, he was still shocked. The man unconsciously retreated 2 steps before calling out, "Zhang Fengchun, the crown prince has rebelled, the prime minister has also rebelled, and the imperial guards have also rebelled." They, Zhang Jianji and the confidant, hurriedly looked towards the direction of the sound and saw a few palace maids and eunuchs fleeing into the courtyard in panic. Following closely behind them was a group of armed soldiers. Each of them was dressed in armor and held steel sabers in their hands. Some of them were holding torches, reflecting their murderous faces. Some of their faces were even stained with blood. As soon as Zhang Yiji saw this, he was scared out of his wits. He screamed, "Rebellion! There's a traitor! Sage, there's a traitor here!" He broke into a run and ran towards Wu Zetian's residence in the main hall. The trusted aide shouted as he chased, "Zhang Fengshan, wait for me! Thief, don't run!" Hearing the 3 words, Zhang Fengshan, the right disbanded cavalry minister Li Zhan's heart was moved. He threw his saber, which turned into a long rainbow, and pierced Zhang Yiji's back with a pu sound. Zhang Yiji ran 3 steps forward and stumbled to the ground. Seeing this, his trusted aide let out a strange cry and turned around to run, but his head hit the wall, making him dizzy. Xue Sixing rushed forward, raised his saber, and cleaved him cleanly into 2 halves on ground. By this time, Zhang Changzong had put on his clothes and ran out of the door in panic, shouting along the way, "Who's rebelling? Who's rebelling? Wulong, who's rebelling? Ah!" Zhang Changzong ran into the courtyard, and as soon as he saw the courtyard full of soldiers, each one of them holding steel sabers, he was so scared that he let out a strange cry. Just now, Zhang Yiji had fled very quickly, so no one had seen his face. Now, under the light of the torches, they could clearly see the ghost-faced monster. Everyone jumped in fright, and only then did they react. Xue Sixing and Huan Yinfan rushed forward at the same time, wanting to hack Zhang Changzong to death. Both of them had the same thought in their minds. Although the crown prince's ascension to the throne was due to the merit of assisting the dragon, there were also differences in the merit of assisting the dragon. Whoever killed the Zhang brothers would naturally have the greater merit. In the end, Zhang Changzong saw 2 sharp sabers and sword coming at him, and was so scared that his legs turned to jelly and he actually knelt on the ground. The 2 men's sabers and swords missed and looked at each other in shock. It wasn't good for them to attack immediately, otherwise it would be too unsightly. Zhang Changzong's body was like a sieve, and he called out in a trembling voice, "Generals, what crime does Changzong deserve to be executed? As long as I live, Changzong is willing to repay you with everything I have. Generals, spare my life. Spare my life." Huan Yinfan laughed coldly and shouted in a deep voice, "You, this thief, have bewitched the emperor and brought disaster to the country and the people. Don't you deserve to die? Today I, Huan, will uphold the law of the country and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." As he spoke, he raised his sword high. Huan Yinfan's official rank was higher than Xue Sixing's, and he had also said such beautiful words. Xue Sixing couldn't argue with him, and could only watch as Huan Yinfan's sword chopped down and Zhang Changzong's head fell to the ground. Among these people, regardless of whether they were civil officials or generals, most of them were skilled in archery and horsemanship. However, when it came to fighting on foot, none of them could compare to Yang Fan. If Yang Fan wanted to fight for merit, based on his skills, none of these people would be able to compete with him. However, Yang Fan followed behind Crown Prince Li Xian and didn't even draw his saber. Today was to protect the Crown Prince and execute the second Zhang. If anything happened to the Crown Prince, it would be a big joke. This was a matter of life and death, so Yang Fan naturally couldn't let anything happen to the Crown Prince. Thus, he followed the Crown Prince from beginning to end and protected him. As for fighting for merit, first, he wanted the benefits of the entire succession hall, and the succession hall's benefits were his benefits. As for his personal power and fame, if he was suddenly promoted, he would be in danger of being lonely at the top. Second, although he and the second Zhang were mutually using each other, they had never shed all pretense of cordiality. If he had to personally act, he couldn't do it. Inside the emperor's sleeping palace, Wu Zetian was old and sleepy. The noise outside had already woken her up. Zhang Yiji's dying cry was clearly heard by her. Wu Zetian's heart tightened. Propping herself up, she shouted, "Quickly light the lamps. Who is causing trouble?" Inside the sleeping palace, there were palace maids serving throughout the night. There was also a lamp left on. When the palace maids heard the noise outside, they were as flustered as ants on a hot pan. However, serving the Son of Heaven, they had long been accustomed to doing things according to the rules and did not dare to act without orders. At this time, when they heard Wu Zetian's order, They hurriedly lit the few lamps in the hall one by one and quickly retreated to Wu Zetian's side. Although the Son of Heaven was very weak, in their hearts, she was still like a mountain, like an abyss. She was still a powerful and invincible existence. Standing by her side, they could always feel more at ease. At this moment, the supervisor of the welcoming immortals palace ran in, trembling all over. As soon as he came in, he fell to the ground. Although Wu Zetian's sparse white hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a small white dress, unlike her usual grand and dignified appearance, she still exuded an imposing aura. Who is causing trouble? Speak. The welcoming immortals palace supervisor knelt on the ground and only cowed out. His forehead hit the ground with a pong-pong sound. Unexpectedly, he did not dare to say a single word. Wu Zetian was furious. Before she could ask again, the door curtain opened and Li Duozhua, Li Zhan, and Xue Sixing, 3 people holding blood-red knives, rushed in. Their eyes swept around sharply. Seeing that there was no threat in the sleeping palace, they flashed to the left and right. Zhang Jianji and Shui Xianhui supported the crown prince and rushed in. Behind them followed Jing Hui, Xue Sixing, Yang Fan, and a large group of imperial guards. Seeing that there was no danger in the room, Li Duozhua and the others put away their knives. Together with Zhang Jianji and the others, they respectfully saluted Wu Zetian. When Li Xian saw his mother, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. His claws immediately went numb. When he saw everyone salute him, he came to his senses and hurriedly followed. However, although his reaction was fast, he was still half a beat too late. When Wu Zetian saw this, a trace of contempt flashed through her old eyes. She said in an awe-inspiring voice, "It was you who caused trouble? Your Imperial Majesty." Zhang Jianji solemnly clasped his hands toward Wu Zetian. In a deep voice, he said, "Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong rebelled. Under the crown prince's orders, we entered the palace to execute the 2 rebels. We were afraid that this news would be leaked, so we did not dare to foresee it. Today, thanks to the spirits of our ancestors, the 2 rebels have been executed. We know that we violated the rules of the palace and should be punished with 10,000 deaths. We apologize to your Imperial Majesty." When Wu Zetian heard the words 2 rebels have been executed, she couldn't help but feel miserable. Her breathing also became hurried. She took a few breaths, forcefully suppressing the agitation in her heart. Turning her fierce gaze toward Li Xian, she coldly said, hello. You've truly grown up. Your wings have hardened." Li Xian's body trembled. His knees went soft, and he knelt on the ground. In a trembling voice, he said, "This child knows his crime." Wu Zetian coldly snorted and shouted, "Since the Zhang brothers have been executed, what are you still standing here for? Quickly return to the Eastern Palace." Li Xian hurriedly said, "Yes, this child will." "Wait," Zhang Jianji shouted, interrupting Li Xian's words. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Imperial Majesty, the Crown Prince can no longer return to the Eastern Palace. His Imperial Majesty has entrusted his beloved son to your Imperial Majesty for more than 20 years. We have not forgotten the great kindness of Taizong and the Imperial Majesty. We have sacrificed ourselves to serve the Crown Prince to punish the traitors. Today, your Imperial Majesty wishes for your Imperial Majesty to pass the throne to the Crown Prince, to comply with the will of the heavens and the will of the people." When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Even Shui Xianhui, Li Duozhua, Jing Hui, Wang Tongjiao, and Yang Fan were stunned. This was because this wasn't the plan they had originally agreed upon. Yang Fan thought, "Zhang Jianji is indeed an old fox. I've also fallen for his tricks." Huan Yanfan loudly said, "Master Zhang's words are reasonable. The Crown Prince is already old, and the will of the heavens and the will of the people belong to the Crown Prince. Your Imperial Majesty, please pass the throne to the Crown Prince, to comply with the will of the world and the will of the people." Everyone was stunned by Zhang Jianji's words just now. Only Huan Yanfan remained calm and collected. At this time, he was the first to respond. Yang Fan's mind flashed. This decision was probably planned by the two of them beforehand. At this time, everyone suddenly understood. Zhang Jianji wanted these officials who had supported the crown prince to break into the palace to take the greatest share of the credit for bringing the emperor to the throne. According to their plan, they would first put the emperor under house arrest tonight and be closely watched by the soldiers who had participated in the rebellion. Tomorrow, they would publicly announce the execution of the second Zhang under the emperor's edict. Then, they would use the emperor's name to purge the second Zhang's loyal followers. After a month or two, the emperor would abdicate the crown prince. This way, they could avoid the turmoil in court to the greatest extent, and the various factions could also use this time to coordinate their relationships. To put it bluntly, they could distribute the political benefits. But now, Zhang Jianji had suddenly sternly and righteously forced Wu Zetian to hand over power. This way, the greatest credit would naturally go to them. The Prince of Xiang, who was maintaining order in the 9 cities, and Princess Taiping, who was working with Shanghai Wan'er to maintain order in the palace, naturally also had credit. But compared to these people who had directly supported the crown prince's ascension to the throne, they were still a level lower. As for the Wu clan, there was no need to mention it. They were trying to push aside the relatives of the emperor and establish the power of the officials. Once they understood this point, all the civil and military officials rushed forward and said in unison, "May your majesty hand over the throne to the crown prince, in accordance with the will of the heavens and the will of the people." Wu Zetian coldly looked at them. When she saw Li Zhan, Wu Zetian was somewhat surprised. "Li Zhan, we have not treated you and your father poorly. I didn't think that you would do such a thing." Li Zhan lowered his head in shame. Wu Zetian then looked at Cui Xianhui and said, "The other prime ministers were all promoted by us. Only you were personally chosen by us. I didn't think that you would also appear here today." A prime minister was a prime minister. Whether it was in terms of adaptability or mental fortitude, Li Zhan couldn't compare. Cui Xianhui righteously replied, "It is precisely because your majesty has appreciated and promoted this subject that this subject is willing to sacrifice my life to repay the Son of Heaven. This subject believes that killing the traitors and protecting the crown prince is the best way to repay the Son of Heaven and serve the court." Wu Zetian was so angry that a fire rose in her heart. She immediately felt dizzy. She hastily supported herself with one hand on the bed and the other on her forehead. Only then did she stabilize her mind and prevent herself from fainting. When Zhang Jianji saw this, he immediately knelt down and said in a clear voice, "Thank you, your majesty, for your permission." "You cough, cough, cough." Wu Zetian angrily pointed at Zhang Jianji and violently coughed. Her face swelled red and she couldn't speak. When Cui Xianhui, Li Duozhua, and the others saw this, they immediately knelt down and said in unison, "Thank you, your majesty, for your permission." Yang Fan also knelt down with the others. Looking at the furious, helpless, haggard, and despairing Wu Zetian, he suddenly thought of the first time he saw the Empress. That year, that day, that time, it was like a dream. Chapter 1099. Only when he walked out of the Emperor's bedroom did Li Xian's expression ease up. Zhang Jianji, on the other hand, remained calm. After leaving the Emperor's bedroom, the first thing he said was to order the immortal welcoming palace supervisor to hand over the 10 treasures of the Emperor and the 12 tiger talismans. Hearing Zhang Jianji's words, Li Xian's body suddenly shook. A strange impulse rushed from the back of his waist all the way to the top of his head. His entire body had a kind of numb and limp feeling. This kind of feeling seemed to have only been felt in bed during the days when he and Wei Fei had just married. He suddenly realized that he had succeeded. From now on, he would become the emperor. Yes, he had once been an emperor, but he had only been an emperor for a month before he was deposed as the prince of Luling and imprisoned in the Yellow Bamboo Ridge of Fang Province. However, even when he ascended to the throne, he wasn't too excited because he only had the title of emperor at that time. All the power was in the hands of his mother, but it was different this time. This time, who else could threaten him? He was the emperor, the high and mighty emperor, the emperor of the 9 Five Supremes. An overweening emperor. Li Xiantao was drunk and passed out. Li Zhan and Wang Tongjiao led a group of guards and escorted the supervisor of the Welcoming Immortals Palace to Zhang's residence. They found the Son of Heaven's 9 treasures and the 12 tiger talismans and respectfully presented them to him. The Emperor's seal was originally called Imperial Seal, but Wu Zetian felt that Imperial Seal sounded the same as Shi, which was inauspicious, so she changed it to Treasure. Zhang Jianji and Shui Xianhui meticulously inspected every single jade seal. Fate receiving treasure, fate sealing treasure. When Qin unified the world, Shi Wang established the Emperor's seal, the Emperor's royal seal, the Emperor's letter seal, the Emperor's royal seal, the Emperor's letter seal, the Emperor's royal seal, the Emperor's letter seal, the Emperor's letter seal, the Emperor's royal seal, the Emperor's letter seal, a total of 6 seals. In the Han Dynasty, 2 more treasured seals were added, and later generations followed the Han system, resulting in the Chuan Gui seal and the 8 treasure seal. However, in the Tang Dynasty, another piece was added. This was because when the Tang Dynasty was first established, there was no heirloom seal engraved on the Heshabi. The heirloom seal had long been regarded as a token of divine imperial authority, legitimate and legitimate. Anyone who ascended to the throne without the heirloom seal was ridiculed as a white emperor. The Tang Dynasty lacked the imperial seal, so they had to carve their own imperial seal of acceptance to console themselves. They were also embarrassed to completely copy the imperial seal of acceptance. Although the design was copied from the imperial seal of acceptance, the 8 big characters were changed a little. What was engraved was Heaven of Acceptance, longevity of the emperor. Therefore, the number of seals in the Tang Dynasty was the same as that of the Han Dynasty. However, in the 4th year Jingguan, Li Tang brought Empress Xiao and the imperial seal back to Li Tang when he attacked the Turks. Since the imperial seal was found, it was not appropriate to smash the one he carved to make up the number. Therefore, the Tang Dynasty had an additional seal. There were a total of 10 seals, all carved from white jade with a hornless beast as the button. Other than the imperial seal of acceptance, which was 4 inches square, the other seals were 1 inch and 2 fun. Therefore, it was very easy to identify which side was the imperial seal. However, before the Tang Dynasty recovered the imperial seal, the seal they carved to make up the number was an imitation of the imperial seal of acceptance, which was also 4 inches square. Therefore, these 10 seals were 8 imperial seals of the emperor. 1 imperial seal of acceptance was the same size as the imperial seal of acceptance. Zhang Jianji and Shui Xianhui opened the seal boxes one by one and carefully examined them, afraid that someone else had substituted a flower for a tree. After examining the 8 seals, they came to the last 2 seals held by the soldier. The 2 did not even look at the imperial seal of acceptance, but looked at the imperial seal of acceptance at the same time. 2 pairs of trembling hands reached out at the same time and gently opened the seal box. An imperial seal was quietly lying in the seal box. The seal was 4 inches square, made of white jade with a hornless beast button, and handed over the 5 coils of qi. Hidden in the seal script were the words, "Receive the mandate of heaven, live forever and prosper." Zhang Jianji's old face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, suddenly became excited. The wrinkles on his face seemed to ripple. As if he was holding a newborn baby, he carefully took out the imperial seal of acceptance and raised it high above his head. Suddenly, he turned around and knelt down heavily in front of Li Xian. In a loud voice, he said, "God bless the Tang Dynasty. Long live our emperor." This was a real achievement. Who would be willing to be left behind? Everyone knelt on the ground in excitement and shouted to Li Xian, "God bless the Tang Dynasty. Long live our emperor." Li Xian stood there, as if he was riding on the clouds. Happiness came too quickly, and he could not adapt to it. In the palace of Welcoming Immortals, when the 2 ministers forced the emperor to abdicate, Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wan'er were summoning the 6 ministers, the 24 ministers, and the chamberlain of the Department of Chamberlain. They explained to them the situation of tonight's operation and the purpose of the operation in order to pacify everyone. These people were the heads of the various departments and eunuchs in the palace. Many of them did not know what had happened tonight. The entire palace was in a state of panic. They had to pacify these people in order to stabilize the palace. Next, to ensure the smooth operation of this power center, they could not do without their cooperation. Outside, there was the suppression of the army. Inside, there was the control of the most powerful and prestigious person in the inner court, Shanghai Wanner. In addition, there was Princess Taiping as the representative of the royal family. These palace maids and eunuchs quickly calmed down. Suddenly, Eunuch Hai quietly walked over. He stood on his tiptoes and whispered a few words to Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping nodded and said to Wanner, "I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to the Palace of Welcoming Immortals." The Palace of Welcoming Immortals had been completely controlled by the soldiers of the Yulin Forest who had participated in the mutiny. There was a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. Only then was she allowed to enter the Palace of Welcoming Immortals. There were also soldiers with spears patrolling back and forth on the roads. They were full of killing intent. Many of them did not know Princess Taiping. Because the people who had participated in the coup were complicated, many soldiers did not even know Shui Sixing, who had participated in the coup. Therefore, under the personal guidance of Shui Sixing, Princess Taiping had to stop several times. She had to show Zhang Jinji's temporary special pass, stamped with a treasure, before she could enter the Palace of Welcoming Immortals. The chaos in the Palace of Welcoming Immortals had not completely calmed down. The surviving palace maids and eunuchs were all squatting in the yard. They did not move under the close supervision of the soldiers. These people were all marked with Zhang Jinji's mark. They cannot be kept. Later, they would be sent to places like the Laundry Bureau or the Sinong Temple to be replaced by a group of reliable palace maids and eunuchs. However, this could only be arranged after Wanner had pacified the 6 ministers, 24 departments, and the eunuchs of the inner servants department. For now, they could only be watched together. The blood on the door had been frozen into ice. The corpses on the ground had not been moved away. Princess Taiping carefully avoided the corpses and followed Shui Sixing into the inner palace. In the 3rd yard, Taiping stopped. Yang Fan was squatting on the ground, looking down at a corpse in front of him. Taiping happened to see his side face. Yang Fan looked very calm, neither happy nor angry. Taiping walked over gently. Shui Sixing had heard about the affair between her and Yang Fan, so he stayed where he was. Yang Fan heard the footsteps. He turned his head and saw it was her. He hurriedly stood up and stood in front of the corpse. But he was still 1 step late. Princess Taiping saw the corpse clearly. "Ah!" she exclaimed softly. She covered her mouth with her hands, and her eyes were full of horror. The corpse was wearing a long robe. The belt of the robe was untied, and it was scattered on the ground. His hair was also loose. There was a knife stuck in his back. Half of the blade had penetrated into his body. What was shocking was that he did not have a head. There was a large pool of blood on his neck. Even though Taiping's courage was outstanding, seeing this kind of situation, she could not help but be startled. Yang Fan blocked Taiping. He turned his head to a Yulin royal guards and said, "Take the corpse away." The soldier hesitated and said, He is the rebel leader Zhang Yiji. Without the Prime Minister's order, I am afraid it is not appropriate to deal with him." "General." Yang Fan suddenly turned around. A murderous look appeared on his face. In a deep voice he said, "Do you want to ravage a corpse? Wrap it up and take it away." The Yulin royal guards was startled by Yang Fan. He hastily called 2 soldiers to go to the 2nd bedroom and drag out a bedding, and then wrap the corpse up. Yang Fan pointed to the other headless corpse at the door and said, "There is also that one. Take it away as well. Look after it well." The Yulin royal guards did not dare to object anymore. He hastily wrapped the corpse up and lifted it up. Princess Taiping asked in a low voice, "This is the 2nd Zhang's corpse?" Yang Fan nodded. He walked shoulder to shoulder with her toward the palace. While walking, he said, "Master Zhang ordered us to cut off their heads and hang them on the Vermilion Bird Avenue as a public display." Taiping bit her lip and said in a soft voice, "Erlang, don't be angry. This is a necessary action." Yang Fan let out a soft sigh and said, I know. That's why I have no objection. It's just that the corpse has to be dealt with. We can't keep it in the welcoming, immortal palace forever. Taiping understood his mood. She nodded and said, After the heads are hung for public display, I will arrange for people to stitch up their bodies and send them to the Great Mercy's temple for cremation. Very well, Yang Fan said in a low voice. He stopped at the door of the emperor's bedchamber and said in a low voice, The emperor is in a very bad mood right now. You are the emperor's daughter. You should comfort her. An inexplicable emotion suddenly welled up in Taiping's heart. Just like how Yang Fan felt for the second Zhang, she felt the same way for her birth mother. She was the one who took the initiative to participate in this mutiny and played a crucial role in it. She hoped that the mutiny would succeed, but when the mutiny did succeed and her mother became a prisoner, she couldn't help but feel sad. Yang Fan was silent for a moment and said, Master Zhang also told me that he hoped you could persuade the emperor to immediately abdicate and write a letter. Princess Taiping suddenly raised her head and said in astonishment, Immediately? Didn't he say? She looked straight at Yang Fan. The flames of anger gradually rose in her eyes. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, I didn't know anything about this beforehand. I think even the civil and military officials who participated in the mutiny didn't know about it beforehand. Everyone was kept in the dark by Master Zhang. If I'm not wrong, only Huan Yinfan participated in the discussion on this matter. Princess Taiping slowly calmed down. In fact, among the people who participated in the mutiny, there were her trusted aides. It was just that others didn't know that Jing Hui was actually one of her people. If these officials deliberately hid it from the Wu and Li families and used the excuse of using military force to purge the emperor, but in reality, they planned to seize the throne immediately, then Jing Hui, as the main person in charge of the military force, would definitely know in advance. Then she would also know. Now that even Jing Hui didn't know, it was not surprising that Yang Fan, who was a participant who was guarded against, didn't know the inside story. Yang Fan said lightly, No one is a fool. Since they risked their lives to participate in the mutiny, who wouldn't want to seek the greatest benefit? But you and I actually didn't see through this point. We were deceived by old man Zhang, so we deserve it. Princess Taiping said angrily, But this is not our original plan. I don't agree. Yang Fan cut her off and said, We can't not agree. The Son of Heaven's treasure has already fallen into his hands. If the emperor insists on not issuing the imperial edict, he can still make a copy. Don't tell me that we can launch another coup at this time. Princess Taiping gritted her teeth and said, Where is Master Zhang now? Yang Fan said, They have already escorted the crown prince to Zichen Palace Hall. They are discussing how to announce it to the world tomorrow morning. Princess Taiping was silent for a long time and slowly said, I understand. Yang Fan looked at Princess Taiping's back as she walked towards her bedroom. Her back was proud and straight, like a taut bowstring. It seemed that if it was triggered, it would shoot out violently. Yang Fan knew that with Taiping's unyielding character, she would not be able to accept this kind of scheme. She had never been the type to be manipulated by others. But this time, she had no choice but to accept it because Zhang Jianji had already calculated all the situations and made perfect use of the present situation. In the past, Wu Zetian had used her strength to force Taiping to accept the marriage she had arranged. But she had used her own method to carry out a continuous and unremitting counterattack for 10 years. This time, how long would she be able to endure Zhang Jinji's scheme? Yang Fan was also a military general who had participated in the coup. Immediately supporting Li Xian to ascend to the throne was actually to his great advantage. The fame and wealth he would obtain would be more than he had expected. But he was also somewhat angry at Zhang Jinji's scheme. He had an ominous premonition that this coup would not end perfectly. Chapter 1100. Inside the palace, Wu Zetian lay quietly on the bed. Ever since Zhang Jinji, Cui Xianhui, and the others had left with the crown prince, she had not opened her eyes. She had heard Zhang Jinji in the outer hall ordering the palace eunuch to hand over the imperial seal and tiger seal. She had heard the clashing of armors. She knew that there were guards at the door to her palace, but she had not said a word. What else could she do now? Her eyes were tightly closed, but tears still seeped out of the corners of her eyes. Wu Zetian turned around. She did not want the palace maids to see her crying. In reality, the palace maids were curled up in the corner, worried about their own fates. They did not notice her movements at all. Wu Zetian's heart was filled with sorrow. This moment had come too suddenly. She did not have time to calm her heart and reflect on her life. She did not have time to think about how many people she had harmed in her life. Every one of those people's fates were 10 times more miserable than hers, so she felt abnormally sad and angry. The country, the throne of the emperor, she would have to hand it over sooner or later. So she did not care about this power that even if it was not taken away, it would not last for long. What made her sad was that the Wuzhou Empire she had single-handedly created was destined to come to an end. Since her son had launched a rebellion to take back the throne, he would definitely restore the name of Li Tang. Wu Zetian felt waves of coldness. She suddenly thought of the warmth Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong gave her when they were by her side. Now, those two lovers had become two cold corpses. She still remembered the assurance and promise she had confidently given them not too long ago. This made her feel despair and anger. She had originally thought that some people would not be able to tolerate the Zhang brothers after her death. She had not thought that while she was still alive, those people were already so arrogant. She had used 20 years, killed countless lives, racked her brains, and exhausted her thoughts to build her empire. It was difficult to start a business, but it only took one night for it to be destroyed. Mother! A soft call suddenly came from behind her. Wu Zetian quickly wiped away the tears on her cheeks. She said coldly, "Ling Yue, you have also betrayed me, right?" There was no reply from Taiping behind him, but he felt the couch sink slightly. He knew that she was sitting on the side of the couch. Wu Zetian stared at the fog-like curtain in front of her and murmured, "Am I really such a failure as an emperor? Why? Why is it that after so many years, you still can't forget to restore Li Tang?" No matter what, Wu Zetian was her birth mother. Now that Wu Zetian had become a failure, Princess Taiping did not want to say anything harsh to her, whether it was in the affairs of the state or in the family. Princess Taiping just sat there silently. After a long time, she gently comforted, "Mother, don't be sad." Wu Zetian smiled coldly. She slowly turned around and stared at her daughter. "I'm not sad. What's the use of being sad? I've been fighting all my life. In the family, after entering the palace, as Empress Dowager, Emperor, I've been fighting with people all the time. I've been fighting with heaven all my life. I've just lost the last battle." Princess Taiping silently looked at her mother. Wu Zetian said, "In my life, I've only lost one battle. The reason for my failure is that I'm too old. I'm sick and have no energy to pay attention to them. My life is coming to an end. So, some people start to look for higher branches. I've been defeated by time, and time is an opponent that no one can defeat." Princess Taiping wanted to refute her, but her mind was extremely confused. Considering that her mother had suffered a heavy blow, Princess Taiping did not want to say anything harsh. So she seemed to agree with Wu Zetian's conclusion and nodded gently. Seeing her nod, Wu Zetian showed a happy look on her face. She smiled like a child. "Daughter, do you think that by imprisoning me here, I can be at your mercy? No, impossible. I'm Wu Jiong, the unique Wu Jiong since ancient times. If I'm determined to die, I can still create endless trouble for you, can't I?" Princess Taiping was a little impatient with her mother's complacency. She retorted mercilessly, "Mother, do you think that by committing suicide, Brother Crown Prince will bear the crime of killing his mother and be reviled for thousands of years? The palace has been controlled by Brother Crown Prince. If Mother is determined to die, you will still live in the palace tomorrow. Even if this news can't be hidden from the world, the imperial court can forge your self-condemnation edict and announce that you've died to apologize to the world." A trace of coldness flashed through Wu Zetian's heart. She was the emperor, so she was very clear about these means. She knew that every word her daughter said could become a reality. She was stunned for a long time and suddenly laughed. She didn't want to be manipulated after death, so she could only live in humiliation. She had lost her empire, her throne, and her lover. Even her own life and death were no longer in her hands. Hee. Wu Zetian's low laughter turned into loud laughter. She angrily pounded the bed, her face covered in tears. Princess Taiping silently sat on the edge of the bed, allowing Wu Zetian to vent. After some time, Wu Zetian gasped for breath as she lay back on the bed. She tiredly closed her eyes and whispered, "What's the situation outside?" Princess Taiping replied, "It's still calm. The 9 cities are already under Brother Prince of Xiang's control. Inside the palace, the 6 ministers, the 24 divisions, and the people of the Department of Household Attendants are taking care of everything in the palace as usual. The Imperial Guards in the northern part of the city are also not stirring." Wu Zetian interrupted her and asked, "No one has died?" Princess Taiping thought this over, then replied, "There have been almost no casualties, except in this immortal welcoming palace. In order to get to Sir's palace as quickly as possible, they attacked and killed several dozen of the Zhang brothers' men. But Second Zhang's best friends would never have been let off." Wu Zetian felt a burst of disappointment. She had not expected that even though she was the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's mother, she had still needed so many years, had to kill so many people and exile so many people before she could sit on the throne of Emperor. But at the moment of her transition of power, not a single death sworn had stepped forward. Princess Taiping gazed at her mother's aged face. In the last few years, her mother's teeth had all fallen out and her cheeks were clearly sunken, making her appear very weak. Her eyes were closed, and her eyeballs did not move at all. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking, so much so that Princess Taiping felt like there was nothing she could say. She opened her mouth, but still felt that it was somewhat difficult to bring up the matter of abdicating the throne to her mother at this moment. So she closed her mouth again, thinking that perhaps it would be better to let her mother have a good rest and then bring up the matter tomorrow. But Wu Zetian seemed to feel her embarrassment. She slowly opened her eyes and asked lightly, "They asked you to see me not just to visit this old woman, right?" Princess Taiping lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "Mother." Wu Zetian rolled her eyes and murmured, "What else do they want from me?" "Oh, they want me to issue an edict to abdicate, right?" Princess Taiping bit her lower lip and gently nodded. Obviously, the overall situation had been decided. They could wait for a few months like Emperor Taizong and then let the Empress abdicate. In this way, they could not only save the face of the Emperor, the subject, and the mother, but also take over the power more steadily. But now they had to be so impatient, which made Taiping very unhappy. When she confessed this matter to her mother, she was also somewhat embarrassed. "Haha," Wu Zetian sneered, "they are too impatient. You don't need to feel embarrassed. I know that this is definitely not your idea. If you are the crown prince, you will not decide to force me to abdicate now. You are better than your 2 useless brothers. Unfortunately, you are a girl." Princess Taiping felt a burst of excitement in her heart. Being valued and appreciated by her mother would always make a child feel happy, not to mention that her mother was an unprecedented empress. However, this excitement just surged through her body and then disappeared like a tide. Princess Taiping suddenly felt cold in her heart. Mother really appreciates my talent? The sudden death of 5th brother may be an unsolved mystery, but what about 6th brother? He died in the hands of my mother without any doubt. Unfortunately, I am a girl. 5th brother and 6th brother are capable and wise crown princes. They are men, but what happened? Now that 7th brother and 8th brother are so weak and incompetent, can mother get away with it? Princess Taiping suddenly shuddered at the thought that her mother might have hidden evil intentions for her. Her silence made Wu Zetian a little uneasy. Wu Zetian turned her head unnaturally to avoid her daughter's deep eyes and whispered, "Tell Siener that I will issue the edict of abdication." The night of chaos ended before dawn. The bell in the palace rang on time, as usual. This meant that the mutineers had completely controlled the palace. Although its mistress had been reduced to a prisoner, it still operated as usual. The new emperor was waiting in Zichan Palace to be enthroned. In this world, no one was irreplaceable. Early in the morning, the people of Chang, and who didn't know what happened in the palace last night, were surprised to see 5 heads on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Zhang Jianji didn't start a massacre. Even the Zhang family, he only ordered the killing of Zhang Yiji, Zhang Changzong, Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changyi, and Zhang Changqi. Zhang Tongxiu and the other 2 were originally local officials. They returned to the capital to reunite with their families during the Spring Festival. Because of the Zhang family's background, they stayed and didn't return. They planned to return after the first lunar month, but they followed Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong to the underworld last night. Zhang Jianji was appointed prime minister at the age of 80. In this regard, probably only Jiang Taigong, who fished in the Wei River, could compare with him. Before him, countless people with lofty ideals wanted to end the Wuzhou dynasty. But they kept adding fuel to the fire, and the water in the Wuzhou dynasty just couldn't boil. Until Zhang Jianji added fuel to the fire, the curtain fell on the Wuzhou dynasty. Chapter 1101. On the morning of the 23rd day of the first year of the Divine Dragon, the heads of the 5 Zhang brothers were displayed on Vermilion Bird Avenue. This news had just spread through Chang, and when another astonishing piece of news arrived, the empress had announced that the crown prince would oversee the country and be the president. The people of Chang and felt even more of a sense of belonging to Li Tang than the people of Luoyang. Upon hearing this news, the crowd cheered and countless people poured into the streets, as if they had returned to the bustling scene of the Lantern Festival. Fan Xuan and Du Jingting rushed to Vermilion Bird Avenue and set up an incense table in front of the heads of the 5 Zhang brothers. For a moment, they wept. Soon after, the crown prince, Li Xian, appointed Yuan Shuji, the minister of the prince of Xiang's household, as assistant minister of the Wind Pavilion and minister of peace. He sent 10 envoys with the crown prince's imperial seal to comfort the 10 provinces. If Wu Ziqian continued to hold the title of empress, it would be very beneficial to the smooth transition of power. They could use Wu Ziqian's name to resolve many outstanding problems and use the emperor's name to deal with matters that were not suitable for the crown prince to handle. But because of Zhang Jianji and Huan Yinfan's decision, the 3-month transition period was shortened to 1 day. On the 24th day of the first month, the court announced the abdication of the empress and the abdication of the crown prince. This not only made many of the plans impossible to implement, but also created a new problem. The sudden change in the plan of military remonstrance immediately caused a split in the remonstrance group. The furious Wu Sanci angrily reported his illness to the crown prince and shut himself in. All the sons of the Wu clan with military positions were sent to the army, and even Wu Yuyi was released to the Featherwood Guard. The Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, and Princess Taiping also reported their illness to the crown prince. For a moment, Li Xian was badly battered, but he could not resist the temptation of immediately ascending the throne. He had already promised Zhang Jianji and the others, and he had already announced it to the entire country. How could he go back on his word? Helpless, Li Xian could only lower himself and personally pay a visit. He first visited the Prince of Xiang's estate, then Princess Taiping's estate, and finally the Prince of Liang's estate. In his private conversation with his brother and sister, Li Xian did his utmost to clear his name and push all the blame on his Zhang Jianji, Cui Xianhui, and their group. The Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping knew that since this matter had already become a fact, it was impossible to force the crown prince to change his mind. It was just that they found it hard to calm down and were a little emotional. Now that the crown prince had taken the initiative to visit them, put down his pride, and begged them with soft words, the 2 of them grumbled for a while before agreeing to attend the coronation ceremony. However, Wu Sanci did not give Li Xian any face. No matter how much Li Xian tried to flatter him, Wu Sanci refused to come out. Although the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, was in control of the Southern Office Guard, and as long as he agreed to attend the coronation ceremony and support the crown prince's ascension, the safety of the 9 cities could be guaranteed. Li Xian was not at ease. Even though Zhang Jianji had repeatedly assured him that the Wu clan would not dare to break the great taboo of the world and cause trouble. He was still on edge. Taiping of Princess of Dynasty Wu Dynasty, of Wu of Dynasty of the Taiping of the Dynasty. Wu 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 of Palace, of the Taiping of Dynasty. Princess Taiping had no choice but to agree. After some negotiation, Wu Sanxi reluctantly agreed. These matters were naturally only known to Li Xian, his siblings, and Wu Sanxi. At the very least, in the eyes of outsiders, the crown prince's ascension to the throne was expected by all. Although the coronation ceremony on the 25th day of the first month was rather crude because of its haste, the presence of so many powerful figures naturally made people feel that the crown prince's ascension to the throne was well-deserved. However, a few officials and Confucian scholars familiar with the etiquette of the imperial court were still able to discern some special flavor. There were some matters that should be announced on the day of the coronation, such as how the new emperor would deal with the previous emperor since he was abdicating. When the new emperor ascended the throne, what year would be decided, what major state policies would be decided by the new emperor. When the new emperor was established, what appointments and transfers would be made to the civil and military officials, and all of this because Li Xian's ascension to the throne was too hasty, and it involved important interests. The coup group had yet to reach an agreement and could not immediately announce it. As a result, after 20 years, when Li Xian ascended to the throne again, he actually only announced one thing at the ascension ceremony. And this matter should have been the last and not the only one in the usual procedure on the day of the emperor's ascension to the throne, and that was to grant amnesty to the people. Li Xian announced that since the beginning of the civilization era, 684 AD, the year Li Xian stepped down from the throne, all those who had been convicted, except for Su Jingya, Li Zhen, Li Chong, the leader of the rebellion, as well as the die-hard followers of Zhang Yi and Zhang Yi, would be cleared of their crimes. Those who had lost their children would all be pardoned. Zhang Yi's party could be pardoned, but why couldn't Su Jingya, the prince of Li Zhen and the prince of Langya Li Chong, the two hot-blooded princes of the Tang dynasty, be pardoned? In the end, it was because Zhang Jianji's sudden persuasion had disrupted the best rhythm for the succession of power. Perhaps Zhang Jianji was trying to suppress the power of the royal family and the relatives of the emperor, or perhaps he was trying to allow the group of meritorious officials to obtain the greatest political benefits. As for what he was thinking, outsiders had no way of knowing. But his hasty persuasion, not leaving a buffer period for the coup, was definitely a big political mistake. These three people, who should be rehabilitated the most, could not be rehabilitated because of Zhang Jinji's rash advance. This was because these three people had raised the banner of rebellion against Wu Zetian, and Li Xian had ascended the throne in the name of Wu Zetian's abdication. If he rehabilitated the three traitors who had raised the banner of rebellion against Wu Zetian, wouldn't that be indirectly admitting that he was also opposed to Wu Zetian? He couldn't do something like slapping himself in the face. Whoever started the trouble should untie it. These cases should have been resolved during the period when the crown prince was in charge of the country, and he should have found an opportunity to issue an edict in the name of Empress Wu Zetian to pardon them. But because of the sudden change in plans, there were far more unresolved matters. On the 26th day of the first month, Wu Zetian moved out of the emperor's palace and moved to Shangyang Palace. On the 27th day of the first month, Li Xian led the civil and military officials to Shangyang Palace to pay their respects to Wu Zetian and was honored with the title Great Saint Emperor Zetian. In order to express his filial piety to his mother, Li Xian publicly announced that every 10 days he would lead the officials to pay their respects. Presumably, Wu Zetian, who had been stripped of her power and placed under house arrest in the inner courtyard, did not like this arrangement. However, she had no right to ask for anything and naturally had no right to object. A new dynasty was in the air. A new emperor had ascended the throne, so it was impossible for the officials to not move at all. Besides, everyone knew that this time, the crown prince had ascended the throne ahead of time under the background of purging the emperor's corrupt officials and executing the second Zhang. Thus, there would definitely be meritorious officials. The rewards for meritorious officials could not be dragged on endlessly. Thus, The busiest matter for the 5 officials, including Zhang Jianji, Jing Hui, and Huan Yinfan, who controlled the court, was to discuss the distribution of meritorious officials. On the 28th day of the first month, the first list of meritorious officials was finally released. The first to be rewarded was the group of meritorious officials who had planned the coup. Li Xian announced that Zhang Jianji would be the minister of Xia, a third-rank Wantai of the same Phoenix Pavilion. Cui Xianwei would be the inner custodian. Yuan Shuji would be the third-rank Wantai of the same Phoenix Pavilion. Jing Hui and Huan Yinfan would both be Naiyan. The 5 people above would all be the prime ministers and would all be conferred the title of duke. Li Duozhua was already the great general of the Yulin Guards and could no longer be promoted. He was conferred the title of prince of Liaoyang. Wang Tongjiao, as the emperor's son-in-law and the main meritorious official, was conferred the title of Right Thousand Ox General and conferred the title of Duke of Langyi. Li Zhan was conferred the title of Great General of the Yulin Guards and conferred the title of Duke of Zhao. Yang Fan was conferred the title of Great General of the Yulin Guards and conferred the title of Loyal to Marquis Wu. From the title conferred on Yang Fan, Li Xian had not forgotten the great kindness of rescuing him from Fangzhou and bringing him back to the capital. On the contrary, in this rebellion, Li Xian and the group of meritorious officials did not think that Yang Fan had played any key role. However, Li Xian still allowed him to command 1,000 cavalry, which could be considered as an expression of his full trust. In terms of official rank, Yang Fan had almost climbed to the peak of the military rank. Above him were only the ranks of Great General of Light Cavalry, supporting the state and guarding the army. Of these, the first 2 were just empty titles. Among those who wielded real power, Yang Fan was only a single step away from the top and conferred the title of Guarding Great General. As for the other meritorious officials, because the various factions were fiercely fighting over every inch of land and were unwilling to give up on a single spot, they had yet to come to a conclusion. However, from the fact that they had first conferred meritorious officials, and then Zhang Jianji and the others had all been conferred the title of duke and paid homage to prime minister, it could be seen that Zhang Jianji's persuasion had achieved absolute results. The court was now under their control. After conferring meritorious officials, it was time to confer rewards on the members of the imperial family and other meritorious officials who had participated in the coup d'etat. The first to be conferred were naturally the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping, who had contributed the most. The Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, was conferred the title of Governor of Bingzhou, Great General of the Left Guard, Commander of the Crown Prince's Guards, Protector General of the North, and Prince of Xiang. He was conferred the title of Prince of Xiang of the Kingdom. Princess Taiping was conferred the title of Princess Xinghua, conferred 5,000 households, and was conferred the title of Princess Xinghua. One was in the Kingdom and the other was in the Xinghua. One could imagine the status of these 2 siblings in the Jianghu. As for Wu Sanxi, unfortunately, due to the lack of time and the failure of the negotiations, this old man was placed in the next batch of meritorious officials to be conferred. The above conferments are naturally not decided by Li Xian alone. Instead, they were led by Zhang Jianji, Cui Xianhui, and the others who had been in control of the political power since the day of the political coup d'etat. It was also their decision to exclude the Wu clan. In their view, the emperor had already ascended to the throne and the overall situation was settled. The southern office was firmly under control, and the northern office was also being divided and infiltrated. The Wu clan was no longer a concern. In time, they could easily kick the Wu clan out of the political arena and no longer need to care about their feelings. After being used, Wu Sanxi was thrown aside like a rag. This infuriated him. He first ground his teeth in anger, and then he sharpened his knife in anger. At first, they had said that they would kill the second Zhang, but in the end, that old bastard Zhang Jianji changed his mind at the last minute and helped the crown prince ascend to the throne ahead of time. Okay, he endured it. Then, in order to get him to agree to attend the coronation ceremony, Li Xian, that bastard, personally came to him and said all kinds of nice things in a low voice. Then he brought up Princess Taiping to plead for him. He gave him face and attended the coronation ceremony. Now it was time to reward them according to their contributions, but he was put in the second tier. Uncle can bear it, aunt can't bear it. Putting aside the angry Wu Sansi, there was another great meritorious official who helped Li Xian ascend to the throne this time. This person had made great contributions and had to be rewarded. But after the meritorious officials were rewarded according to their contributions, when it was her turn, the emperor and the 5 prime ministers were in a dilemma because they didn't know how to reward her. Chapter 1102. If she had not provided the information, the people who had planned the rebellion would not have known the situation in the palace like the back of their hands. Naturally, they would not have dared to act rashly. If she had not arranged for Zhang Jianji and the others to help the crown prince break into the immortal welcoming palace, they would not have been discovered by 2 eunuchs. If she had not arranged for someone to hit the tree, the immortal welcoming palace would not have been broken through so quickly. No one could guarantee that there was no secret passage in the immortal welcoming palace, and that the emperor would not have been able to escape in time. If she had not stepped forward bravely, the internal guards might not have been stopped halfway. Perhaps this was the key to their defeat. It had to be known that the deputy commandant of the internal guards was her trusted aide. If she had not been in charge, the palace would not have settled so quickly. The group of meritorious officials did not have the ability to replace all the palace maids and eunuchs at once. If the internal court could not be stabilized, the crown prince would not dare to stay in the palace. If the new emperor ascended to the throne and lived outside the palace, it would be a huge joke. All of these things contributed greatly. This person was Wan Er. When it was Shangwan Er's turn, Li Xian, Zhang Jianji, Cui Xianhui, and the others were in a difficult position. Although Wan Er's contributions were outstanding, they didn't know how to reward her based on her contributions. Wan Er's power was like that of the Minister of Internal Affairs, but her rank was only a 5th rank female official. If she was promoted, she could only be above 5th rank. However, she was a woman and could not be given a court official. Thus, she could only be promoted in the system of officials in the internal court. There were also official ranks in the internal court. The eunuchs had the ranks of eunuchs, and the palace maids had the ranks of female officials. However, among the ranks of female officials in the internal court, 5th rank was the limit. 5th rank female officials and above were always given to the emperor's concubines as their standard of treatment. Wan Er was already 5th rank. How could she be promoted? Because of this, Jing Hui suggested that the emperor should take Wan Er as his concubine. In any case, after the emperor ascended to the throne, he would have to take more concubines. However, this suggestion was immediately firmly opposed by Zhang Jianji, Cui Xianhui, and a group of experienced and prudent officials. Hearing this, Consort Wei in the inner palace reacted even more fiercely. The reaction of Zhang Jianji and the others was very normal. The reason why they wanted to talk about Wan Er's merits was because Wan Er's merits were right there, and they could not avoid it. The second reason was because Wan Er had been in charge of the palace for a long time. Now that the new emperor had just ascended to the throne, stabilizing the palace required her support. But it was also because of this that Wan Er could not become the emperor's concubine. These years, as the Minister of Internal Affairs, she had interacted with too many foreign officials. If there was a concubine in the back palace who had a close relationship with the court officials, it almost meant that the empire would suffer another disaster. Wu Ziqian was a powerful concubine who stood out from the crowd and eventually became the empress of a generation. The lesson from the past was not far away. Shouldn't she learn from it? This was what Zhang Jianji and the other officials thought. In Consort Wei's view, Wan Er had connections with some foreign officials and also firmly controlled the inner court. She was also famous for her talent, and she was incomparably beautiful. Although she had long known that her husband would not be able to succeed in bed, once Wan Er became an imperial concubine, it would be easy for her to take over her, the first wife. As long as she was not too stupid, there was no woman who would sit and watch as such a powerful opponent appeared. Consort Wei had great influence on Li Xian, the emperor. Li Xian almost always listened to Consort Wei's words. Zhang Jianji and the other remonstrating officials controlled the court and also had great influence on Li Xian. If they all did not agree, Li Xian naturally would not nod his head. Everyone discussed and finally decided to make an exception this time. In any case, there were already many new things in the Tang dynasty, such as the princess opening a mansion and building a government office, the creation of new characters, and women proclaiming themselves emperors. When there were too many of them, they were not afraid of being bitten. Thus, after discussion, they decided to add the title of a third-rank female official to Shangguan Wan'er, Jiu. Originally, only the imperial concubines of the emperor could be given this position. Now, they made an exception for Wan'er. Wan'er originally wanted to retire after her success, but when she heard this, she naturally refused. She only wanted to resign and leave the palace. It was a taboo of the Son of Heaven to not reward those who had rendered meritorious service and to not punish those who had committed crimes. Furthermore, these people had already drawn up a long list of names, all of them thinking that if Shangguan were carried on like this, what would they do? Thus, everyone resolutely refused. They thought that Wan'er was dissatisfied with the small official position, so they raised Wan'er a level and promoted her to second-rank Zhao Rong. Zhao Rong was second only to Zhao Yi among the second-rank female officials. In the past, Wu Zetian had been a Zhao Yi. In order to avoid the position that the emperor had once held, she was given the title of Zhao Rong. This was the greatest sincerity of the emperor and the 5 officials. If she wanted another promotion, she could only be an imperial concubine. Wan'er's original intention was not this, but she and her Lang Jun were sinking deeper and deeper into the court and could not extricate themselves. Directly confess her affair with Yang Fan? Once this earth-shattering news came out, it was not known whether it was a blessing or a curse. Helpless, Wan'er could only agree to the emperor's reward. However, she also made a condition. Every day, she would go to the palace with the officials to work. Like the prime ministers, she would be on duty in the palace every month. Other times, she had to stay outside the palace. This request was exactly what concubine Wei, Zhang Jianji, and the other officials wanted, so they generously agreed. Furthermore, the emperor generously decided that the court would fund the construction of an official residence for her. This was a show of kindness, but it also made it clear that although she was a Zhao Rong, she was not an imperial concubine of the emperor. Throughout history, there had never been an emperor who allowed his woman to live outside the palace. The inner palace only used eunuchs. How could an imperial concubine live outside the palace? With Wan'er's statement, concubine Wei, Zhang Jianji, and the others all let down their guard against her. Not only did they give her the title of a second-rank Zhao Rong, but they also let her be in charge of imperial edicts. In reality, they placed more importance on her than they had in the time of Wu Zetian. This was also for the safety of the palace. They knew that Wu Sanci was dissatisfied. Collusion between the inside and outside was the key to the success of the rebellion, so they had to win Wan'er over. The residence that Wan'er chose was next to her mother's. This was out of filial piety, so the court had to satisfy her. Now the people in that area were moving. Greetings to Shangguan Zhao Rong. In the back garden of the Yang family, Yang Fan saw Wan'er and greeted her with a smile. Wan'er wore a purple dress and a jade belt. She wore a crown of pearls on her head. Her smile was exceptionally charming. Behind her was the eaves of the long corridor. The newly melted snow had turned into water droplets dripping down from the eaves. When the sunlight shone on it, it was colorful. It made Wan'er's beautiful figure look like a flower watered by rain and dew. General Yang, you may dispense with the formalities. Wan'er dragged out her voice and pretended to help him up. Suddenly, she giggled and jumped like a swallow through the forest. She gracefully threw herself into his arms. Her hands wrapped around his neck. She happily said, Lang Jun, I can finally spend the rest of my life with you. Wan'er was originally elegant and graceful. As she grew older and gave birth, her body became a bit more plump. Thus, her elegance turned into gentleness and gentleness. The gentleness and beauty entered his arms. Naturally, Yang Fan embraced and kissed her. Ever since Wan'er gave birth, she became especially emotional. This intimacy made her face blush. Her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes were full of love. Her eyes were watery and extremely charming. This feeling of love entered his eyes. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel his index finger move, but third sister rushed into the yard at the wrong time. She was holding a little girl in her arms. The little girl was looking around excitedly. Suddenly, she saw her father. The little girl immediately grinned and jumped up and down. Dia. As soon as she saw the child, Warner was immediately surprised and rushed over to her. The little girl often saw her mother. Although they didn't see each other much these days, she was not unfamiliar with her mother. Thus, she didn't resist her mother's hugs and kisses. However, she was obviously closer to her father. She spread her little hands and only hoped that her father would hug her. Yang Fan glanced at third sister bitterly. Third sister looked innocent and said, "Didn't Ah Lang ask me to bring the child here? Why are you looking at me like that? It's like I owe you money." Gu Zhuding had already given birth. Fortunately, she gave birth to a son. This way, there wouldn't be a problem of twins looking very different. However, the size of the two children was still quite different, so it was not suitable to take them out to see others for the time being. As soon as Warner saw the child, she didn't pay attention to Yang Fan. Yang Fan was walking around, but she didn't care about him at all. General Yang was very jealous. Fortunately, there was Dai to comfort his injured heart. Dai kept opening her little hands to be hugged, but unfortunately, Warner used her elbow to block her. At this time, Tame also arrived at the backyard. After Yang Fan was ignored by the mother and daughter again, she walked to his side and whispered something in his ear. Yang Fan's expression changed. He said to Warner, "I'm going to see an important guest." "Okay," Warner answered. She didn't even raise her head. She just touched the tip of her nose with her daughter. After making her laugh, she asked intimately, "My dear, did you miss your mother?" Alas, General Yang sighed sourly and swaggered off. Xiaoman was still the best. She never ignored his existence because of the child. As for Anu and Xiaoting, they were the same as Warner. General Yang thought fiercely as he walked. "I'll let you have more children. I'll let you have more children. When the time comes, I'll see if you can still bear the pain." Yang Nianzu. Yang Fan was walking with big strides. Suddenly, he saw a shadow flash through a moon door. He immediately shouted. Yang Nianzu slowly retreated from the door. He stood still and timidly said, "Father." Yang Fan put his hands behind his back and walked over with the attitude of a father. He said with a straight face, "Shouldn't you be reading at this hour? Why are you wandering around in the yard?" Yang Yinzu put his hands down and acted like he was used to being scolded. Teacher resigned. Mother said that she would find a virtuous and knowledgeable teacher for sister and son. She hasn't found one in the past 2 days. Yang Fan flew into a rage. Why did teacher resign? When did teacher resign? Was he angered by you? Chapter 11:03. Yang Fan hadn't been home these days because the transfer of power was not normal and peaceful. The security of the palace was of the utmost importance. Even now, he still had to guard the barracks every day. Today, he took the time to come back. He really didn't know so many things had happened at home. Yang Ninzu mumbled and was about to reply when Xiaoman suddenly walked out from the bamboo forest path. Seeing her son standing in front of her father like a mouse seeing a cat, she couldn't help feeling angry and amused. She pouted coquettishly at Yang Fan. You haven't been home for a long time. Why are you scolding him as soon as you come back? Ninzu, go play." Hearing this, Yang Ninzu felt as if he had been pardoned. He stuck out his tongue at Yang Fan and immediately slipped away. Xiaoman said to Yang Fan, "Mr. Zhang resigned as a teacher. The family hasn't found a suitable teacher yet. Let him rest for a few days. This child is still quite serious when it comes to his homework." That Mr. Zhang was very responsible in teaching and had a good relationship with Yang Fan as a guest and host. Now that he had resigned, Yang Fan felt it was a pity and asked, "Why did Mr. Zhang resign? Did he think that our family's cultivation wasn't high enough? Or did something happen to his family?" Xiaoman said, "I tried to urge him to stay again and again." Later, that Mr. Zhang really couldn't refuse and told the truth. It turns out that this Mr. Zhang used to be a teacher in Jing Xianggong's family. Later, One of his nieces married Jing Xianggong's brother-in-law to be his second wife. Now Jing Xianggong is recommending him to be an official. He has such a bright future ahead of him. How can I stop him? I gave him a set of Cheng, Yi, and sent him away. The one who was called Xianggong was the prime minister. In the prime minister's class, there was only Jing Hui with the surname Jing. Hearing this, Yang Fan could only shake his head and helplessly say, "A good teacher is hard to find. Now let's take a good look and choose a good teacher. We can't delay the child. One is here. Go see her. I'll go see a friend in the study." Xiao Man nodded and hurried to the garden. Yang Fan also went straight to the study. Yang Fan pushed open the door of the study and saw a person with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the landscape painting on the wall. The person turned his head when he heard the voice and turned around. He smiled and bowed deeply to Yang Fan, saying slowly, "Commoner Shun Mu greets Marquis." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Brother Shun, are you also joking with me? If you like it, then let's switch. I'm envious of your carefree life as a commoner Marquis." Shun Mu straightened his back and smiled. "Why? You're so young, yet you managed to become a hereditary Marquis from nothing. Are you still not satisfied?" Yang Fan sighed and said, "There is no freedom in the imperial court. You know quite a lot. How long have you been back?" Shin Mu smiled lazily and said, "I just came back, but there is some news that I know like the back of my hand, even when I'm not in Chang'an. Otherwise, how do you think I know that you've been conferred the title of Marquis?" Yang Fan said, "It's just an extra stipend. What's the big deal?" Shin Mu said, "Not just that." He looked Yang Fan up and down and asked, "You're now the champion general. Why aren't you wearing a purple robe and jade belt?" Yang Fan said, "Am I that flashy? It's not like I'm going to the palace to meet the emperor. I'm going to put on a big show dress like that." Shinmu chuckled and said, "I don't really understand the system of the imperial court. How is it? What's the difference between you, the champion general, and the past?" Yang Fan frowned and thought for a while. He said, "Other than receiving a few more shillings of lumber, there are a few more officials who need about me. In other words, there are a few more soldiers under my command." Shin Mu's eyes brightened. He leaned forward and asked, "How much more?" Yang Fan said, 1,000 cavalry has become 10,000. How much more do you think it is?" Shin Mu was startled and cried out, "When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it?" Yang Fan stretched his waist and said, "It's today. The emperor just told me about it." Shin Mu laughed and said, "Good. You're the one who's silently making a fortune. It's better than those who look glamorous on the surface. It's easy to take away an official position and remove a noble title. But this is real military power. No matter who wants to touch you, they have to think it over carefully first." Yang Fan waved his hand in boredom and said, "I don't want to rebel, nor do I want to use the emperor to order the feudal vassals. Why do I need such great power?" Shin Mu said craftily, "Is that so? Then why don't you hang up your crown and return?" Yang Fan spread his hands and said, "Do you think I can leave just because I want to? I'm not even 70 or 80 years old. What reason do I have to disarm and return to the farm? Will the emperor approve? The emperor won't let me go until he has a suitable candidate. Lord Zhang treats me as a party of meritorious officials and would rather me continue to control the 1,000 cavalries. Right now, my feet are stuck in the mud and I can't extricate myself." Shimu laughed and said, "They all think highly of you. This is the benefit of being a deserter chameleon. However, this is just the surface reason, right?" Yang Fan looked at him and said, "I see that you didn't come today because you just returned to the capital and specially came to visit, right?" Shinmu sat up straight and had a solemn expression. "Erlang, the empress has abdicated, the crown prince has ascended the throne, and Li Tang's empire has been restored. However, do you think that the world could be at peace from now on?" Yang Fan looked at him again and asked in reply, "What do you think?" Shin Mu said, "I think that the first year of the divine dragon and the change of the black tortoise are just the beginning." Yang Fan's expression suddenly changed. He might have the Heaven Observation Division, a think tank that was helping him to gather intelligence, analyze the situation, and come up with strategies for him, but he had never underestimated the hidden sex capabilities. He believed that the hidden sect should have a similar organization. Yang Fan wanted to listen to Shun Mu's opinion and verify if his judgment was correct. Thus, he sat up straight and nodded to Shun Mu seriously, indicating for him to continue. Shun Mu said, "The Empress originally planned to pass the throne to the Crown Prince. However, the sudden emergence of the second Zhang caused everyone to be at a loss. They didn't want to complicate matters, so they decisively used force. Now that the second Zhang has been executed, they have achieved their objective. The abdication of the Empress merely brought forward the time of the Crown Prince's ascension. If there was an unexpected change, it was actually a huge change in the distribution of power in the imperial court. After supporting the Crown Prince to ascend the throne, the meritorious officials suddenly rose up and overtook the previous, becoming the most powerful force in the current imperial court. The experience of going through life and death together had made them stick together, and they could be called the Meritorious Officials Party. The power of the Li Tang royal family had also increased in this mutiny, but this power was not in the hands of the emperor himself, but in the hands of the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping. The Prince of Xiang controlled the South Office, and his power mainly came from force. Of course, there were people in the imperial court who were inclined to him, and they could be called the Prince of Xiang's party. Princess Taiping's power was mainly in the imperial court. This time, her subordinates had occupied many important positions, both in the open and in the dark. It could be expected that she would draw up a list and stuff more subordinates into the imperial court to occupy important positions. Moreover, she was the best person to mediate conflicts between the emperor and the Prince of Xiang, between the emperor and Prince Liang, and between the Prince of Xiang and Prince Liang. She played an important role, and so she could be called the Taiping Party. As for the Wu clan, they had not suffered any losses in this mutiny, and moreover, the Wu clan had also contributed greatly in this mutiny. No matter how much the meritorious officials rejected them, they still had to give Wu Sansi an explanation. Thus, it could be expected that the Wu clan's power would also increase, and so it could be called the Prince of Liang's party. Here came the problem. The original situation was that the Wu clan and the Li clan should have controlled the world together, with the Wu clan controlling the army and the Li clan governing the government. The leader of the Wu clan was Wu Sansi, and the leader of the Li clan was the current emperor. Wu Sansi was nearly 70 years old and did not have many years left to live. The Wu clan lacked successors in the third generation, and the Li clan had imperial power and righteousness in their hands. At that time, the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping did not have the strength to contend against the Wu clan alone, nor did they have the strength to contend against the righteous emperor. They could only firmly stand by the emperor's side, gather the strength of the entire Li Tang clan, and slowly counteract the influence that the Wu clan had formed since the empress came to power. Finally, they peacefully centralized power in the imperial family. But what had become of it? The Li Tang imperial clan had grown stronger, but this strength was in the hands of the Prince of Xiang's party and the Taiping party, not directly under the emperor. The Wu clan had also grown stronger, but what about the emperor? The civil and military officials had always been the emperor's strength, but a group of meritorious ministers had emerged from the civil and military officials, forming their own faction that could not be shaken off. Thus, the imperial court had to face this situation. The Wu clan's party was still the Wu clan's party, while the Li clan's party was split into three parties. These three parties, according to their strength, were the meritorious minister's party, the Prince of Xiang's party, and the Taiping party. The direct result of the Li clan's party splitting into three parties was that the emperor would be a mere figurehead, becoming the weakest of all the factions. Shen Mu's voice seemed to deafen the deaf as it resounded in Yang Fan's ear. Heroes rise together. The master is weak. The ministers are strong. Since ancient times, when has there ever been peace? Are you the emperor's party, the Prince of Xiang's party, the Taiping party, the Liang party, or the meritorious minister's party? Even if you've removed your armor and returned to the fields, if your party is defeated, will you be able to meet a good end? People often say that when one succeeds, one must retire. When one has not succeeded, how can one retire? Crash. The memorials piled high on the imperial desk were swept to the ground by Li Xian. Li Xian flew into a rage, his chest heaving and his face flushed red. Preposterous! Preposterous! Each and every one of you. Are you treating us like a puppet and manipulating us? Consort Wei personally brought a tray of food to the imperial study. On it was a bowl of soup and a plate of sugar biscuits. These were Li Xian's favorite foods. Seeing Li Xian fly into a rage, Consort Wei hurriedly put down the tray and gently said, "Look at you! Why are you so angry? You're the emperor now. You should not show your emotions. Look at this, what kind of bastards are these?" Seeing Consort Wei enter, Li Xian casually picked up a memorial that had luckily survived on the imperial desk. He casually flipped through it and handed it to Consort Wei, angrily saying, "Here, this is Huan Yinfan's memorial requesting for merits. There are over 100 names of meritorious ministers listed on it, but we have never seen a single one of them. Look at this person. This is Huan Yinfan's brother-in-law, the provincial governor of Izhou, Zhaowen." Huan Yinfan said that he was also a great meritorious minister who planned the mutiny and supported us to ascend the throne. He was far away in Hebei, so how could he plan a mutiny and support us to ascend the throne? Isn't this treating us as an idiot? This is blatant deceiving the emperor without the slightest scruple. His intentions should be punished. The honeymoon between ruler and minister was so short, and it was only the first month. Chapter 1104. Li Xian picked up another memorial. This memorial was half hanging by the side of the imperial desk, almost falling to the ground by him. Li Xian casually flipped it open and saw that it was a memorial from the Prince of Xiang, Li Xian. He angrily pointed at the list of meritorious officials and said to Consort Wei, "Wife, look at this one. This is the Prince of Xiang's memorial. His Prince of Xiang's estates, Sima Yuan Shuji. We have already worshipped him as prime minister, but he is still not satisfied and wants to bring Dolu Qin Wang into the Hall of Government Affairs. Dolu Qin Wang is still in his own place. How can he have any merit? Who in the world doesn't know that Dolu Qin Wang was once a subordinate official of the Prince of Xiang's estate, and that Dolu Qin Wang's niece is his side fei? That's right, Dolu Qin Wang's son is engaged to Taiping's eldest daughter. They are forming a clique. Li Xian fiercely threw the memorial to the ground and indignantly said, "All of them want their chickens and dogs to ascend to heaven." Jing Hui even submitted a memorial to his family's teacher to be promoted to an official position. The entire court has become their people. So what use do we have? We originally only had one mother-in-law, but now it's been replaced by a group of mothers-in-law. Everyone is pointing fingers at us, and we can't even refuse. Li Xian was like an angry bull as he circled around the desk. On the second day, Zhang Jinji told us that we should have the high scholars stop studying the official conduct and start studying Laozi again. We agreed, but said that it would be best to wait a bit. If there was anything else to announce to the world, we would announce it together. That old man was immediately displeased and arrogantly demanded that we immediately issue an edict. He even ruthlessly lectured us, telling us what a ruler should do. Yesterday, they took out a pile of things that needed to be reformed for us to issue an edict. Something like changing the name of the country, ancestral temples, the state, the mausoleum, the 100 officials, flags, uniforms. Shouldn't these be things that we announce to the world when we ascend to the throne? In the end, we first became the emperor of the Great Zhou, and then the emperor of the Tang dynasty. On the second day, couldn't we announce the matter of stopping the official conduct together with these things? They didn't allow me to refute them with a word or two, but I issued an edict in all seriousness just to stop learning the official conduct. Only a day later, I issued another edict, and it was related to the reform. What would the people of the world think of me? Could it be that my mind is in a mess and I'm acting on my whims? Wu Ziqian had ordered people to compile the book and personally reviewed it. After that, she ordered the high scholars to stop studying the Tang dynasty's textbook, Laozi. Instead, they had to study the book. Now that Li Xian had ascended to the throne, he naturally wanted to restore the Tang system and stopped studying the book written by Wu Zetian. However, on the second day of the second month, the imperial court had solemnly issued an edict to stop learning the book. On the fourth day of the second month, another edict was issued, announcing that the name of the country would be restored to Tang. The ancestral temples, the state, the mausoleum, the 100 officials, flags, uniforms, etc. would all be restored to the old system of Tang Gaozong's Yongshan era. The capital of Luoyang also reverted to its old name of Dongdu. When Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, the 20 or so new characters, with the exception of the C character, were all removed. The reason why the C character was not removed was because this was the name that Wu Zetian had chosen for herself. As a son, he couldn't possibly change his mother's name. All of the imperial court's actions were to erase the traces left behind by the Wu and Zhou dynasties. Naturally, stopping the study of the book was also for this purpose. In the end, the small matter of stopping the study of the book was issued in a separate edict, but the restoration of the name of the country, the change of the ancestral temples, the mausoleum, the 100 officials, and many other important matters were listed together in a single edict. Moreover, these two matters were only one day apart. This gave people the feeling that the imperial court was in chaos. No wonder Li Xian was so angry. Concubine Wei gazed at him, her expression abnormally calm. Seeing his wife's expression, Li Xian slowly calmed down. Concubine Wei then said, "Husband, what do you plan to do?" After venting his anger, Li Xian once again recovered his cowardly nature. He thought in a daze for a while before stammering, "What else can I do? That they have performed great services for the country, have done us a great favor. Besides, they all possess great power. We still need to rely on them, so we can only agree to them." Concubine Wei gently sighed. Hearing this, Li Xian's face once again swelled red. Concubine Wei lightly walked to his side and pulled on his arm. In a soft voice, she said, "Do you now know why I insisted that you allow Yang Fan to increase the number of cavalry?" Li Xian was astounded. "You mean, huh? What's the use of that? Isn't he still part of the party of meritorious officials?" Wei Fei shook her head and said with slight anger, If Yang Fan did not open the Black Tortoise Gate, no matter what scheme they have, it would be impossible for them to succeed. But what position did they place Yang Fan on the memorial? At the bottom. In addition, they only proposed to give Yang Fan the title of a county count. As soon as this concubine saw the memorial that Zhang Jianji and the others drafted, I knew that Yang Fan was definitely not one of their people. Li Xian said, "If Yang Fan isn't one of their people, he also isn't necessarily one of our people. I heard that he and Taiping." Concubine Wei lightly tapped his forehead and angrily said, "You don't understand the principle of buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold? Besides, are you planning to start a war with the entire world in one go? There has to be both roping and beating. Compared to those so-called officials who are arrogant because of their achievements, at least your brothers and sisters are reliable. How can you not rope them in? Besides, Yang Fan saved your life. Now, it seems that his closeness with the Wu clan is actually just a perfunctory method that he used when the Wu clan was powerful. We have misunderstood him. As long as husband shows kindness and tries to rope him in, how can we know that he definitely won't rely on you? You are the emperor, Who doesn't want to hug that thickest and biggest tree?" Li Xian listened and nodded his head repeatedly. Concubine Wei glanced at him again and softly said, "Husband, it's time for you to develop your own power." Concubine Wei pulled Li Xian to sit down on the imperial chair and patiently said, "Husband, ever since you ascended to the throne, although this concubine has been in the inner palace, this concubine has seen everything that you have encountered. This concubine has seriously considered husband's current situation and thought about what to do in order to establish husband's supreme authority. This concubine has a few shallow opinions for husband's consideration. If it is a woman's opinion, I hope husband will not blame me." Li Xian held her hand and said, "Wife, what are you saying? You and I are husband and wife. There is no need to distinguish between us. If you have any ideas, quickly say them to me." Concubine Wei said, "From now on, husband should downplay the coup. Don't keep mentioning Zhang Jianji and the others' contributions to you. Husband should respect Mother Empress." Li Xian was surprised and asked, "Why is that?" Concubine Wei said, "Don't those people consider themselves to be meritorious subjects? Husbands should downplay their contributions to support the throne." Li Xian suddenly understood. Concubine Wei's willowy eyebrows slightly raised, her face revealing a bewitching coldness. Husband wants to announce to the world that mother ascended to the throne because Su Jingye rebelled in Yangzhou. When the empire was in danger, mother had no choice but to step forward and save the empire. Now that the world is stable, mother will pass the throne to you. Since mother becoming empress is in accordance with etiquette, then it is also reasonable and legal for you to inherit the throne. What does that have to do with Zhang Jianji and the others? Can they still act like they did today, putting on the ugly face of the emperor's great benefactor and doing whatever they want in front of husband? Li Xian happily nodded. Concubine Wei continued, "Of course, if they are willing to be tactful, that would be for the best. However, Concubine believes that since they have already grasped great power and tasted the sweetness, no matter what, they will not retreat in the face of the current. What does husband think?" Li Xian sneered. "That goes without saying. They have already obtained hereditary wealth and honor, but they are still not satisfied. Right now, they wish they could stuff their family's gatekeepers into the imperial court to become officials. It would be strange if they were willing to let go." Although Li Xian had once hated the fact that he was born in an imperial family, he was now the emperor. Even though he was an emperor with a group of mothers-in-law, he still felt the supreme honor and glory of an emperor. This kind of feeling made him dizzy and intoxicated. He was not willing to give up the power in his hands. Using oneself to measure others, would others be willing? Concubine Wei said, "That's right. That's why they revered the empress and played down the divine dragon rebellion. It was to let the people of the world feel that they did not have any merit in changing the world. If husband wants to seize back the power that should have belonged to you, you must cultivate a group of people that completely belongs to you." Li Xian excitedly said, "Wife's words have awakened a person from a dream. That's right. I must immediately start cultivating my own power. I want." Halfway through his words, Li Xian's voice suddenly stopped. His excited expression slowly turned into a blank one. It would take a long time to cultivate his own trusted aides from the insignificant officials. If he wanted to immediately use them, and use them immediately, then he could only use his old connections. His old connections were very simple. One was the imperial family, one was a subordinate official in the Eastern Palace, and one was the empress's family. There is no need to mention the imperial family. His brother Li Dan was also someone who had the qualifications to be emperor. He instinctively wanted to be on guard. The subordinates of the Eastern Palace included the officials he had been the first crown prince and the officials he had been the second crown prince. As subordinates of the Eastern Palace, these people included Wei Yuanzhong, who had already been demoted to Lingnan by Wu Zetian. There was also Wei Engshi, Li Huan, Tang Xiuzan, Yang Zixi, Zhu Qinming, and others. Originally, Cui Xianhui had also been a subordinate official in the Eastern Palace, but now he clearly belonged to the faction of meritorious officials. Moreover, he had become the backbone of the faction and was no longer reliable. The problem was, could the remaining people be used? Wei Yuanzhong had been demoted because he had resolutely opposed the second Zhang, but Yang Zixi was in the second Zhang's faction and was currently in seclusion. These subordinates of the Eastern Palace had all developed in their official careers over the years. Now, they were divided into many factions. Could they still work together to support him, the emperor? To say nothing of anything else. If he protected Yang Zixi and then transferred Wei Yuanzhong back from Lingnan, the two of them would immediately fight to the death. The subordinates of the Eastern Palace could not be used, but Consort Wei's maternal family could. Just like how his mother had used the Wu clan in the past, she could use the Wei clan's relatives to balance the faction of meritorious officials, the Prince of Xiang's faction, the Taiping faction, and the Liang faction. This could also be considered a good method. But the Wei clan seemed to have no one to use. The reason Li Xian had been kicked off the throne by Wu Zetian a month after ascending to the throne was because he had just become emperor and wanted to vigorously promote his father-in-law, Wei Xuanjun. Because of the opposition of the ministers, he had even said that he wanted a hand over the throne to Wei Xuanjun. As a result, Wu Zetian had something to use against him. After he was placed under house arrest in Fangzhou, his father-in-law's family was also implicated and exiled to Qinzhou, Guangxi. During their exile, Wei Xuanjun died of illness. Then, the leader of the barbarians in Qinzhou, Ning Chengji, took a fancy to his sister-in-law and wanted to marry her. But his mother-in-law, Lady Cui, did not agree. As a result, Ning Chengji, in a rage, killed his mother-in-law and his 4 brothers-in-law. Li Xian suddenly realized that he, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, was so pitiful that he had no one he could use.